Chapter 0 Prologue. In this story, the development of science and technology has gone far ahead, and information technology also did not lag behind. There is almost no line separating reality from fantasy. Suddenly the light turns on. The guy is sitting at a computer desk reading a book. The light was turned on by his mother, who entered the room. She asked her son why he was reading in the dark, to which he replied that it was better to concentrate that way. She said she wanted to talk to him about something. In this world, there is a company Hive, which first entered the market in the 2000th year, and in just a few years was able to completely monopolize the electronics industry of other technologies. Thanks to advanced technologies and more or less good prices, the company has captured most of this market. Or rather, absolutely all electronics, such as refrigerators, televisions, traffic lights, and most importantly phones. The main character went to study where he met his pink-haired friend. A friend asked why the guy didn't go to yesterday's festival, because everything was there, to which the guy replied that he needed to prepare for the midterm exams. The friend said that he also did not go there, because if he had gone, he would not be here now, and also said that he had given up alcohol. It was unexpected because at the end of the last school year he got drunk to unconsciousness, and now he has become polite, diligent. The guy was wondering what happened to his friend. The friend said that it was about the game and offered to try to play. But the main character refused, saying that the game would take him too much time and he was not interested. But the friend continued to assure that the game is very good. Speaking of the game, thanks to the head of the company that was engaged in brain-related developments, a technology was created that allows dreams to come true. The company earned a huge fortune on the dream character. Thanks to such money, the company increasingly captured those industries that were somehow connected with technology. The guy was returning home by train and thought that he was too strict with his father, and because of this he was all on nerves. Since about then, he began to feel someone's gaze. He even knows what it's like when there is no place where you can rest in peace, even in a dream. After some time, the guy was at home after getting out of the shower. He picked up the phone. Time was the most important thing for him, which is why he did not play the games that the company produces. He never even looked at them. His mother came to him and said that his father had not written for a month after he started playing Arcana Fantasy, and thought it was too long. In addition, there are other cases of missing people who have registered in this game. She said she wants to do this case by investigating it. Mom invited her son to enter the game to find his father. The guy said that he had a session on his nose and absolutely no time for it. But she said that it was also necessary to rest from studying. Mom left the room. The guy decided to see what kind of game it was. Before that, after looking at the time, it was 8 o'clock in the evening. He thought that he could devote 1 hour to the game, then study until 4 and go to bed. He started the game. The first thing he was told to put the phone to his ear and pronounce his nickname. He was interested in it, and he completed the assignment and pronounced the name Yun. After that, he was abruptly transported to an unusual place where he was met by a strange robot. He had a terrible headache and did not understand where he was. The robot said that this is the first synchronization with the game. It will hurt a little at first, but it will pass soon. The guy grabbed the robot and started asking where his body was. He remembered how he got into the game, but he thought he just fell asleep. However, he looked at his body and thought, if this is a dream character, then why did he become a little teenager with red hair? The robot said that deep down, the guy had always dreamed of this image, wished him a good game and to find his father, because he knew that the guy came here because of this. The guy was surprised and asked how he knew about it. The robot explained that the young man was worried about it every day, and there were constantly electronic devices around him that collected information about him every day. Thanks to the huge database they collected in secret. They did not create this case, which is consciousness accepted without resistance. Also, the robot I was surprised that the guy decided to go into the game because he is not interested in games, but he is very interested in watching how he will play. His father was a very talented player. The guy really wanted to go out and stop all this. The people said that it was impossible to do it, only when they would always be erased. The young man asked to stop the game immediately, but the robot just laughed. The robot said that the dream guy is the thing that controls people's minds. This technology completely takes over the subconscious and can control the real body. The person who started playing this game completely breaks away from the body and is held in the system in the body of the avatar. The guy remembered his friend and could not believe that in fact his friend in the real world was not real. Although this fully justified his behavior, the guy still really wanted to go back and ask the robot for options to do this, but the robot only repeated the words he had said earlier, then said very important information that if the character dies here, then the human consciousness will be erased immediately, so he said to be careful and not die. First chapter. It was in a forest with columns. There was a tall blonde man who heard a rustle and struck. He knocked down the main character. He fell to the ground and asked for mercy. The guy started asking if the young man knows what basic items you need to get when you start the game. I earn by attacking newcomers. There are even rumors that some players disappeared. Previously, players did not attack each other as they were all in the same boat. People were desperate, because now there is a large influx of newcomers. Yun told him that they just took all his things from him, because earlier he was attacked. Even the feather was also beaten. He even thought that they wanted to steal his soul after he hid here so as not to be ambushed again. But the guy attacked him. The guy apologized and said that he got up a little paranoid because he was traveling alone. He knew that he had not made a very good impression, but still offered to join him, said that he was of a fairly high level and it would be beneficial for him, because he could even give him a pen. This interested Yoon very much, because he would not be able to give up a bird's feather. The guy offered to hunt a little and returned to the village, saying that his name was Buck. Yun introduced himself in response. They went hunting. Buck said that he was a lawyer in the real world, so as soon as he leaves the game, he will sue those who catch people in the game. Suddenly a monster attacked, which hit Buck very hard. He flew off and was badly injured. He told Yun to run away from here immediately, saying that he would only interfere, and also hurt himself trying to help him. Yun said he would call for help and ran away. He didn't understand why the monster was able to take down Buck with one blow, because he said that he was of a high level. The monster caught up with Yoon and hit him. A magician girl came to the rescue, who summoned earthly poems and created the shackles of the earth that bound the monster. After that, 2 more of them came in time to slay the monster. Yun was slightly injured. The girl ran to him and healed him. Seeing that the wounds healed quickly, she realized that he was a beginner, gave him a potion to drink. The guy said that his friend was in danger, but the team said that they did not have time to save him, because they came too late. They said that they came here just to look around. They didn't know that they would meet a minotaur, because a monster of this level shouldn't be in the beginner zone. The girl told Yun that he was safe now and offered to take him to the village, because in life you need to continue living. Second chapter. Yun and his new friends arrived in the village and went to a tavern. The girl who saved him introduced herself as Abel. She is the leader of this group and she is a sorceress. And with her was the fighter Minusk, the archer Jin and the priest Mickey. Yun introduced himself and said that his main weapon is a spear, because he trains a little in the real world. He was told that it was necessary to eat, because if he is a beginner, he is most likely very hungry. In this world, everything is so real that it touches all the senses and even the taste buds, which is really amazing. Abel was very sorry for what happened to Buck and offered to stay with them for a certain period of time. Yun agreed. They spent a lot of time in the tavern. Yun drank a lot and clearly felt unwell, because his complexion was similar to the color of his hair. Abel thought that the guy controls himself well when he drinks. He always had a very calm face. She was sorry, she felt guilty. The guy drank only 2 mugs and did not understand why he was so drunk. The others at the table, watching him, just laughed, saying that he does not know how to drink. The guy was annoyed by his dizziness and they gave him something to eat, because all this time he was drinking on an empty stomach. When the monsters die, they disperse and something like meat remains from them, which is very tasty. Yun was very uncomfortable in front of everyone, and he decided to go out to get some fresh air. Abel told the guys to continue eating, and she decided to help him go outside. The girl told the guy to call himself air properly before returning. Yun stood very sad. The girl decided to hug him a little to support him. He asked if Buck was dead, to which the girl replied that she was very sorry, but it was so. The guy couldn't believe it, because his body just disappeared. He felt a strange feeling, but for some reason he didn't feel sad because of Buck's death. He might even have dozed off if he had time to be sad. He wondered what the difference was between the real world and this. Abel interrupted his thoughts with the phrase that if Buck's death felt the same as in the real world, it would be much scarier, and said that you need to get used to it. After a while, the guy woke up on the bed from a loud bell. Jin told him to pack up and go downstairs for breakfast, asking if he remembered last night. Yun got up, dressed, had breakfast and went outside where Abel and Mickey were. Yun asked Mickey what he usually does. He replied that for him every day is a new day, because it depends on what their plans are for a certain day. There are players who do quests all day to increase their level, some prefer to collect or create things. Abel said that this place is similar to the medieval and modern era. In this world you can also do nothing and live as you want, and asked if Yun wants to rest a little. The guy replied that he would not even be idle in jest. He wanted to complete quests and raise his level. Abel said that today she would tell him many things while he would do light tasks with her, and they would start to really raise his level only tomorrow. Yun agreed to just patrol around the city, offered to meet here tonight. Evening came. They were walking and talking about this world. Yun took a closer look at Abel and examined the ears on her head. She said he was right since she's half-elf, that's fine. The guy asked if it was possible to be someone other than a person. She said he was right, but there were still more people here. When a player's avatar is created, it automatically adjusts to the proportions of the local races. Although if a person prefers a certain race, then he will get this race as Mickey did. Mickey is a dwarf because he likes small and cute things, but in fact, he is an old man with a tall stature. This truth shocked Yun very much. He did not expect it. Yun said that he had a chance to become whatever he wanted, but all he got was youth and a little beauty, probably because he is happy with his real body. After telling about himself, he asked about Abel's appearance. The girl confusedly replied that one of her legs was crippled. But now everything is fine. She also admitted that she is now in a completely new body for her. Third chapter. The guys ate and talked. Mickey was not happy with the fact that there were only vegetables and grass on the menu. Yun didn't eat much either, which Jin noticed, saying that Abel paid a huge amount of time because of him, because he ate the most. Yun said that if this is a manifestation of love on his part, then he is not doing well, and advised him to give up this idea because it looks terrible. They went outside and continued to chat. Yun asked if there was a port city behind this settlement. Abel said that there was, and under it there was a small dungeon, which tomorrow would need to look into and check it all together and raise the level of Yun. The guy offered to return home, because it's late, and rumors about the disappearance of people are quite real, because these leaflets are scattered all over the city. The girl agreed with him, but said that it was not scary for them, because they always go in a group. Yun noticed a man sitting on the ground, surrounded by empty bottles. Abel told him that this man is quite famous. People say that his daughter, being a novice, went to the dungeon and went missing. He should not have left his daughter all alone. Now he has been in this state for several days. Abel offered to go to a tavern that was nearby. Yun said he wanted to go somewhere, so he told them to go first. Jean aggressively took the guy by the shoulder and repeated the phrase that it was dangerous here, and also reminded that he almost died at the beginning of the game. Abel asked the guys not to quarrel, but agreed with Jin, saying that it was not safe here, but asked Yun what happened, because he said that tomorrow they would go to the dungeon. And he said that he only had a spear that they had given him once, but he would like to buy himself some armor for protection and some potions. Abel examined the guy and realized that he really didn't even have an elementary armor. The guy reminded that at the very beginning of the game he was robbed and now he has only passive items. Abel offered to go to the gun store together and everyone agreed. They were already on the spot. They were met by a joyful man and told about the assortment of the store. Yun asked him if there were any shoes, because the ones he was wearing now were very uncomfortable, and he wanted to buy new ones. After a while, Yun said that he had bought everything he needed. The guys approached different goods. Yun picked up one of the items, looks like a pistol. It turned out to be a rocket launcher, which is needed so that you can signal your location. It is very useful for beginners like him, so the guy decided to take it. The girl decided that this signal gun would be useless, because they were going to the dungeon. Apparently the guy was not serious, but she decided that there was something suspicious. The next day the weather was just fine. The team was happily heading around the city, and they decided that it would be their reference point, because there are hunting grounds for beginners in the northeast, as well as a small dungeon in the south, where no one goes because it is a dungeon. It's not so bad there, even for a simple beginner, but you need to be in a good team because there are a lot of high-level monsters there. They arrived at the passage to the dungeon, were about to get out, but then suddenly Yun fell and fired a signal pistol. He said that his foot got stuck in something. It turned out to be a vine comma. The guys decided that he was just nervous, because he was falling out of the blue. The guy tried to keep his balance so as not to fall, but it didn't work out, so he fell. Mickey said he looked like a scared chicken to him. They still entered the dungeon, and began to descend the stairs down. Mickey ran. Yun was very scared for him and said that it could be dangerous, because you can easily fall. Abel said he would be fine. They went down below where there was a scary healthy man, into whom Yun crashed. Mickey was sitting on the shoulder of the big guy. The guy was very scared, but Abel told him to calm down, because even though the man looks like a gangster, he's pretty. This is the head of the guard named Conrad, a work colleague, one of the warders of the dungeon. Abel came up to Yun from behind, put her hands on his back and began to entwine him with a vine, after which she pushed, saying that it was time. Fourth chapter. He fell to the ground bound by a vine. He didn't understand what was going on. Conrad told him he was a fool if he didn't understand the situation. Abel explained that he had arrived at the underground forced labor station. Yun said that they should unite and defeat the enemy, because he was going to win and get out of this game, to which the girl replied that he was very naive. She told him that not all players want to win and quit the game, because here you can feel alive and die. Here as well as in reality. Life is a pretty hard thing, both here and in another reality. She said that it is better to live in reality, where you can see the true image of the human soul. Asked if he was satisfied with the reality in which he lived before. Before she could finish her story, the wall collapsed and several men with weapons appeared. The girl immediately went on the attack with her team, using full force. Yun carefully reached those men and stood next to them. The girl realized that he had brought them here. She didn't understand how he did it. She thought about the fact that he was hiding his real abilities. But after all, she put a barrier in front of the entrance of the dungeon and didn't understand how he could get around them. Yun explained that it was very simple. Although the idea was full of risks, he lied to everyone because he guessed what they wanted to do with them, because he had talked to Buck about this topic. Buck told him that, not knowing the circumstances of the rancor, no one would help him, so the guy understood that the team did not need him just like that. From that moment he began to attract outsiders. Even though he did not need shoes, he decided to go after her, taking a leaflet there on which he wrote the information. Also telling the store that tomorrow morning in the western part of the city he would give a signal to which they should come and help him for a monetary reward. Abel laughed, saying that Yun would not be able to work with these people. This is complete nonsense because he is weak and worthless. The guy replied to her that she couldn't believe it because she had made it up to herself, but it would all end soon. The battle began, in which Abel's team lost almost immediately. Because she had no chance, it was the end for her. Fifth chapter. The man who saved Yun was the man from the street who lost his daughter. This dungeon just had this girl. The father and daughter finally found themselves together, thanking the guy for helping them to be with each other again. The man asked the young man if he knew how to use the system, opened the information window, and also presented a spear, thanking him again for his help. He also told Yun to open the system sometimes, it would help him a lot. Then the man had to leave, because his daughter had health problems, so they had to hurry outside. The rest of the missing people were imprisoned in this dungeon. They were very happy that it was all over at last. Everyone thanked the guy very much. Yuna was called by some girl who also wanted to thank him, but called him Diop, saying that this was a very rare quest and could not be found anywhere else. The guy asked what a Diop was. The girl explained that this is a special term that converts people not from this world. She decided that she was right about Yoon and it was wonderful for her, because she is an informant of the kingdom of Arcana, and was caught while delivering an important message to a knight of the kingdom. She was very lucky that she met him and asked him to deliver one letter instead of her, because she was very late. Yun looked at the bundle that the girl gave him. She told him that the Aran forest had long been famous for its guards who protected this forest, but she heard that they had not been there for a long time. There were also rumors that the strongest Diop who was nearby was killed in the forest, and warned the guy that if he crossed the forest, he would be in the capital in half a day. The guy accepted this assignment without thinking twice, because he was going to head to the capital anyway. Yun was heading through the forest. When he heard some rustling, he got scared and started waving a spear. It turned out to be just a mouse. He breathed out a sigh of relief and once again looked at the bundle he was carrying in his hand. An information window about the quest of the royal secret letter opened in front of him. The quest information said that it was a secret letter that should be delivered to the kingdom's informant. But it wasn't delivered properly. It was very urgent information, so it had to be delivered urgently to Eugene, among the 7 warriors of the kingdom. The letter was sealed with magic, so if suddenly the person performing the quest tries to open it, the task will immediately fail, so you should be careful. There was also a reward for completing the task, which consisted of experience, a class, a healing potion, and 1 box of rare equipment. Yun liked this award. It was quite rare. She decided that such a reward would be just right for him. He thought about it and decided to use the spear to push off from the ground. His body moved much easier. He wondered how strong he was, because he had never thought about it before. When he was a youngster, he was afraid to use force. He remembered a recent fight and decided that in battle speed is much more important than strength. His thoughts were interrupted by a rumbling in his stomach. He was very hungry. A small, lively, green jelly suddenly appeared in front of Yun, who seemed extremely cute to him. But this cute little creature sharply attacked him. The guy fought back and won. After that he received the materials. He remembered the words of the man who said to open the information window more often, and decided to look at the legendary spear that he gave him. In the information about it, it was said that it uses different functions depending on the owner. When the owner becomes stronger, the spear also changes its properties. The guy thought that the information in the window would change according to his level, but it turned out not to be so. He decided to look at the materials obtained after defeating the jelly. These were jellies that were rich in vitamins and useful for the body, but also very tasty. The guy decided that the system was throwing him gifts, having eaten jelly with pleasure. Yun pondered, remembering how the man in the dungeon cut the iron bars with a spear, shouting the Midnight Massacre skill. He decided that there was a plus in the fact that he didn't have to shout spells to use his skills. But he remembered his main goal, to find his father, who was also stuck in this damn game. The guy was very tired and wondered how long he had to go. He thought it would be nice to have teleportation in this world. Yun continued on his way and thought about his father, and also that he needed to find him as soon as possible. But he didn't even know what his father looked like here and what his nickname was. He didn't know anything about him. He will have to make sure that his father recognizes him and finds him. The guy needed to think about how his father plays. He also needed to become stronger. But at the same time he needed to avoid dangerous situations and tasks. The guy suddenly heard someone's voice calling him unusual. 6th chapter. The main character was so carried away by the monster that he did not notice the approach of a man. Turning to face him, he was stunned because the man was without clothes. Yun decided that he was dangerous, suspicious and looked like a pervert, so he started running away from him. The stranger asked to stop and assured that he was not a pervert, asking if the guy was walking along the royal road and decided to use him, asking if it was possible to become his traveling companion. Yun asked him to get dressed and gave him his old clothes. The stranger said that he had lost his group and left all his luggage and clothes with her. If he did not return, he would have big problems. The main character thought about it and decided that the stranger would have problems from a huge, scary and strong man, expressing his thoughts aloud. But he said that the problems would be from a small, pretty blonde. Yun decided that it was all very suspicious, because it would be better to wait for the group in the place where they saw each other last time. The stranger said that he often gets lost, so he immediately agreed on the destination with his group in such a case, so they will meet on the spot. Yun decided that he did not need to interfere in this and began to walk away from the stranger who was following him. The main character asked the stranger what his level was. He replied that it was almost 84th. He was surprised and assumed that the level was bought for money. Suddenly, the guy decided to turn off and fell into a deep hole. Yun was shocked by this action, saying that the road was right in front of them and asked why the guy turned there. The black-haired young man thought that if they turned off they would come faster, but there was a trap in front of him. Yun found this even more strange, because suddenly there was a big hole in the middle of the road, and branches were broken near the trees. It was very strange, because if you look around, there were traces of battles everywhere. In the corner of the pit where the guy was sitting, there was a treasure chest, which, according to Yun, was created as a reward for some kind of battle. The young man in the pit immediately approached the chest and joyfully decided to open it, saying that nothing terrible would happen, considering that it was not a trap. There was a very good bow and silk in the chest. Yun decided to inspect the items and informed the guy that he could keep the bow and he would take the silk. After Yun said that there was nothing else here, he offered to return to the road, asking to follow him strictly without turning anywhere. Finally, after some time, they came to the capital. The main character admired her beauty, but noticed that the guy began to move away from him. Worried, Yun yelled at him, again repeated the phrase that he should not leave him. The black-haired guy pointed to the gate where the blonde girl was standing. He said that this was his partner named Riberia, the same pretty blonde. The girl noticed the guy and pretended not to see him, but the guy started calling her hard and ran to meet her. The girl was surprised. Yun followed his traveling companion, greeted the girl, saying that this guy was lost and she should tie him to her so as not to lose him again. The guy introduced the girl to Yun, saying that he helped him on the road, at the same time thanking him. Ribe, as a sign of gratitude, offered Yun to have dinner with them, to which the guy refused, because, since he is here, he needs to finish his business. The main character entered the capital and began to climb a huge staircase, indignant at the fact that there are a lot of steps and not knowing where to go. Soon he finally got up. A man met him, said that the knight was inside the building and asked to show the order. Yun was let in. A knight was already waiting for him there. The main character handed over the letter. Eugene thanked the guy for his help, and he asked what kind of quest system it was. The knight replied that it always surprised everyone and began to read the letter. Eugene read this letter aloud. It said that in the victorious history of geniuses there was no magic that he and Redford could not use, except for the abilities of Diep. Perhaps it was God's blessing from a world that is higher than their world. The knight told the guy that he was looking forward to the news he brought him. 7th chapter. Yun went outside and sat on the stairs, noticing that there was a strong wind. Since his business was over here, he decided to go to the next place, because since he had received a lot of gold for this quest, he could buy himself some better clothes, and the things that he found in that pit, he would just sell. He was going about his business when suddenly I met a dark-haired guy who was again without clothes. Yun decided that he had strange inclinations, giving him a shirt and a bag in which he put signal torches and a couple of potions. The guy was pleased and thanked Yun with a smile. The main character mentioned Riberia, saying that he thinks it's worth staying away from her. The dark-haired guy replied that the girl was just unhappy that he was lost, because when someone is constantly lost, it is very annoying. Yun decided that it made sense, it would definitely infuriate him. The guys went to have a snack, after which they walked down the street and chatted. Suddenly, they heard someone talking. Riberia was standing on the street with some man who shouted at her, saying that if she kept her mouth shut everything would be fine and she should answer for her words. The girl told the man to stop telling her how to do the job, and also said that the guards would hear if he made so much noise. The man said that he made a fuss for a reason, he should help the family, so their share will remain the same. The girl was outraged because not only did he have problems, she herself did not go to earn money out of boredom. The man swung at her and said shut up. A dark-haired guy who pushed the man away decided to intervene in this. The man fell and, frightened, did not understand why the guy got in, saying that he was not even going to beat the girl. He misunderstood everything. But the guy called the guards. The man quickly ran away. Yun came up and asked if they were all right. The dark-haired guy immediately blossomed and began to say that everything was fine with him. The girl reported that she hit her head and her nose hurt. She also said that there was no need to interfere, because most likely the man wanted to hit the wall. She did not like the fact that they considered her defenseless. The dark-haired guy said that it didn't make any difference, because she was threatened by asking what happened to her this time. Yun drew attention to himself, because he was talking to them, and they did not hear him. The girl asked him if he considered her partner a friend, because he constantly wanders alone. And even naked, also told him that as soon as she appeared, he immediately disappeared. She believed that he was already an adult and let him take care of himself and drew attention to the bag that was on her friend. The guy replied that Yun gave her this bag and gave it to her for safekeeping, because he believed that she would definitely not disappear with it. The girl took the bag and said she would go bargain, because there is an inn nearby, telling the guys to rent a room. Yun was most concerned about what the girl meant when she said about haggling. The guy explained to him that it was just selling existing things more expensive, and then buying things cheaper, but better. Yun decided that the girl went to sell the guy's things, calling him irresponsible, but the guy said that he often gives his things to Reba for storage. Riberia was sitting alone, on the floor in some room, surrounded by a huge number of different things. She recalled her childhood, how her parents scolded her for how she disposed of money, not putting the girl in anything, saying that she was obnoxious and could not dispose of money as she wanted, because it was not her money. After that, the girl worked all the time, moving from one place to another, worked at a gas station, as a waitress, as a bartender, terribly tired of it. She always devoted time to work and couldn't even spare time for her sister to play with her. The girl thought that it was difficult for her to cope alone, and then there was her sister. The girl continued to sit on the floor, covering her face with her hands, when suddenly she heard the voice of her sister, who whispered her name. The girl abruptly stood up and began to be indignant, because she told the girl not to wander alone. Looking back, she no longer saw her. Suddenly, a man came up from behind, grabbed Rai by the shoulder and pulled her down. The girl fell, looked around and felt a rumbling in her stomach, began to get up swaying and thought that even if she did not eat, she would not die. 8th chapter. Rai went into a shop where there was a blonde man who was glad to see her. She came to him very often selling things. The man believed that she got carried away and, being a photographer, managed to sell something tolerable. The girl assured that all Diapas would behave unusually, even though there were a lot of them. He shouldn't understand it. She sells things because she doesn't need them, but she wants a good price for them. The man began to dig into the things that the girl brought. After looking, said that this time there was nothing of value. The girl thought about it, because she accidentally met a dark-haired guy just a month ago, and he began to follow her forever. She used him as much as she could. She didn't understand why he wouldn't leave her alone. The girl believed that there were two options. Either he was aware that she was using him, but for some reason he was following her anyway, or he didn't understand anything at all. Ribe decided to delete the second option, considering it stupid. It turned out by the method of elimination. The first option is correct. He knows that he is being used, but still continues to follow her. But it's obviously not for nothing. The guy needs something from her, and he hasn't received it from her yet. The man in the store said that there were 3 health potions, 2 mana potions, and signal torches in the bag, 2 of them. The girl continued to be in her thoughts. She thought that behind good deeds there are always selfish intentions. No one just helps. She will not allow these expectations to be justified. The man roused the girl by asking what she was thinking about so much, because he had already calculated everything, saying that it didn't turn out so much. He also found a box of food in the bag and returned it to the girl. There was a note in which it was said that Ribe, despite being busy, did not forget to have a snack and Delano's signature. That was the name of the dark-haired guy. Meanwhile, the guys were sitting, drinking tea and talking. Delano said that Ribe always helps him. Yun remembered that he had also helped him twice. Delano said he appreciated it. But he meant something more, a higher goal, because even if it's all for fun, everyone still pursues their own goals. For him it was Ribe. Yun realized that the guy was talking about unrequited love. He would never have thought that this guy could fall in love with someone's character. Delano said that was not what he meant, and threatened that he would not try to mention it in front of the girl, because she might become embarrassed and she would start avoiding him. When suddenly Ribe entered the room, kicking the door with her foot. The dark-haired guy started to worry, saying that she could have hurt her leg when she knocked down the door. The girl said that she needed to talk to him, and he should not lie to her. She thought that he considered her so pathetic, because he helps even when she does not ask for help. The guy started talking about how she helped him when he got lost and even waited for him. He believed that this way he could pay her for her help. It was absolutely not a pity. He also said that they have known each other for a couple of weeks and he wants to accompany her further. But if she doesn't like it, then he will stop. She only needs to say so. And that box of food was just a sign of attention, because she didn't eat anything. The girl said that she helped him only because there was such a need. Since then she has been selling his things on purpose so that he would get behind her, selling everything for pennies in a regular store. Delano was well aware of this and in any case would not have quarreled with her. These things were not needed by him anyway, so everything is fine. Ribe thought that selfish intentions are always hidden behind good deeds. No one just helps, so she began to approach and ask what he needed from her. Because she spat on everyone, she could take care of herself perfectly. She is sure that he wants something from her and he will leave when she can get it. Because there is a big difference between losing and not having at all. She no longer wants to be deprived of anything. The guy said he just didn't want her to be alone. He was worried about her. He didn't want to be constrained by the expectations placed on him. The girl said that she only needs money. Even such freedom is just an illusion. It's all the same shackles. Though she loves not only money, but they are needed in order to protect someone. Delano promised that he would always help her in everything, and he has been experiencing this feeling since their first meeting. The girl thought that he was flirting with her, but did not understand why. Because he did not even know her, and even that he did not feel it was all responsibility, and she spoils everything. The guy said she didn't need to take responsibility for it. Ribe tearfully made the guy promise to meet her expectations. The chick has to leave the nest to learn to fly. The foal, just born, has to get on its feet and take the first step. The girl thought that if she was alone, then she would definitely not let anyone down. Delano said that if the girl wants to undress him to the goal, then so be it. He allows to sell all his clothes, for which he received a blow to the face with a scythe. The girl still decided to rely on his shoulder to rest a little. 9th chapter. Yun was already lying in his bed, and Delano and Ribe were hugging next to his bed. The guy was outraged and wanted them to leave soon. It was the dead of night, the starry sky. A fire was burning in the forest, crackling, behind which 4 people were sitting. They talked and ate. The girl finished her meal the fastest, saying that the rest were slow, and also said that it was time for them to get busy. Everyone else wondered why she was always the first to eat everything. One man said they needed to get adventurer licenses. The girl and the guy were surprised and asked what it was for them. The man replied that there was a good reason for this, because it would help their guild solve problems in wandering. He said that Simon would do it. The guy in the hood was not very happy about it, because he didn't want to go anywhere. The red-haired girl said that he was the most secretive of them. It would be safer that way. They were very far from the capital. Simone said that in any case, he got a little bored here and agreed to be that way. Yun, Delano and Ribe were sitting in a cafe at an outdoor table. They were discussing the trials of the adventurer. Ribe said that this is necessary in order to get a license. The main character was of the human race. The age of the character was about 16 years old, although in reality he was 21 years old. His class was a spearman. Ribe tried to bring Yun up to speed and told him to open the character's window so that he could read the information. Yun said he didn't want to do it in front of everyone because it was personal. Riberia was also a human race with a teenage character and a hermit class. Ribe told the guy that no one else would be able to see what was written there because the system specifically hides everything. She also said that in any case, the license will be in his favor. Thanks to it, he will be able to visit any tavern for free, and he will also have access to information only from members of the Adventurers Guild. And it will also be easier to find his party. This will not make the quests more difficult, but the reward for them will increase. She also thought about it, because it's not so easy to get it. After failing the tests, you can assume that time was wasted. She heard that you can assemble a team and pass this test as a group. Delano offered to try to go through it together, reminding her of the first meeting, where he said that he wanted to pass this test. He would gladly help her, because he doesn't really care about the reward, he just needs information more. Besides, Yun was with them now, and the three of them should definitely succeed. Delano was of the elven race, with a character age over 20 years and an archer class. Yun said that he initially wanted to pass this test, but now with the two of them, he was sure that he would fail, offering to pass separately. The girl laughed and said that thanks to her, he learned that others cannot see his character's windows, so she is sure that he does not know anything. Yun covered his face with his hands in shame, which looked pretty cute. The guys decided to go to a clothing store where they dressed Delano. Why did you go to the Adventurers Guild? The girl took a piece of paper on which it was written that only 10 people had passed the previous tests. She thought it should be difficult, because so many people participate. She also said that it was some kind of madness and suggested splitting up by submitting applications and meeting at the front entrance. Delano agreed and said that he had seen an ice cream shop outside and offered to buy it for them, to which the guys refused and told him not to go anywhere. The guys filled out the bronchitis and gave them. They were told that the first test would be in 3 days, on the 7th, at the South Square Wave Plaza at 2 o'clock in the afternoon. They were told not to be late, otherwise they would be disqualified. Ribe gave the guys money for ice cream and told them to wait at the entrance to the square. The guys were eating ice cream and talking. Delano said that Yun is poorly oriented in this world, asking if he knows that the main goal of the game is to defeat the Demon King, and also that you can advance your class. Yun said that, but he knows about it in general terms, while thinking that he will definitely find out about everything else. Delano went on to say that there is a core combination mechanic in this game. This process is called class promotion. Each class has basic skills. When a character improves his class, he gets new ones. The advantage is always with the one whose class is higher, even if the characters have the same level. He drew Yuna with a stick on the ground what the core looks like, saying that they are very rare and difficult to obtain. He also said that there are intra-class levels and took as an example the class of Yuna. A spearman, depending on which cores he combined, will be able to become a guardian or a swordsman, provided that he has a second class level. Being a spearman, a character can immediately improve his class to a 3rd level spearman. But even if the characters have a lot of these cores, this does not mean his superiority, but it is very good when they are, and if they are not, it does not matter, although it is not always the case, but sometimes you can stay at the 1st level of the class, even if the character has these cores. Ribe came running to them and started scolding them for wandering around here, because she said to wait for her in the square. Delano asked for forgiveness, justifying himself by simply following Yoon, although Yoon himself claimed to have followed him. The guys got confused, and Ribe resigned herself and said it didn't matter anymore. 10th chapter. 3 days later, on the 7th, at 2 o'clock in the afternoon, the guys were at the Wave Plaza South Square. There were a lot of people there. A girl came to the square, saying 4 words: strength, wisdom, insight, and devotion. Then the square turned into a forest. The girl said that she wanted to express her gratitude to everyone for taking part in the trial of the Arcana adventurers. People around were surprised at how everything turned into a forest. The girl continued to say that the test will take place in 2 stages. Only those who have passed them both will be considered full-fledged adventurers of this kingdom, and it is here that the first stage will take place. She is the head of the Adventurers Guild, one of the 7 kings of the Arcana. Her name was Shell. This girl, as an instructor of the first stage, should familiarize everyone with the rules, so she got down to business, saying that the first test is a team. 4 randomly selected players are determined into a team based on their characteristics. Ribe was not happy to hear the news. The girl continued to tell that at the beginning of the test, each team has 10 points. Those teams that earn over 100 points will move on to the next stage. This test will last exactly 3 hours. Points can be earned by killing monsters or hunting for treasures hidden in the forests. Then she said that the health points of the participants and monsters would be visible during the battles. All the conditions were carefully agreed with the Diapas. If the player's health bar reaches 0, or one of the participants decides to leave the test, in both cases they will be teleported out of the test area, and the test itself will be considered failed. Shell also decided to reassure the participants by saying that in reality nothing will happen to people, so they don't have to worry about it. Then she repeated that this stage is a team stage, so if one of the team members fails the test, the whole team will be disqualified, and after defeating another team in a duel, the winners will take all the points of the defeated team for themselves. Yun thought in fright, because despite the fact that no one in reality would suffer, he did not want to kill other players. He was worried. Shell continued to talk and mention the top 3 teams that will be displayed on the scoreboard. Their location and the number of points will be visible to everyone, and the scoreboard itself will hang in the sky above them. Then she said to show everyone what they are capable of and wish them good luck. All participants were teleported and divided into teams. Yun and Delano were on the same team, with 2 more with them. Delano greeted Yun, to which he replied that there was no need to greet him. They already know each other, and a few minutes ago they were standing next to each other. Yun turned to the guy and the girl standing next to him. He decided that they needed to introduce themselves first, and then move on to the action plan, telling Delano to do it first. Delano introduced himself, telling about his 84th level, and that he was a 3rd-class archer. Then he wanted to tell about the skills, but the blonde interrupted him, saying that there would be another stage, so they should not tell all the information about himself. He had already told enough, then called himself Beta. He was a knight 2nd class. Then the girl decided to introduce herself. Her name was Sarah. She is a priestess of the 3rd class. Yun said that he was a 1st-class spearman and the guys should keep an eye on him, and also believed that they were lucky since the team could work both at short and long distances, then suggested starting a monster hunt. The team set off. Yun noticed that Delano was not himself from the beginning of the test and decided that it was Ribe's absence, because she was on another team. Delano said that's one of the reasons. The guy did not have time to name another reason as everyone heard a strange sound, thinking that it was an earthquake. Everyone looked at the sky. There was a table where it was indicated that some teams scored 80 points. Ribe was in this team. Beta, looking at the table, said that in that team one of the rated players, Silver Crow, from a fairly well-known guild. The guy was surprised that even such players participate in this test. Sarah understood which guild they were talking about, considering that they were in trouble and they needed to try to avoid them, because if there was a rating player in that team, he could get them and they would be covered. They went further through the forest. Sarah called Yun a boy and a redhead, worried that he was lagging behind, and said that she could hunt monsters herself, feeling that one was already nearby. After that, they saw a huge dinosaur. The girl had never seen such monsters before and decided that since they had caught him, they should hunt him, telling the redhead to be careful. Beta ran the fastest to the monster. Jumping high, he decided to check how strong the dinosaur's skull was and swinging his sword flew at him. 11th chapter. The team fought hard with the monster, surprised that this Hulk was moving very fast. Apparently simple ones, but it would not be enough for him. Beta hit the monster hard, but didn't even scratch it. Then the monster hit the guy and he flew away. Delano blinded the dinosaur on his own. Sarah told the blonde to find a vulnerable spot in the monster and hit him on it. Beta thought for a long time where this place could be and realized that it was the neck, striking a blow. The monster was defeated. The girl told the guy that it was a good job and he would make a great knight, also saying that the elf was also good because he did not let the monster see them. Everyone did a great job. Yun decided to look at the table, because they should have been given points. Only 2 were awarded. The guys were very surprised because they killed such a big monster and got so few points. The guys began to reflect that it took them half an hour to find the monster and another 5 or 10 minutes for him himself. At this rate it would be difficult for them to earn 50 points for the remaining time. The beta point said that the initial points of the teams are worth 5 such monsters and it will be more profitable to hunt other teams, thinking that the meaning of the task is to kill the players. After that, they were attacked by another dinosaur. Beta began to fight back. Then a few more dinosaurs appeared. The guys were lucky because the points themselves came to them. Sarah told the redhead to be careful because there were more and more monsters. The guys started fighting with all the monsters that were approaching them. They decided to gather in one pile in order to be at least a little safe. Then another team came up to them. The man said that he had already read their defense and decided that it would be easy to cope with them. He did not know why they crowded together, but said that their team would get a lot of experience for them. Hume said that they crowded together because it would make it easier to cover them. Then the guy decided that in this situation this is the best thing he can do for his team and took his spear. 12th chapter. Yun speared Beta, who fell to his knees. The man from the other team was very scared and decided that the guy was crazy because he betrayed his teammate. The girl from his team decided that he just didn't want them to get experience points so much that he decided to hand over his own team. But after looking at the Beta, she realized that he was still breathing and they had a chance by throwing weapons at the players. But in this game, each player and NPC has their own special skill. Beta rose into the air and lit up, then saying that Yun had not gone mad, but only activated his skill. The man looked at the guy and realized that he not only remained alive, but also became stronger. Yun's skill was the splendor of the tyrant. Early Beta he activated his skill. He did not dare to apply it for a long time, because he had never used it before. When activating this skill, the player imposes a tyrant power buff on a friendly player, who receives a short-term enhancement of characteristics. The player does not receive any gain at the same time. The guy from the enemy's team decided that there was nothing unusual in this, so it's easy to deal with them, because thanks to his skill, monsters do not react to them, so they will help them. Beta smiled, and the dinosaur stood next to him and glared at the enemy team. The guy didn't understand what was going on, but decided Beta had tamed him. Beta took this skill from Shell, the Knight of Redemption. It was a taming skill, which includes the ability to lure any monster to your side. After all, Beta's skill was the Soul Vessel, which allowed him to take a part of another player's soul when crossing views. When this skill is activated by a player, the other player's abilities become available for use. The level of skills taken away depends on the level of the player who used the ability, while the player adopts the manner of speech of the player whose skills he took. Before the start of the test, he and Shell met eyes, and he took her skill for himself. Beta reported that the points of the enemies would be very useful to them and said that it was time to retaliate. They won by earning 20 points, deciding that they had apparently beaten the other team before. The guys started talking about how it was a very good job. Yun thanked Delano for covering them up. Yun also said that he immediately realized that they would be attacked, because, firstly, it seemed strange to him that dinosaurs suddenly crowded around them, and secondly, when Beta attacked the first dinosaur, he had a health bar, and the rest of the dinosaurs who came up later already had it. This meant that someone had attacked them before them, and the dinosaurs' lives were almost complete. From that moment, the guy realized that something was wrong here. Those people definitely wanted to earn points by killing other players. They wanted their team to crowd together and wait for the critical moment they would attack, because in order to get points they had to kill themselves. Yun said that he had been thinking for a long time about who to use his skill on and remembered about Beta, because when he asked what skills he had, he told him about taming. Sarah said that it makes sense not to talk about your skills, but the guy got carried away and told everything. She asked Beta about the skill that allows him to apply the skill of another player. Beta said that there are certain conventions in this and he did not want to talk about a skill that he could not apply. With his level it was impossible to tame such large monsters. However, thanks to Yun, he was able to do it. The guy ran up to the main character and began to beg to work together. He really wanted to be his partner, even if they fail this test. Yun asked if the poke he gave him hurt when he used the skill, because when he did it, he saw blood. The guy replied that he was in a lot of pain, so much pain that he was ready to scream in agony, but at the same time he was very happy and asked to give more buffs. Delano said that they are running out of time and he is not sure that they will be able to earn the right amount of points so quickly. Beta said he had offered to discuss an attack plan. Yun thought about the fact that when a task appears that he cannot solve, he begins to think carefully about the conditions. The other team got 80 points in the first minutes of the game. They were immediately given these points. At that moment the guys did not know how many points they were given for defeating monsters, and decided that they could not earn these points right away. He kept thinking about how they were able to earn them so quickly, sorting through the options. Because in order to score such a large number of points, you need to cope with 8 teams at once or kill 40 monsters. He decided that maybe those guys are very strong players or it's just luck that helped them. He thought about the word luck, remembering what qualities the instructor spoke about. The first words of the instructor were strength, wisdom, insight, dedication. There was no word about luck. In other words, the same conditions were set for all players, so in addition to hunting monsters and killing other players, there must be another way to earn points. To solve this problem, you first need to understand what the problem is. Then the guy told everyone that this is not just a test of hunters, although they still have to hunt to earn points. They should do what this test was originally intended for, or rather treasure hunting. 13th chapter. Beta thought about it and understood what Yun meant, but said that in all this time he had not seen anything close to a treasure. He said that he doesn't really know what they look like, but according to the instructor, the treasures are hidden in this forest. They will be quite difficult to find. Shell looked at Yoon with a smile and said that the redhead was now in charge of them, and she also realized that the treasure hunt was testing their insight. Delano interrupted the conversation by raising his finger up and asked if it was a treasure. Everyone looked around and looked at him in bewilderment. Yun would have answered him if he understood what he was talking about. Delano reminded the guy of their conversation at the very beginning, where Yun was interested in why he was not himself. And even then the guy noticed that something was constantly flying around them. He couldn't see it, because it was moving too fast. While he was sitting in the shelter during the battle with the dinosaurs, he tried to knock it down, but it constantly dodged. This something continued to fly around them, and since it was harmless, he thought it was just a bug and stopped paying attention to it, and now he realized that a similar bug was also flying around the other team. Yun was interested in this, saying that in fact it seems to be true, because the treasure can be the size of a beetle. While the guys were talking, Shell started listening and noticed something flying around them. Yun looked at the girl, asking if she saw the treasure, to which the girl replied that she did not see, because if an elf could not catch him, then she even more so. The main character turned his attention to Beta, but then decided that since Delano couldn't get it with his arrows, then this guy certainly wouldn't do anything. Delano asked Yoon if he could bang them again, but the guy said that there were restrictions on the number of times he could use it. If it were otherwise, then he buffed them all at the very beginning. Beta suggested just waving the weapon in all directions. I think it will work. They did not stop him. Shell decided that swinging a sword in all directions was a bad idea. June agreed with this, and then asked if Sarah's skill was related to perception, because her behavior was strange. First she said she could detect monsters, and now she says she feels something flying around them. But most importantly, during the fight with the dinosaur, she told Delano to switch places with Beta so that he could hit the monster right in the eye, although they had not prepared such an attack plan in advance. The girl said that the guy was observant, since he noticed this, but decided that he was watching everything too hard. Yun replied that he was just not the best fighter, so he was trying to be useful by watching the others. Then he noticed the fact that if the girl had a fighting skill, she would probably have already used it. But he heard her asking Beta how he activates his skill, paying attention to the fact that she asked how he does it, and not what he needs to do to activate the skill, thinking that either the girl does not have the skill at all, or it works passively. The guy took into account the fact that she had such a high level and decided his second guess was more likely. The girl smiled and said that he was able to calculate a lot, because by elimination, only the skills related to perception remain, and said that he was partly right, but she was wondering why he was asking this. The guy handed her a flask and asked her to drink it, saying that it was a reward from his previous quest, a potion that would strengthen her feelings. He thought about giving it to Delano, but decided, since he confessed that his arrows were useless in catching a flying object, instead of getting caught seeing the treasure, they would try to figure out in which direction it was moving. The guy said that if the girl drinks this potion, then her senses will sharpen and she will be able to foresee in which direction this bug is moving. The girl smiled again, took the potion and said that she was quite accurate and won't miss even on such a small target, then drank it. The girl asked the elf to make an arrow attack like last time during the battle, asking not to hurt her. The guys only had a couple of minutes left. It was their last chance. The girl got down to business and began to look around, using her strength. During this, something hit Beta's head. The girl hit the object with her hand and threw it towards Yun. The guy caught it, surprised that the girl would be able to hit such a small object with her hand. But she was very accurate. Beta complained that something flew into the back of his head. Time ran out. The guys were inside the building. Someone's voice announced the end of the first test and congratulated those who were able to pass it. 14th chapter. The voice congratulated me on passing the first test. Beta was surprised that they passed. Delano looked around and thought that about 8 teams had passed, saying that it was difficult. June thanked Sarah, saying they couldn't have done it without her. At this time, Delano found Ribe, who was with some guy. Sarah told Yun that he was extremely resourceful, and admitted that she initially thought that the guy would only get in the way, because he was a first-class level. Yun replied that coming up with tactics is his hallmark, and thanked her for listening to him during the test. Ribe did not expect to see the guys here, noticing that their team was without rated players. The girl said that they coped with the test in 20 minutes, and after that she had to endure the chatter of that guy. Beta was surprised and said that the girl was on the team with Simon. A man came into the room and began to congratulate all the adventurers who managed to pass on from the bottom of his heart. He wished them good luck in the next test and introduced himself as the captain of the Knights of the Arcana, one of the 7 Knights of the Kingdom named Leonhardt. His skill was marking effect. All the guys paid attention to the man. Ribe sneezed at that moment. Leonhardt announced that the second test would be single. He was interrupted by a girl who said that the players would take part in one-on-one battles with a randomly selected opponent. The man went on to say that the players can set their match conditions to the opponent. There should be only one winner, and in case of a draw, both players lose. Leonhardt went on to say that the conditions of the duel could be anything. Arm wrestling, rock, paper, scissors. Also, if the players want, they can fight, but if the established rules are violated, they will be disqualified. Gun said he seemed to know what to do. The man announced the beginning of the test. The main character said that there was no time to explain, but he said to forget everything else. The main thing to remember is that in no case should you betray others. Yun found himself in an empty room. Opposite him stood Simon, who began to approach the guy. The guys recognized each other. Simon asked what they would compete in and offered to just fight. Yun offered to conduct everything peacefully and refused to duel, because during the previous test he was just lucky with the team. Simon decided that this was some kind of trick and said that he would not fall for it. He thought that Yun decided to get him out of himself, so that he attacked him before the start of the match and was disqualified for it. Yun said that this was not the case at all and suggested an intellectual match. The conditions of the match were to ask each other 10 questions in turn. The one who gives the most correct answers won. The guy said that it sounds pretty simple and decided to start by saying that his name is Simon. Ask what the name of the main character is. Yun did not have time to answer when suddenly a table and chairs fell to the floor. A robot appeared, which announced an intellectual battle, telling the guys to sit down at the table. The robot said that he was the judge here, and if a question was asked, the answer to which he himself did not know, the score would fall to the opponent. The player with the most points wins. Simon starts first. The guy said that he was a member of the Silver Crow Guild and asked what the full name of its leader was, and he replied that he did not know the answer to this question. After that, Simon earned a ball. It was Yoon's turn. The guy asked what he had for lunch yesterday. Simon shouted in confusion that he did not know. The robot also replied that he did not know the answer to this question, and if he did not know the answer to the question, then the ball goes to the opponent, calling Yun an idiot, and began to guess what the guy had for lunch. Simon thought about it and decided that the guy was trying to play dirty, so in the next question he asked his name, to which Yun also replied that he did not know the correct answer. Simon didn't understand why the guy was doing this, because he had to know the right answer. Obviously he gave wrong answers on purpose. The next move was Yuna. He asked where the Demon King was. Simon thought about it and replied in confusion that he didn't know it yet. He was on a search, so he assumed that the Demon King was at home. Yun earned 1 point. Simon thought that since he didn't get the ball, then this teardrop-shaped robot knows where the Demon King is. Next, the guy said that besides killing the Demon King, is there any other way to pass this game? Hume said that there is, to which the robot replied the answer is incorrect. The guy never decided why he was taking part in all this, but he knew for sure that by asking questions he would be able to get as much information about this world as possible. 15th chapter. Yoon's goal was to get information and pass this test, because if anything, he will be able to try to pass the test again. The main thing is that the robot does not understand what he is up to. It was Yoon's turn. He did not have time to ask a question as suddenly the floor disappeared. He began to fall. He decided that apparently he had learned too much. The guy was caught by some monster, posing as Pride, one of the network of mortal sins, and saying that he was violating the order. Then asked which Knight of Light brought him here, and if he did not answer, he would tear him to shreds starting from his feet. The guy began to remember the captain of the Knights of the Arcana, Leonhardt. After that, the guy told the monster that he did not order him and offered to postpone the conversation for another time. Then the monster repeated that he would start with his legs, and with one movement of his paw tore off part of his leg, saying that the guy would now give his life, because he made this choice himself. After that, the guy opened his eyes. He was in a completely different place. There was no monster. Leonhardt was standing in front of him. The knight said that the trials of adventurers had been passed, the guy had done a good job, and the others would also finish soon. He needed to wait. He helped the guy up and said that if the guy feels pain, it will pass soon. After a while, Delano appeared and joyfully went to the main character, saying that he did not know what to do until he remembered the advice of Yun who saved him. Yun replied that this was the essence of the test. I remember about 4 words. He said that the first test tested their strength, wisdom and insight. So there was only one loyalty left, and he decided that if he remained loyal, he would pass the test. He was even more convinced of this when the instructors said that the briefing was not so important. In his case, he shouldn't have been in such a hurry, considering what kind of game they were playing, but fortunately he understood everything correctly. Then the knight asked everyone to gather and said that only 9 people had passed the test. The guys had done a great job. He was waiting for stories about their adventures and said that now the kingdom will always protect them. At this time, the Silver Crow Guild was fighting with some kind of monster. A man was lying under him, and his saliva was dripping on his face. The monster was defeated, and the girl informed the man that if he swallowed the monster's saliva, he would be poisoned, and asked him to be careful because they are running out of potions. At least try not to get poisoned because there are not enough greens for everyone. The guy thanked me. I told her that it was difficult, to which the girl replied that it was normal to be in support of the tank, and then said that if Simon were with them, it would be easier, and it wouldn't take so much time. They were delayed and now they don't have much time. At least they also had a strong guild. It was starting to get boring. It was difficult for them to kill such a huge number of monsters that sent them a kingdom. The girl asked if the monsters were NPCs. The man replied that each NPS has its own special skill and once again thanked the girl for her help, saying that they need to somehow cope with the numerical superiority of the monsters. 16th chapter. The guys woke up in the morning. The most recent was Yun. The guy felt very tired. Beta approached him and asked how he was feeling, then told him to wash up, because everyone was already having breakfast downstairs. He slept the longest, and Ribe was the first to get up. Beta told him, Ribe's words, that they should meet her at the entrance to the guild closer to 2 o'clock. Yoon had a very bad headache. Yun went downstairs, where everyone was celebrating the passing of the test, because there were new adventurers in the ranks of their guild, so they decided to get drunk enough and fill their bellies. There were a lot of different goodies on the tables. Beta was very happy, and he said that they all looked depressed against his background, and he also asked him what kind of attempt it was. Beta replied that the attempt was the 3rd. But the tests were different each time, so it did not give him any advantages. Delano joyfully approached Riberia, and said that everything went well. The girl replied that they had not participated in vain and, turning to Simon, said that he had not helped her much. Simon said she could take care of herself perfectly well. Delano tensed up and asked since when the guy behaves as if he has known Riberia for 100 years and told him to learn manners, because he collapsed at the table and took up all the space. The guys started to quarrel. Sarah offered to go to another table, otherwise it became noisy. Yun stopped Sarah and asked if she wanted to join their party. The girl replied that she was already in the party. Simon carefully cut off a piece of steak with a knife, then pricked it on a fork, brought it to his mouth, ate it and washed it down. After he put the mug on the table, he noticed that everyone was looking at him, asking why they were staring at him. Delano replied that he was preparing to refuse him, because he thought that he would want to go to a party to Riberia. Simon indignantly said that he was already in the party and he didn't need it. Yun turned to Beta and said he wanted to ask him something. Leonhardt came up to their table and turned to Simon, saying that he was very surprised when he found out that he would take part in the competition, because he had to fight the army of greed together with his own. Simon said he asked them to wait until he got back, but his guys are pretty wayward. Yun asked about greed and mentioned pride. Leonhardt said that pride and greed are the demons they fight. The guy said that since there are them, there must be anger, lust, laziness and others. The knight laughed and said that the guy knows a lot, so you don't have to share knowledge with him. A girl came up to the table and said that for the first time in the entire existence of the Adventurers Guild, someone of Yuna's level joined it, said that he was lucky. The guy said that he found out a couple of things that he shouldn't have known about, Leonhardt told him, but in fact he is a weak player, and he knows it. Leonhardt informed the guy that he had his eye on him. The next morning, Yun stood in the bathroom and brushed his teeth. He thought that such a strong hangover should be expected, given how much he had drunk yesterday. The guy went downstairs where the guys were sitting at the table. Simon asked where Miss Riberia was, and was told that she apparently got up before them, because she was always busy with something. Delano asked him why he needed another party, because he had to worry about his own, and instead he was sitting here with them and eating. Simon replied that it didn't matter if he was in a hurry or not. He always needed to have breakfast and asked him not to be impertinent. Yun asked why Rybe always gets up before everyone else and hangs out late somewhere, thinking that she is not just swinging. He said they should talk to her. Suddenly she is fooling people again. Delano replied that she wasn't doing it anymore. Beta assumed that she was just doing quests, but decided that this was nonsense and said that he would be glad to get to know her better because she traveled from city to city and did the most difficult quests. Delano told Yun that while he was rocking, Rybe was also not sitting idly by and invited him to see everything for himself. The guys went outside and standing near the tree saw Rybe standing with Simon. Delano was shocked because he thought that he had already left. He could not believe that he could have something with Rybe. Yun reassured him that they were just chatting, and Simon was already leaving. Delano offered to follow them, and the guys started surveillance. Simon left, and the girl began the quest. She helped the girl cope with the wolf, then took him to his father. She sold olives and apples, carried weapons, and all this time the guys followed her and hid in every possible way. People noticed them several times. As they looked suspicious, they were chased away in every possible way and chased after them. The guys were very exhausted because of this. After some time they decided to have a snack. Delano asked Yun if he finally understood what Rybe was really doing. Yun indignantly said that she did not let them rest. Beta also said that he was very tired and hungry because the girl does not stop at all. Delano told him that he had eaten 5 kebabs, to which Beta replied that 5 kebabs from street eateries were not enough for him. Then Delano abruptly and unexpectedly ran towards Rybe, shouting her name. 17th chapter. Yun sighs with sadness, listening to the conversations of his comrades. Delano kept trying to feed Rybe, offering her various goodies, but the girl did not agree, saying that she was busy. Beta turns to Yun and says that he could already have lunch with friends too. Delano was offering Rybe a huge kebab. The girl did not understand how he knew her habits and did he really follow her. Here Yun comes to the rescue. The hero says that they just wondered where the girl had been missing all this time, so they decided to follow her a little. He also adds that he is very glad that the girl does not walk and does not fool other people's heads. Only now he did not fully understand all of Rybe's intentions. It is unclear why, but she is clearly saving money. She probably also started playing to earn extra money, but what will she do when she accumulates money? Rybe is overcome with rage, but soon these two are stopped by Delano, who asks them not to quarrel and calm down. Beta also intervenes to calm them down, but he is distracted by the thought of food. The best of all is rice cakes on bean flour. Yun assumes that he is talking about the Korean tortilla titok. After a while, Beta and Yun sit and eat titok. Suddenly, the young man begins to ask the hero about their relationship with Rybe. They are not the worst enemies and not the best friends, but then why is the hero constantly fighting with her? The fact is that the group should have been out of the forest for a long time, and the girl is still picking berries. Yun remembers a moment from the past when Rybe was crying. She needs money to protect someone dear to her. Yun thinks that whatever problems there are, they will be solved immediately when you pass this game, because life here is an empty word. After a while, Beta filed an application with the guild so that his group could receive assignments. He shows the guys the SS level quest. Yun immediately asked him to remove this quest, as it is very difficult for their group. Delano pulls out another quest, which says that there has been no news from the deserted city for a long time, so you need to find the mayor of the city there and return the royal symbol. Yun understands that the difficulty of this quest is suitable for their group, but it will not be easy to complete it because of the long distance to go. Delano asks Rybe's opinion, and the girl says that she likes this quest. Yun is surprised, because Rybe herself supported him, but the girl again began to be rude to the young man, saying that he should not think that she, like a child, would argue with him in everything and that she did not care about the hero at all. Finally, the group goes on the first task. They were making their way through the southern Arcana in the Libel Desert. Yun was destroying monsters, Rybe was collecting herbs, Beta was roasting from the scorching sun, and Delano was constantly watering him with water. A few days later, Rybe asks everyone to look straight. They finally came. Southern Arcana, Libel Desert. The city at the Temple of Khmer, Antios. Entering the city, Delano notices that the city is too quiet, and there is not a soul around, although Antios is the second largest city in the south. Finally, the heroes realized that the city was infected, and most likely the infection started from the water. The city is not just quiet, there is no one there except the Una group, although the buildings look normal. Apparently, everyone left because of the infection. The heroes are going to start walking to the city hall. First chapter. It was a sunny day. 3 guys came out of the academic building and started discussing the tests they had written. which passed pretty quickly, because the guys randomly wrote answers to it. Military equipment began to pass by them along the street along with guys in uniform. Everyone stopped to look at it. The girls screamed with joy, and the guys watched it carefully. One of the guys said that these are not real adventurers, but only students of one of the specialized schools. The emblem on the cars showed that they were from the Warrior Academy. There was an incident recently that started without a single warning. Portals began to appear on their planet, from which various monsters came out. Science has proven that there is a world similar to Earth in the universe. There was an incident on that planet, after which the planet was torn apart. As a result, the remnants of that planet began to be attracted to the Earth, flying at great speed. People were very shocked and scared. Parts of that planet began to merge with the Earth. This phenomenon has been called the phenomenon of adhesion. After that, all the unusual laws of nature and various monsters appeared on Earth. While a huge part of the land area was affected, people lost control over it. There were dangerous zones in which more monsters appeared that hunted people. In the end, people called these places dungeons. In such dungeons there was a horned horror, the number of horns of which increased depending on the strength of the monster. It was extremely dangerous and could kill even the strongest adventurer. People were not given enough time to prepare for the encounter with these monsters, so no one had the methods and skills to do anything about it. However, people were lucky, because this disaster was not the only thing that happened from the other world. The natural limitations with which humans as a species are born and the limitations of their potential caused by the natural laws of the Earth have been completely destroyed. This phenomenon affected all people on Earth, and everyone's awakened abilities were different. The chosen ones decided to train, so those who used their newfound potential and ability decided to regain control of the dungeons. They were special agents working only for this purpose and were known as adventurers. This is how the era of dungeons began, as well as the era of adventurers who fought monsters, and the whole world praised their achievements and was inspired by their strength. Soon after, organizations were created around the world to train adventurers. The best training center for teenagers was in the Republic of Korea, which for the past 25 years has produced the best adventurers, known as the Military High School. The guys kept walking down the street and talking about the dungeons and the guys from the Warrior Academy, because that dungeon was counted as a test, although they could die there. The guys drew attention to the crowd, who were looking attentively at the elf, admiring how good he looks and what flawless skin he has. Elves are people of mixed blood. One of them was Dai of Choi. His father was a famous adventurer, and his mother was an elf. People said that he was a genius and claimed that he would enter the highest ranks of adventurers within 5 years after graduation. This elf was 17 years old, and he was already a senior soldier in his first year, and had also returned from the dungeons 14 times. The guys continued to discuss this elf, deciding that there was nothing special about him. One of them turned to the other and asked if he would go to work today. Jaren told him that he was absolutely right, and he was already leaving. They told him that he was doing this even after the exams were over, and offered to skip work and go to rest with them. The guy, hearing this in his address, got angry, and the guys said that since they would not detain him, Jaren said goodbye to them and left, saying that they would see each other next week. The guy did it all for a reason, because his father was in the hospital and he had to pay hospital bills. They were overdue for May and June, and it was necessary to urgently pay the specified amount. The boss wrote to the guy and said that there was a job. He immediately headed there. The elf noticed him and waved. The guy just walked by. Jaren thought about not wanting to work, but it was a necessity. The guy went to an abandoned, sealed building where 3 men were waiting for him. One of them was a 37-year-old broker named Jawan, who was sitting on a chair. A hefty man was standing to his right, and a bald short man was standing next to him on the left, who, seeing the guy, began to be very indignant. The guy introduced himself, and the bald man started shouting at Ewan, because he did not like the employee he brought. He considered him just an ordinary child who was not capable of anything, and threatened the man. The guy turned to the big guy and asked if he was an adventurer, because he believed that he was just an adventurer, and now stands behind this bald old man. The big guy was 34-year-old Lai Pilgu, a former silver rank adventurer who had returned from the dungeon 81 times before retiring. Pilgu was very angry when he heard the guy's word and said that there was no need for him to continue this dialogue, because he was sure that a broken arm and leg would serve as a lesson to the guy. Ewan, sitting on a chair and smoking a cigarette with a calm face, told the guy that if he wanted to be saved, then he should get on his knees and beg while nothing was done to him. The guy was indignant and said that he did not know what to do, because he did not know how to beg for mercy. Rolling up his sleeves, he lit up with a blue flame and went to meet the man. His name was Yu Jaren. He was 17, and he was a first-year dungeon smuggler. The guy came back from the dungeon illegally 371 times. Second chapter. Smuggling into the dungeon is a vile criminals threatening the whole world. Everyday adventurers work hard to explore the dungeons. When they successfully explore dungeons and defeat monsters, they can get untold treasures, which attracted them very much. However, before the adventurers come out of the dungeon, the treasures must be handed over for verification. This is due to the fact that many of them have incredible strength. If such things are allowed to spread without permission, they can be used for evil, which will endanger people's lives. Therefore, the Adventurers Association must first check, register these treasures, and then tax them according to their value. However, there are people who violate this rule. They lure adventurers who do not want to pay these huge taxes and secretly lure treasures. If these people are not caught, then society as a whole will be at a loss. And if someone sees such people, they should immediately report them to the association. Jaren and Pilgu stood opposite each other. Ewan began to calmly light a cigarette. The bald man was surprised, because he had to be afraid for his employee, since Pilgu had a bad temper, because the stop of his service was not the injuries received, but an attack on a teammate, so he would not feel sorry for the guy, even if he was a child. After that, they will have to clean up his corpse later. Jaren heard the man's words and realized that his opponent turned out to be a real criminal, but he was not in a position to be judged for it. Pilgu said that teammate did nothing but pull him down, so he decided to get rid of him by throwing him out like garbage. The guy grinned at him and called him garbage, because he deliberately created problems on his own, so he lost his rights. The man was very angry, and he decided to sharply punch the guy in the face, but he dodged and said that attacking him for no reason was rude. This angered the man even more, and he attacked the guy. Jaren was not at a loss, and before the man had time to approach, he hit him on the head with all his might with his right foot. It made Pilgu's jaw clench. Ewan and the bald man watched from the sidelines. The man was at a loss. He did not expect that this boy could cope with Pilgu. Ewan smiled and repeated that he had invited the most experienced person he knew. The guy told the man that he thought he was much stronger than he really is. Pilgu was at a loss. He considered this teenage smuggler as a child. However, his reflexes and the force of the blow inflicted on his chin can be compared to the level of a professional. Ewan noticed that Pilgu was beginning to realize that this was not a fight he could win. The bald man, looking at Ewan, pointed a shocked finger at the guy and said that he was pretty good, because it was just one punch. Pilgu tore off his white shirt with his hand and turned to the guy and said that no matter what cheap tricks he used, he still remains a smuggler and he will show him. The man clenched his fists and began to burn with a green flame. After the adhesion, people began to awaken abilities that surpassed their limitations. However, each person had their abilities and talents. Various hidden abilities were also awakened. Adventurers were trained according to their abilities and assigned themselves roles. One of these abilities was the tank, a position in which a person protects his teammates from the dangers of the dungeon. Pilgu was one of the tanks. His technique was to increase mass, iron skin, and giant strength served as charms. The role of tanks is to meet monsters face to face on the front line. The strength of their body, trained to the limit, allows them to repel bullets. And even the overwhelming firepower of missiles does not take top-class tanks. They are, precisely, the defense mechanism of the team. Jaren looked at the man and realized that he was a real adventurer. Pilgu gathered all his might and hit the ground with his fists with all his might. The bald man also flew away because of this blow. Ewan picked him up by the collar and asked if he was okay and looked at the guy with the big guy and said that in any case he was a fool, because that's how he was going to destroy someone else's business. The guy clenched his fists and stood in a stance. Pilgu ran at him and hit the wall with his hand. Jaren fell. The man smiled and asked what happened, because the guy stopped using cheap tricks as he did before. Jaren said he was not a fool, and had no intention of falling into another trap. Ewan looked at Pilga and decided that he was not bad, because his physical strength is about the level of a decent truck. If he hits a person, every bone in his body will be shattered. Then he shouted to Jaren to hurry up and finish with the man, and also, if there is more destruction, he will cut his salary. Pilgu smiled and told Jaren that apparently his boss did not understand what was going on and said that his pathetic tricks would not be able to penetrate the body of a professional. The guy said that it didn't sound so bad and took the nearest iron pipe and decided that this would be enough, because in light of the overwhelming strength, the public considers tanks invincible creatures, but this is not the case. Tanks have a clear weakness, a natural enemy, a creature that can concentrate a powerful, destructive force at one point. For example, a damager, which is much more skillful than them, will easily destroy such a defense mechanism. They started fighting. Pilgu tried hard to destroy the guy, but he struck a strong blow, because of which the man fell and asked where the guy learned this. The guy said he didn't know what he was thinking, but he was clearly mistaken. But he thought that it might not be so, and he could see his father. Most adventurers are assigned the following 4 ranks depending on their skills and results, from the lowest rank to the highest, which had a special sequence: stone, copper, silver, gold. Depending on the rank, there are various advantages, such as permission to enter dungeons and tax reduction. The top 100 adventurers are called rankers, and they are ranked by color, not by 4 ranks. Third chapter. When the main character was very young, his father was the greatest adventurer for him, and it wasn't just because he was his father. His name was Yu Song. He was one of the heroes of the first generation, which can be called the first adventurers. For those who did not exist at that time, the history of the first generation is a great legend. But for the adventurers of that time it was hell. Moreover, at that time there was not enough information about what dungeons are and what monsters live in them. Today, monsters that are considered easy prey were an unknown disaster for adventurers of that era. It was a time when there were no skills to fight monsters. There were no items that are so common now. In such hellish conditions, the adventurers of the first generation went through trial and error, risking their lives. The survivors passed on their experience and achievements to the next generation and became heroes. The nickname given to the first person to defeat the dragon, and he was the best adventurer in Asia. And he was also his father, and he respected and revered him more than anyone in the world. He considered him invincible. But the cause of his father's death was poison. During the next research, the father was poisoned with a deadly poison. Like every other time, his father tried to overcome it, but years later his body was already at the limit. Colleagues, to whom the father entrusted his life, took advantage of the vulnerability of the man and appropriated his achievements and property. For many years he suffered both mentally and physically. Years later, when the world had already begun to forget about the dragon slayer Yu Sun, he already looked like that hero. The father of the main character lost everything and suffered from an incurable poison. Only the forgotten memory of the former adventurer remained from him. The bald man looked at how Pilgu was lying on the ground and could not believe that he had lost to some kid. Ewan said that apparently Pilgu was not a good adventurer. Jaren headed towards the men and said that bragging about beating up a friend is a sure sign that a person is weak, because there are only 2 reasons why a good adventurer resigns: either if a person's body is destroyed to such an extent that he can no longer continue, or if he died during the study, and also said that if Pilgu had a salary higher than the minimum, then it would be better to dismiss him, because everyone can build a strong person. Ewan hugged the bald man and told him to try to understand them, even though it was rude enough, and also stated that the payment for the work was doubled, because he started provoking them and they don't do anything for free. The man agreed in confusion. Ewan and Jaren were in the same room. The guy took a bottle of water and started drinking. The man turned to him and asked if he had heard of the Imperial Wasp. The guy choked and spat out the water, asking if he would have to fight with it, because it was too much for him. The Imperial Wasp is a monster, the degree of danger of which is considered the highest, not only in Korea but all over the world. Uedo, the place where the Imperial Wasp built its nest, became the Korean demon kingdom with the highest degree of complexity. Ewan said that even an adventurer of the highest rank would be very difficult to cope with one of them, because these creatures fly everywhere there, so it would be impossible for a smuggler level. But asked what about an adventurer of the white rank. According to the bald man, Ewan found out that there was a big raid yesterday that was not covered. The government army and 7 white rank adventurers made up the sweep squad. He went on to say that most of the Korean stars were probably there, and the media would go crazy if they found out that at least 2 of those guys gathered in one place. The adventurers were unable to achieve their original goal of eradication, but they apparently managed to track down the queen. One of the 7 stole the royal jelly of the Imperial Wasp and hired a smuggler to take it out. Jaren became interested in what jelly is. The man explained to him that royal jelly is a food supplement that wasps feed the newborn queen with, which wasps feed the newborn queen with. The guy didn't understand why an adventurer of the white rank would hire a smuggler just for the sake of some kind of dietary supplement. Ewan said that there were several cases when the royal jelly of the Imperial Wasp got into the world, and he knows that if a person eats it, he can even rise from the dead. The stone is a temporary license with the help of which students of an educational institution for adventurers, civilians, can enter the dungeon in special cases. Regardless of the difficulty of the dungeon, everyone must obtain the permission of the association to enter the dungeon. 4th chapter. All paths to the dungeons were strictly controlled. The association of adventurers and the government claimed. Ewan considered these words a lie. He walked up to the wall, waved his hand, everything lit up, and he told Jaren to be careful and not accidentally die, because this work would be especially tedious. The guy thought about it and stood in silence. Ewan decided to exhale the smoke from the cigarette directly into the guy's face. Jaren was indignant and began to wave the smoke away from himself, asking why the man did it. Ewan replied that he did it in order to check if his boyfriend was listening and why he didn't care, and then asked maybe it was because of the words about jelly and what would happen if he ate it. Maybe it hooked him. But the guy said that he didn't care about it, because rumors like to make a big deal out of a molehill, so for him it seemed like just a fairy tale. Then the guy thought that if this turns out to be true and jelly is actually considered a cure for everything, it will not be able to cure his father, and if something like this actually existed, his father would never let go of the thread of hope. Then the guy jumped into the portal that Ewan created and ended up in the mountains, looking into the distance. After the adhesion, dungeons appeared all over the earth, absolutely everywhere. Among them were two who were considered the greatest in Korea. The first dungeon was in Jeju. It merged with a volcanic mountain range, and the second was called Agarian Jungle, which were located in the place where Uedo used to be, in the center of Seoul. The guy was looking out for an abandoned city. It was the former Boreim district, a low-rank dungeon with a danger rank of D+. With Uedo in the center, the Mapo, Yongsan and Yindinpo districts were covered by this dungeon. Most of it remained unexplored, and many adventurers were trying to explore this region. Someone managed to deliver the goods to the destination, but the connection was lost at the designated place. The guy doubted that the man had escaped, because most likely he had an injury or an accident. Ewan said that the man must have had to suffer a lot to get out of there, and also told Jaren that his job was to inspect the designated place and he should bring items from there, if there are any, and also told the guy not to bother his head with what he had told earlier, and I concentrated on my work. The guy smiled and asked the man if he thought that he was able to escape with the goods. Ewan said that the guy is not stupid enough to do this and he should be very careful, and remembered that the royal jelly of the Imperial Wasp is very valuable, and people are not the only ones who are willing to risk their lives to get it, and he was sure that the whole forest smelled of this jelly. Jaren put on his gear, tied a rope to a rock and carefully climbed down it, jumping off in the forests. Looking around, he found a huge footprint on the ground from someone's foot, thinking that the whole forest apparently ran to this smell. Meanwhile, birds flew over the trees. An elf girl ran through the forest from a terrible monster. Her name was Chin Si-ram. She was in her first year at the Warrior Academy. At the moment she was facing the biggest problem in her entire life. It was supposed to be an easy trip to the dungeon to take the exam, but instead, Na encountered a huge monster that shouldn't have been in this place. She tried to hide from him by hiding behind a tree. The monster tried to find her and wandered around. The girl closed her eyes in horror and did not understand what it was. Her test was very simple. During a given time, it was necessary to collect as many coins as possible, which were hidden in the dungeon. This test should be used to simulate real combat situations, and the place of passage had the lowest rank, so it should have been simpler than simple, because this place was considered a training ground for beginners. Even the monsters that lived like this were weak and had a low level of intelligence. The monster found a girl hiding from him behind a tree and pulled him out. The girl thought that it was already impossible to escape, and at that moment she realized that she could only hope for a miracle. And even then, having loaded her bow with 3 arrows, she decided to fight. The monster was a young Titan primate with a danger rank of 3 stars. The girl fired, hitting the monster's palm with arrows. She thought that no matter how many shots she fired, it would be impossible to break through the monster. The girl aimed at the monster with her bow and shot him several times in the chest, and once again made sure that her attacks could not cause him any harm. He did not even need to dodge or block her attacks. She decided to let the monster get a little closer to her and wait for him to relax his vigilance. The girl could shoot arrows, endowing them with magic, because she was a magic archer and had the skill of a fiery shot. The type of magic contained in the arrows can be any, depending on the target. What Si-ram decided to choose as a last resort was an explosion capable of doing the most damage she could. It should have been enough to kill any monster with a 3-star danger rank if she managed to hit that monster. But the girl noticed that the monster dodged even before she had time to release the arrow. She decided that he jumped for sure, knowing that she would not be able to repeat this attack. The girl did not know what to do now and decided that she could only run. The girl started to run away from the monster, and he followed her. She was terribly scared. When Jaren suddenly appeared. Bronze rank is the rank of adventurers who have just received a license. They can enter low-rank dungeons without permission. 5th chapter. Jaren appeared very unexpectedly and immediately rushed to the monster. Hit him on the chin. The girl, seeing the guy, was very surprised. The monster turned its attention to the young man. Jaren decided that this was not enough and took out an unknown tool. Jean was shocked that the guy was fighting the monster face to face, because there is a high probability that he will just die. The guy ordered the girl to close her eyes and jumped on the monster, pointing his weapon at him. He used a deafening torch, which caused a huge, blinding flash of light. The guy landed on the ground and said that he had used his last torch. This tool is made from the scales of a deep-sea fish. Unlike the price, its amazing neutralization function at one time won the love of many hunters. However, due to the inept use of its powerful properties, those who lost their eyesight began to appear, and currently the manufacture and use of this tool is considered illegal. The girl turned to the guy, but the guy said that he had already helped her, and now everyone has to answer for himself, because there are only a few seconds left. The guy continued on his way and thought about whatever happens inside the dungeon. You can't catch the eye of hunters because he doesn't fight with them and doesn't help them. He remembered the words of Ewan when he was sitting in the office and said that without embellishment, they look like cockroaches, and then told that smugglers earn good money. The guy kept thinking that if he climbed everywhere, he could be crushed one day. Suddenly he noticed that the elf was chasing him and decided to tear him away from her. The girl was trying to keep up when she suddenly lost sight of him, not understanding where the guy could have gone so quickly, because all this time he was ahead of her. Suddenly the guy jumped right at her, knocking the girl down, and asked who she was. Siram replied that she wanted to thank him for saving her, and she also knew that he was a smuggler and wanted to hire him for money. Jaren drew attention to the emblem of the Warrior Academy that was on the girl's clothes, so he told her that he was not going to help her and he was not interested in knowing how crazy the rich offspring in the School of Heroes were, and if she was hanging around him, he would bury her. The guy started to leave, and the girl said that the reward for denouncing the smuggler is 50 million won, and they give about 450 million for a prisoner, and also said that if she captured 5 people like him, then all the same, this money would not buy the blood of and kill, and showed this thing to the guy, saying that this is an advance. If he helps her pass the exam, he will pay the rest. Jaren was surprised and said that he thought she was just the daughter of rich parents, but it turned out that the girl was completely crazy. Jean said that it's not so important now, but the important thing is that he has a chance to completely change his life. The guy said with indifference that he knew that this would happen, and then said that the girl was to blame herself, because he had no reason to kill her, because he told her about it, that they only had a few seconds left. After that, a monster attacked them. The guy threw a spear to the girl and said that he had not given it to her just to look at him, but reminded her that she had already launched a blow at the monster and asked her to do the same, putting magic into the tip of the spear, and threw it to him. Siram shouted that she had no magic left, to which the guy replied that she had to somehow solve this problem, because he couldn't last long with his bare hands. The girl held a spear in her hands and thought confusedly that she had only a quarter of magic left, and with such low power it would be impossible to harm this monster. She thought it would be better, while the guy was distracting the monster, just to escape from there alone. Jaren looked angrily at the girl, and she threw a loaded spear into his hands. The guy was disappointed, because it was even less than a quarter of what it was before, but still it was enough. The guy was able to defeat this monster. There are words that high school students of heroes hear all the time. The first is that it is necessary in a battle with a monster not just to use destructive force, but to choose the right moment, and also to have a feeling that allows you to hit the target exactly. In other words, the feeling and abilities that all hunters should have. Silver class is obtained after completing dungeons more than 50 times, or if you have the ability to fight monsters of the rank of 3 stars. It allows you to enter medium rank dungeons without special permission. Most hunters possess this class. 6th chapter. The little elf lived with her parents in full prosperity. She could get anything she wanted. She always got what caught her eye. The company ranked 4th in South Korean business circles was called Shinsen Group. The heir of this company married an elf, a representative of a tribe of another world. In this marriage, a girl was born, who was named Chin Si-ram. She longed to become a hunter. It was her cherished dream. The girl grew up and tried hard to achieve her goal. She studied with an elf trainer, but he told her father that she would not succeed, because there is too little elven blood in her. She is practically no different from ordinary people. The father supported his daughter in everything, because it was the path that she chose herself. The girl's father's name was Chin Seung-jae. He was the head of the Special Development Department at Shinsen Group. The father talked to the coach and said that in order to become a hunter, it is not necessary to have the abilities of elves, but the coach said that such abilities would not be superfluous for a person. However, the girl was not much superior to the average teenager, but being not an ordinary person did not want to give up just like that, because she was very stubborn. People can't compare with elves, even if they die in a battle with a monster and then resurrect. If the girl tries her best, perhaps she will achieve an average level. For an ordinary person, even such words will quite pass for praise and recognition. Shin Si-ram had too much from birth. Besides her abilities, she had wealth, fame, and wonderful genes. But all this could instantly devalue her effort and make a mockery of her. So there is a high probability that she may become an outcast, because she will not stand such an attitude for a long time. After all, abilities don't just fall from the sky. Si-ram couldn't believe her eyes that the guy was able to defeat the monster, since she couldn't do it, and they are about the same age as him. Jaren remembered Ewan's words that he should be careful about the glasses so as not to break them, because this thing was very expensive. There were interference in face recognition, voice change, and more than 4 types of magic were applied. Well, during the fight with the monster, the glasses were shattered. The guy decided that he was just unlucky today. The girl asked the guy if he had studied at their school by chance. The referee guy was born and said that this was nonsense, and why did he ask her to give him what she promised him? The guy picked up the object and began to examine it, thinking that it could be a fake. Si-ram asked if the guy needed money. He looked around, and she continued to say that, not only in her school, but in any educational institution where future hunters are trained, the tuition fee is not small, so she could help him. Jaren told her that such places do not go, and also do not study at a school for hunters. He was not even near them. The girl asked who taught him such a fighting technique, to which the guy replied that he had learned it himself. Si-ram was shocked by what she heard, began to say that it was nonsense because his movement and sense of time were great. He could not learn it himself. The guy threw his student ID in her face, where it was written that he was a first-year student at Dongan High School, where there was a humanitarian bias. After that, Jaren told her that now she also had to show him either the students or another document. The girl also handed him her student ID, where the first year of the hero's high school was registered. He realized that they were the same age and offered to switch to you, putting her student card in his pocket, because she wants to give him a job. So he needs to take everything he can so that the girl does not change her mind later, since she has already seen his face. The guy hugged the girl coming up from behind and decided to take a photo, instead of a contract. A sign of proof of complicity, because the accomplices of smugglers receive exactly the same punishment as the smugglers themselves. So if anything, the guy will have an airbag. At that moment, Si-ram realized one thing. It is quite possible that she got involved with a man who is much more dangerous than she thought. However, it was already too late. The gold class is given to those who are able to fight monsters of the rank of 4 stars or have a sufficient number of certain achievements. It allows you to enter a dungeon of the highest rank without special permission. 10% of hunters of the highest rank belong to this class and are called elite. 7th chapter. The guy took a photo and asked the girl what exactly he should do. The girl replied that it was necessary to collect coins. In 6 hours it is necessary to collect coins that are hidden in different corners of the examination field. And also find a box with a coin pattern, with which the girl must confirm her identity. She has already found 1 coin. It is worth finding another one, and she will pass this exam. The coins are not so far away, where the Eugene shopping center used to be. Jaren realized that the girl had not accidentally stumbled upon that monster, then said that he was looking for something that was inside that very shopping center. The girl asked with horror if he was looking for a heavenly wasp. The guy indifferently replied that he was not looking for her, but something like her honey, or rather royal jelly. He has a very strong smell that attracts monsters. Most likely that monster also went to his smell. The guy didn't care, but the girl said she had to go there personally and clarified exactly whether the coins were only there. Si-ram sadly said that there were no coins left in other places. The rest of the coins had already been collected by other teams. The guy thought about other teams and realized why the girl walks alone. The guy offered to do the following. He would get her a coin and leave safely, because this is his job. Si-ram said that the price would be 905 million, because that's all the cash she can use right now. If he needs more, then she needs a little time, but that's enough to start with. Jaren said that if there was a reason for additional work, then she would pay him, and then asked if the girl still had the strength. They ran to complete the task. The girl barely kept up with the guy, thinking about how fast he was. At that moment, the guy was thinking that for a second he was stunned by the amount that the girl called and decided that he should have asked her for more. Then C-Rom asked him again if he had studied somewhere. The guy did not have time to answer her, as they noticed the monsters. These were cluster raptors, with a danger level of 2 stars. They live in the old Borame area. Jaren had never been trained in the hunter's technique anywhere. In total, the skill was mainly obtained as a result of the experience when he fought with his bare hands all his life. But there was one exception. In action, he observed his father's technique, which taught him 3 simple techniques. The first is the needle. It mobilizes everything that is available: speed, strength, body weight, and directs the weak point of the enemy. For some it seemed easy, but in fact it's not that easy. Sensations and abilities are the result of experience. Even among the hunters of the highest rank, few can say that they have mastered such a technique on their own. Jaren had mastered it perfectly. The girl said that it was very strange that there were few cluster raptors, because they usually gather at least 5 individuals. The guy decided that apparently not only the girl suffered damage because of the royal jelly, and also said that new monsters would gather here soon, so he offered to take a break and immediately move on. C-Rom reminded the guy that she wanted to ask a question, then asked if he received any individual lessons as a child. The guy replied that he just spied on the training a few times. The girl was shocked that the guy just looked and learned a few techniques, and that was it. Then she threw him an ampoule of endurance type C, the minimum price of which is 1,100,000 won. She told him to drink it, because she thought that the guy was not in the best condition. The guy decided not to drink this ampoule, but just then sell it, because he can get about 1 million for it. C-Rom was outraged and thought about how strange this guy is. They set off again. The guy once again clarified that their goal is not hunting. They should safely get what each of them needs and calmly leave from there, and also whatever monster is inside. The girl should keep herself in hand and follow his instructions, and also told to trust him. C-Rom couldn't understand why she was having a strange feeling right now. She spent 6 months at the School of Heroes, during which she could not achieve recognition and settle down there. It was the first time she was going to go to the danger zone with someone together. The guys went inside the mall and saw a lot of dead monsters, which shocked them both, and the girl was very scared. 8th chapter. Man is a much more courageous being than he thinks. One has only to prepare, and he will be able to face any situation face to face. If we talk about problems, they can arise when what is happening goes beyond what is expected. C-Rom thought about the fact that all the monsters that lived in this zone are here. They are quite a dangerous level even for professional hunters. She was wondering what was inside one of the lying monsters. Jaren told her not to relax, as there is something dangerous inside. Suddenly, a monster chopping rib with a danger level of more than 5 stars appeared. The guy grabbed a nearby lying stick and pointed it at the monster. The monster reached out with its tongue to the guy and beat off his weapon. Jaren was not at a loss. I was able to defeat the monster with my agility. The girl was very scared. She also thought that this monster had died. It turned out to be tenacious, to which the guy replied that it was not about survivability, that he was specifically left alive so that he would be instead of a warning for those who would enter here. The chopping rib, when life is threatened, emits a terrible scream, warning about other monsters. The girl, hearing the guy's words, wondered who could do such a thing. Suddenly, from above, they heard the voice of a guy who said that he did it, because he could not continue to stay awake and wait for him, because there were more monsters than he thought. As soon as he dealt with them, fatigue rolled over very much, and he fell asleep. Jaren looked very angry at the guy, and the girl did not understand if they were familiar. The guy from above said that they were too small for smugglers, and then he saw the emblem on the girl, and went down, asking if she was studying at the School of Heroes, then saying that he was very sorry, because they would have to die in such a place. Jaren told her not to talk to him, because this man is not just an ordinary hunter, as she thinks, but he is a villain who wants to kill him and get the royal jelly. Apparently, he has nothing to do with his customer, so he asked how he was going to deal with the consequences if he stole someone else's. The guy told him that he didn't even know. He should worry about it if he was exposed, because he was a lucky guy who accidentally heard that his colleague was going to steal a precious thing. Initially he wanted to write when Jaren was heading here, but it doesn't always happen the way someone wants. He was sorry to bring the plan did not work out to the end. He saw how the monster ran away in this direction, but he could not find it. There must surely be a shelter where it was possible to hide the treasure. Jaren realized that the connection with the responsible person was interrupted not because of the poison of the heavenly wasp, but it was the work of this guy. He didn't have to fight him personally to understand one thing. There was a real hunter in front of him, radically different from the rabble he had met before. The guy said that Jaren's death is predetermined, but it can be done as painlessly as possible. The main character told the girl that while he was distracting him, she should find a coin and quickly leave here, because it's no longer dangerous inside the building thanks to that guy. But if she stays here, nothing will change, since she can't do anything. The guy approached Jaren, saying that he could hear everything, swinging his sword at him. The main character repelled the attack and told the girl not to stand still, but rather to run away, because he will be able to get his money only if she stays alive. The guy laughed and said that they had a better chance of staying alive as long as they stayed together. The guys started fighting. Jaren calculated the trajectory of the opponent's sword and made a very strong blow, thanks to which the enemy flew away. The guy got up and said that he was very surprised, and also did not think that he would have to use equipment as well, because he did not take Jaren seriously because of his age, and he turned out to be even higher than a professional. Now he would have to sweat to remove that girl from the hero school, saying that it would not take much time. This guy was a gold rank hunter, Young Du Kyung. 9th chapter. Ewan was sitting on a chair with instant noodles and said that it was a good thing that could be eaten. He offered the bald man to brew a cup too, but he refused. Watching her pilgu, Ewan invited him to sit down, because this friend will not start soon. The bald man was indignant that this bully had only pumped up his muscles in vain, because he paid him a lot, and he only boasted of his strength and said that he was a hunter. Ewan said that he lost not because he was stupid, but because he was worthy of defeat, although in fact he was stupid too. He ate his noodles and continued to say that the man was very wrong, because hunters should not fight with people. The same applies to that friend, because he was trained in hunting and exploration, and not fighting with other hunters. Perhaps he would have corrected himself with a monster, but there is nothing surprising that a smuggler made him. Of course, there were cases when they fought with each other, because the higher their level, the further things can go. Even comrades and colleagues who fight together, relying on each other, can stick a knife in the back because of greed. After all, anything can happen inside the dungeon. For example, you can say that a friend was killed by a monster, and even no alibi is required. In general, the higher the hunter's level, the more they demand in anticipation of a battle with each other. But in the case of this friend, he was not a hunter of this level. He also mentioned that the big guy beat up a colleague and said that it sounds very nice, and if he was caught doing it, then this incident did not happen in the dungeon, and thought that there was some kind of trifling skirmish over equipment. Because when hunters go out hunting, they take with armor and weapons. There's not much point in this assumption. But if he had at least that, this buddy could fight. For hunters, it is the equipment that is half of their combat power. Jaren looked at his opponent and wondered if he missed the attack, because he hit properly. But apparently he had a good defense. The guys fought among themselves for a long time, and the main character began to lose, because it was impossible. The cloth jacket is in a great armor. Its owner was Young Du Kyung. Due to the user's blood, it provides support for physical strength, and also forms a cover to protect against blows. These were the basics of the berserker style that Young Du Kyung applied. The main character thought about the weak points of the enemy, because if he starts to respond clumsily to the attack, he will die. So he decided to take off his clothes and talk to the opponent of my armor to stretch the time a little. He knew perfectly well that his opponent was in a hurry, because he needed to destroy him, as well as catch up with him to shut him up. He was stalling for time, and Young Du Kyung was in more and more of a hurry. The second technique, which the main character of his childhood, spying on his father, was impossible to perform only by the guy's forces. He took the opponent's strength and used it against him to deliver a powerful blow, which he was not capable of alone. The technique, which he himself did not fully master, was called swell. Jaren decided to try the second technique and struck with all his might, which worked. He did not think that he would ever use this technique against a person. He could not even imagine that there would be a professional hunter who would attack so insanely. The main character said to surrender to the enemy, because whatever he does, he can no longer defeat him. The opponent started insulting the guy and said that whatever it all ended up with, he would certainly destroy him. 10th chapter. The 5th floor of the shopping center. C-Rom was standing in front of the box on which the coin drawing was depicted. She put her hand to it. The identification number 27-37 and her name Chin C-Rom were displayed on the box, and it was also indicated that the girl had logged in. The girl found everything she needed. Now I had to go back. She remembered how Jaren had sent her away and tried to think that nothing would change even if she went back there. She thought that the guy wouldn't fight if he didn't have an escape plan in mind. Du Kyung is a genius god. Since childhood, everything was easy for him, and he knew about it. He was very capable. His abilities were recognized by adults. His peers worshipped him. But there was one thing that he could not do. He could not get the desired result of the entrance test during the examination to the High School of Heroes. Some said that you can only get there through connections, because they look more at money than ability. The guy thought that maybe it was true. If it was a contest of skills and abilities, he certainly wouldn't have lost. Unlike ordinary students, he was a chosen gem. He graduated from high school with flying colors and was the best everywhere, single-handedly destroyed a monster that could kill an entire team. He soon realized that he was not the chosen one, but was just one of all ordinary people, perhaps just a little bit better. Du Kyung looked at Jaren and told him that his jacket was made from a living monster of a bloodsucker. He allowed him to absorb the blood that flows to his heart. This is the payment for killing him. After that, he attacked the guy. Jaren did not take his words seriously, despite the fact that the enemy's speed is not that high. He used his special tactics and fought with all his might. Du Kyung praised the guy, saying that he has an extraordinary speed, and this is an excellent ability. The guy didn't understand why the praise was suddenly in his direction. Du Kyung asked why the guy was smuggling. The guy replied that it did not concern him. After that, the opponent said that now he could trample him. The main character tried to dodge the blows and thought that soon the enemy would get tired, and also thought that if the jacket feeds on blood, then someday sooner or later it will reach the limit, and you need to make him spend blood, then use the needle technique. The opponent rushed to Jaren and said it was too late, when suddenly a loaded arrow flew into him and exploded on his chest. Jaren turned around and saw Siram, saying that she was very naughty and it impressed him. Then I decided to finish off the enemy. 11th chapter. The whole room around was destroyed. Du Kyung was lying unconscious on the floor. Siram asked if he was dead. Jaren, photographing the guy, said that usually people like him live for a long time and you shouldn't worry too much about him. He won't bother them much anymore, otherwise he will have to say goodbye to his career and reputation. He also said that the girl gave him a debt, because he saved her life once. They went to the exit. Absolutely everything was destroyed and burning around. The girl felt a sweet smell. Going further, they saw a man sitting dead on the ground. He had a chest in his arms, which the guy opened, and they felt a very pungent smell, a distant sweet aroma that made them forget about all thoughts. Jaren smiled and said that it was impossible not to come to this smell. Why, she said that it was better for him to get out of here as soon as possible, because it was unknown who else might appear. They went down to the first floor of the mall. Du Kyung, who was lying there, disappeared. But not for long. After all, he was standing at the exit and shouted that I remembered their faces, and would kill them in any way, and they would not regret what they had done today. But he was so carried away with his speech that he did not notice the monster that approached him. He did not have time to do anything when suddenly the monster killed him. The guys watching this decided to go out through the emergency exit. They reached the safe zone. The guy asked how things were going with the exam time. The girl replied that there was still enough time. Jaren held out his hand to her and I said it was nice to meet her. There were a lot of things, but in any case, they managed to complete their business safely. The girl shook his hand. The guy started to leave and reminded her about confidentiality and bank transfer, telling her not to forget about it if she didn't want to meet him again. The girl embarrassedly offered to meet him again. The guy was surprised and turned around to look at her. Ewan was reading a book and noticed Jaren enter the room. He looked at the guy and said that he had to sweat a lot. The guy handed him a briefcase. The man opened it and looked at the jelly, saying that if he could sell it, there would be a fuss, and he was also wondering how many buildings he could afford with this money, then praised the guy, saying that he would transfer money to him tomorrow. Jaren was sad. The man asked about the condition of the guy, to which he replied that everything was fine, and asked if he could pick up the bags lying in the case, because there was no royal jelly in them. And according to the rules, a smuggler can pick up anything that does not relate to the order. Also, Jaren was wondering who would eat this jelly. The man replied to him that she was able to bring even a dying person back to life. But he has more attractive properties than this. It is said that it can expand the abilities of the one who eats it, although few people know about it. Jelly is more effective if you eat it in childhood, so I will not feed such a thing to someone for whom there is no hope. You must be at least a student of the School of Heroes. The guy was about to leave. The man said hello to his father. The guy said he would if he could do it, because recently his condition has deteriorated dramatically. The main character was walking down the street thinking about the Heroes High School. There he met Siram, who said that winter would hold exams to go to their school. Every year they recruit at least 1 or 2 people. She said that he would be able to do it and offered to go to school with them, holding out to him a hand. 12th chapter. One hunter cannot defend the dungeon alone. No matter what excellent qualities he possesses, it is almost impossible to cope with the endless waves of attacking monsters alone. Therefore, a team is needed. Each hunter applies his skill, thereby the team members fulfill each other's shortcomings and overcome obstacles. This is called clearing dungeons. Ram told Jaren that groups are created every year at the School of Heroes. There are 2 groups on her course. They are headed by 2 students who are in the top 3. The guy asked why the girl could not get into any of them, suggesting that it was because the teams were recruited from those who belonged to one of the groups. The girl said that he thinks correctly and continued to say that the search for a team depends on the abilities of the student, and she lacks these abilities. She herself understands perfectly well that she cannot become an excellent student, but she is not so bad at studying that she does not enter any team. After all, there are those who do not belong to groups. They have created their own team. The leader of one of the groups does not like her, although she does not show it outwardly, just weaves her intrigues behind her back so that she is not accepted anywhere. Jared decided to ask if she had left her boyfriend. Ram indignantly replied the opposite. I said that she was holding on while she was without a team, but in the 2nd and 3rd year she would not be able to do that, so she wanted to hire him, because with his abilities, if he was around, maybe she could stand it. The guy was at home and glued a plaster on the abrasions that he received during the fight. In parallel, I think about the thoughts of the girl. Ram went to the dungeon barrier, Kananom, the 12th branch, thinking about whether Jaren would call her. She met there Kang Jong-guk, a homeroom teacher of grade 1-1 at Heroes High School, a melee instructor. She asked him what had happened, because the exam was not over yet. The man replied that there was some problem. Monsters were found in some areas that should not be there, said that it was good that no one was injured. But a signal was received that it was impossible to continue exams in some places, and the place where the girl found the coin was in such a zone. He also asked if there were any problems during the exam. The girl replied that she had not noticed anything unusual. During the conversation, a huge monster approached the girl from behind. The man told her to stand behind him. Ram was very scared, because this monster looked much stronger than that one. This monster was a mature individual of a Titan monkey, with a danger level between 3 and 4 stars. The instructor said that titanium monkeys do not live in these parts and decided that something attracted him here. The girl thought that he had come to the smell. All the teachers of the hero school have worked as hunters in the past. Most of them have graduated from school. Being retired due to restrictions, they could no longer defend the dungeon, although it was just an opinion from the outside. The instructor began to protect the girl by fighting this monster. When he was not yet 30, he was a ranker. At that time he received the nickname the Fighter Against Tyranny. The man was able to defeat the monster and told the girl that in ordinary life he had to restrain himself, and she was lucky, because something terrible could have happened. But it was still very good that she was alive. The instructor did not pay attention to the opinions of other people, because he himself was a hero and taught future heroes. This time, in the camp of training basic skills in high school heroes, 2 guys were talking about a request for help. Ram came to the camp together with the instructor. The man left, and the girl was left standing alone. An elf came up to her and started telling her friends that everything was fine with the girl because she quickly grasped the situation, then told the girl that she was worried. Ram was very surprised, because the fact that this girl was worried about her was a huge surprise. 13th chapter. 6 years ago, when Ram was 11, her uncle Zika Sperm was with her. He taught her magic, but the girl was very bad at it. He considered her very weak. 11-year-old Anisha Exerm, who was doing everything brilliantly, was studying with her in the room. Uncle looked at his niece and thought that she did not look like a half-elf at all, and this was manifested not only in appearance, and Anisha's ability to control magic was higher than most purebloods. He told her that her cousin is just a genius, and if she follows the path of a hunter, you will most likely constantly compare them. Although to some extent it will be even good, but she better be careful. If she stumbles, her cousin may crush her. The elf stood in front of her and wondered why no one wanted to take her to the team. Because her quality is quite enough. Ram said if the girl is so worried, then she could join the same team with her. The elf was confused and said that this was too much. Of course she would like to, but they were both fighters at a long distance, and they were also at different levels, and she also said that it would be better for her, but she could cause damage to another member of the team. And then she started laughing with her friends at her, and also told her not to worry too much, as they might be satisfied with retaking the exam. The girl is in charge of this, and she said that it doesn't matter to her whether she retakes or not because she passed the exam. The elf replied that she was doing well, but advised not to overdo it because she would eventually get her father's company anyway. The elf left, thinking that her cousin was struggling with all her might, and the girl was very angry. Jaren burst into his father's room in fright. The doctors were standing there and said that there had been a sudden attack. This patient has a very rare case, perhaps the only one in the whole world, because so far no one has survived after poisoning with dragon poison. The guy said that complete healing is impossible with modern medical technologies, but clarified the fact that there is a way to suppress the disease with painkillers. The doctor said that there is a problem in the composition of these painkillers, milk, which super dangerous monsters feed their pets. To date, this is the only remedy against poison. The guy said that he knows that this is a very rare raw material, and said that if it all rests on money, then there are no problems, to which the doctor replied that the problem is not only in them. There are rumors among hunters about a new potion. Even a small dose of this potion can increase muscle mass and resistance forces for a long time. The ingredient is also the milk of the heavenly tiger. Previously it could be obtained for money, because it was not used anywhere, but now the situation has changed. Hunters buy it in large quantities. The guy asked if it was really impossible to get a small dose to save just one person. The doctor said that that was the problem. From one dose that his father needed, several dozen injections of the product could be made. If a large number of people needed this case, the state would have established some rules, but for the sake of a single patient in the whole world, all these people will not give up their profits. But the hospital, in turn, will try to do something. The guy went outside. It was already late there. He picked up the phone and dialed C-ROM. The girl was in the gym. When she saw the call, she was very surprised. Picking up the phone, the guy asked if he was calling her too late. The girl was very happy with him, so there was nothing terrible for her. Jaren said he would accept her offer and asked if there were any conditions. After a long conversation, the guy told the whole situation to the girl. She replied that she would be able to get the potion because their company also produces it, especially since he needs a small amount. The guy was very happy with the girl's words and agreed to any of her conditions and suggestions. On Sunday, the guy came to the Chinsen Group Social Research Institute of the defense industry. He was very surprised by its scale. C-ROM saw the guy and said that he came quite early. The guy asked what they would do, to which the girl replied that she wanted to measure his ability. After the world began to change, people had abilities that went beyond the laws of nature. Before the merger, ordinary people have more D-rank abilities. When the indicators increased by one step and reached C-rank, people were already called geniuses. The indicators of the highest rank already allowed us to talk about the superpowers of a person. The girl said that in addition to magical power, there must be at least 5 indicators of level C. Only then can you become a hunter. If 3 of them have reached B rank, then you can apply to the School of Heroes. The guy decided that he needed to undergo some kind of medical examination. The girl said that this happens in childhood, and in adolescence measurements are a little more difficult. The guy was dressed in equipment and sent to fight with robots. He was already curious about what his indicators were, so he got down to business. 14th chapter. Jaren stood in front of the robot, ready for battle. Young Emin said that the guy is confident, because usually everyone is afraid when they see golems for the first time. This girl was a golem summoner, a former hunter working at the Chinsen Group Research Center. She was watching the guys fight instead of C-ROM. The measurement of ability indicators is usually carried out every 6 to 7 years. For such measurements, special devices are put on that stimulate the body, pushing it to the limit in various areas. The more unique abilities and the more trained a person is, the more difficult it is to take measurements, because it is difficult to stimulate them to the limit. C-ROM thought that this guy's indicators are at the professional level. It will not be easy to identify his marginal data, although because of yesterday's incident, his physical strength should be at the limit. Chang Yimin began to be interested in the girl with this guy, because she told her that he goes to an ordinary high school, and also that he failed the exam and could not enter a specialized one. She asked out of curiosity how the guy could fail the exam with such abilities, although she lowered the difficulty level, and she saw that the guy was undergoing professional training, because at first he dodged several times, reading the tactics of the golem, and then waited for the right moment to strike an accurate blow. The guy really amazed her. In terms of feelings, he is better than any professional. At this time, the guy brilliantly coped with the robot. C-ROM asked the girl what was wrong with measuring the guy's abilities. She said that she found it difficult to answer, because this guy has not yet reached his limit. So we will have to increase the degree of difficulty, although there is not much point in increasing the degree. She thought that the normal results would be if you remove the safe mode and run the golem at full power. She also said that it is illegal to remove the safe mode for an ordinary person who is not a professional hunter. The elf asked how then it was possible to check it. Chang Yi-min first encountered such a case and said that there was only one way left. No, Zeke Exerm, director of the Chinsen Group Research and Development Department, came into the room. He said that he did not think that the girl was being paid to puzzle over it. The man was her boss, so he didn't like the fact that she was using the lab without permission. The girl knew that the boss usually does not work on Sundays. The elf said they would be punished for their actions. Si-Ram decided to take all the blame on herself, saying that she asked the girl to do it. The man said that this was not an excuse and she would not be able to make amends to his subordinate, and also said not to deceive herself, because this is her father's company, they are her own. She is not responsible for anything here. Chang Yi-min was convinced that the rumors about the boss turned out to be true, even though he was Si-Ram's uncle. He treated the girl very coldly from childhood, although in fact she did nothing wrong, because there is no one in this place on weekends. Other hunters of Chinsen Group also used this room. Zeke Esserm drew attention to the young man and asked who he was. Young Yi-min replied that it was just a friend of Si-Ram who wanted to become a hunter, but failed the exams last year and lost his measurements. Since it's not cheap, they just decided to help a person in a difficult situation. The man looked at the screen and said that he would do it himself, because it is impossible to make measurements while the golem is in safe mode, so he decided to go down and personally fight with the guy. This happens extremely rarely, but when it becomes impossible to measure the limit values, a competition can be arranged between hunters. In this case, the opponent must have skills that exceed the abilities of the one who measures the indicators by several levels. Zeke Esserm came down, saying that he knew it was unexpected, but he wanted to skip the performance because he didn't have much time. Jaren didn't know who his opponent was, but he sensed danger because this was the first time he had seen such a thing. The guy didn't feel like he could beat him. The man told the guy that he would do everything possible to replace the golem and told him to attack and not worry. Zeke Esserm was not only the director of the Research and Development Department of Chinsen Group, he was also a white hunter ranked 7th in the ranking of South Korea. If a hunter is one of the 100 best hunters, he is called a ranker and assigned a color. 25 people who took places from the 76th to the 100th were red. 25 people from 51 to 75 were blue. 20 people from the 31st to the 50th place were green, as well as 20 people who took from the 11th to the 30th were black, and hunters who took from the 1st to the 10th place were assigned white. The color depends on the location. The decrease or increase occurs when the rating is updated. 15th chapter. The battle began. Jaren's strategy was simple. He had a blow with all his strength, which could only be dodged, and when the opponent dodged, he used the moment of hesitation to attack. But it didn't work for the elf. The man told the guy that he was much more inattentive than he thought and hit the guy. He flew into the wall. The man said that he could not understand the guy's position in any way, because the techniques that he used on him did not work in any way. He told the guy that he looked pathetic, and moreover, he also dropped his weapon, and for such stupid mistakes 2 times would be quite enough, and if he allows it again such stupidity, he will be sent home, so it would be better for him to abandon his dream of becoming a hunter. The guy decided that the man had some kind of dislike for him and went on the attack. The man, watching the guy's movements, realized that he was approaching again quite quickly using the same technique as before, keeping at a distance, which seemed to be a very standard technique, but such a distance would not be enough to attack. But the guy was able to surprise him. The girls watched everything that was happening and admired the battle of the 2 pros. Chang Yi-min noticed that the guy has one drawback. Even Si-Ram knows it better than him, which was very surprised by the elf, because she did not think that he could be weaker than her in some way. He fought on equal terms with her uncle and did not understand what his drawback could be. Jaren's leading roll was intercepted, but this time he did not let go of his weapon, although it should have been. Zeke hit the guy several times. Chang Yi-min realized that the boss was not joking at all and hoped that he was controlling his strength. The man stood in front of the guy and said that he would not comment on his defeat, because it was originally predetermined. But the process leading to this defeat looked very pitiful, because the guy did not have basic knowledge, which was very surprising. The sense of combat and skills were simply excellent. But as for the basic points, there were shortcomings. For example, the guy's steps, the way of attack or defense. It was immediately obvious that there was no initial training. Young Yi-min said she was disappointed, because he could have been much stronger with his abilities if he had been trained in the basics. The man approached the guy and said that he had seen a lot of guys like him, Pathetic guys who had unique abilities, but did not make any effort to develop them, and now he has to pay for measuring indicators, although it would be better for him to admit his hopelessness. This was not what C-Rom wanted at all. Zeke started to leave, saying that the guy is lazy and hopes only for his abilities. At that moment, the guy got to his feet, which surprised the man very much, because he struck the last blow to end the battle. Jaren said that he didn't care about any payment and asked to fight again. He wanted to show the result of his efforts. 16th chapter. The girls didn't know what was going on. Young Yimin reported that the desire to go to the end is very good, but they have already received the data, so there is no need to fight anymore. C-Rom told Jaren that the measurements were over and he was doing well, so he could go back and wait for his results. The man turned to the guy and said that he did not know what he was trying to achieve, but it was all useless, because the result would not change no matter how much they fought. Then he thought that the guy wanted to get recognition, then asked if the guy wanted to hear words of praise. The guy said he didn't need it. He got angry because everything was already ending, and he didn't really strike. Nobody taught the guy, he did everything from scratch. However, thanks to his outstanding abilities, he was able to fill in the gaps in his education. If you add a lot of experience, the guy risked his life many times, which allowed his skill to develop. His achievements were like a miracle. But Jaren did not consider himself outstanding, but simply looked with pity at the fake hunters he had seen so far. Zeke was different. He was a monster capable of surpassing Jaren. The man told the guy that he would trample him so that he wouldn't even have time to get angry. Apart from his father, the guy met a real hunter for the first time. He himself did not notice how the youthful blood chose in him. The girls continued to watch the duel. C-Rom drew attention to the pose that Jaren took. It was not the one she had seen up to that moment. The way of grabbing and the center of gravity of the body was not similar to the pose for swinging a pole. The guy looked like a completely different person. Jaren pounced on the opponent and moved very simply and clumsily, but there was not the slightest hitch in his continuous movements. Jaren fought, remembering footage from his childhood, when he spied on his father and secretly learned his every move. The man decided that when the guy lands, there will be a hitch, but it is simply impossible to evade his attacks, so he decided to meet his blow face to face. Jaren fell to the ground. Zeke came up to him and said that it was necessary to continue in the same spirit, and the guy could have won if he hadn't started using an pole techniques again. The guy was lying on the floor smiling and said that he had just reached the very limit, because all the achievements that he had just shown ended there. Even though he got a good one, he still thought it wasn't bad. Zeke Sperm had a bad reputation among the rankers because of his difficult character, but no one dared to say anything against him because of his excellent skills. C-Rom ran to them, because she was very worried about the guy. The man put his hand to his face and told the girl that he would be fine. He healed him, so there would be no consequences. He asked if his name was really Jaren and was surprised that he met the son of the same man. Zeke Exerm, the owner of the white rank, of which there are only 10 throughout the country, and he was also the best healer in Korea. 17th chapter. Zeke left the building. There was a man waiting for him in the car, who told him that he needed to be warned that he was late, at least in a message. He would then leave the car and drink something. They were already late for a briefing, and every time they were late, everyone thought that it was his fault. Zeke didn't think it would take so long. The man decided to ask who he was fighting, and then noticed a scratch on Zeke's cheek and was shocked. The elf told that the guy wants to transfer to the School of Heroes this winter. The man thought about it and told about what he had heard about transfers, but during the time he was studying, for all 3 years, there was no one who would pass the exam. He decided that the guy would definitely do it, because he did not have a passport yet, and he was already able to scratch the face of Zeke Esserma himself. Zeke said that the youth has been very frightening lately, so you need to be on your guard, even though the guy is not of the same level as him. But there was practically no difference with Gong Ho. Kang Gong Ho was ranked 19 in South Korea and was the leader of Nix Korea's first cleanup squad. He was 21 years old and graduated from Heroes High School 1 year and 7 months ago. He thought he was superior to Jaren, both in level and ability. They started driving and Zeke said that he had not seen this car before, to which Gong Ho replied that it was the same car that he ordered last time, because he does not spend more money as before. Jaren woke up, looked at his hands and realized that the wounds had completely disappeared, and he did not feel pain. C-Rom came to him with mugs of tea, asking if he was really going to defeat Zeke. The guy replied that the elf started taking him first, so he got angry and flared up. The girl did not understand why her uncle needed to take him away. It was at this moment that the guy found out that this elf was his uncle on his mother's side. The guy decided that the aggression on the part of the man was due to the fact that he was worried about his niece, because it looked like some unknown weirdo had appeared who wanted to deceive the girl, so his concern could be understood. Jiang Yimin came into the room. After learning that the guy had woken up, she asked if something hurt him and how he was feeling. But if he had something hurt, it would probably have healed by now, because her boss is the best healer in Korea. The guy thought about her words and realized that Zeke was so strong, even though he was not in his specialty. The girl continued to say that his indicators seemed clear and handed him a tablet, where there were just excellent results. A prerequisite for becoming a hunter were indicators of B rank and higher, but harmony is needed in the indicators. Even if dexterity is at a high level, but it does not correspond to health, then all this will be useless. If only the muscles are developed, they alone will not be able to pull the rest of the abilities. C-Rom said that among ordinary people there are those who have one of the indicators can reach the C level. However, everything changes when there are 2 or more indicators: muscle strength, health, agility. There are 1 in 10,000 people who have 3 C rank indicators at the same time. Such are capable of fighting alone, by the standards of ordinary people. Those who have a B rank indicator, only 1 in 500,000, they can become hunters. The girl looked at the tablet and saw the A rank, decided that he just had a crazy level. Among the freshmen of the stripping faculty, he was of the same level with one monster. Jiang Yimin informed the guy that the initial one who fought with him does not have a single A rank indicator out of 3. Indicators are innate abilities, they do not limit skills. If he has an A score, but he will not train and grow, then there will be no difference with D. And other factors are also important. For example, whether the glacier he is mastering is suitable for a guy. Moreover, feelings and experience cannot be measured using indicators, and there are many hunters who are constantly trying to make up for their problems in indicators. Jaren thanked him for such important words and could not say that he was very disappointed, because he did not understand this. He had one acquaintance, and compared to that, the guy lacked a lot. C-Rom reminded me that the measurement is over and told me to meet next weekend. Jiang Yimin offered to look into the production department, because the boss had just allowed it, saying before leaving to take the guy to this department when he wakes up. Ability indicators reflect the likelihood of growth and the effectiveness of efforts. With the same amount of effort, the rate of skill growth may vary depending on the indicators, and may also manifest itself in the highest indicator. In the absence of efforts and growth, indicators do not make much sense, even if the highest indicator is determined. A large amount of effort and time is needed to achieve this indicator. Ability indicators are innate. They are almost impossible to acquire by training or otherwise. In some cases, it is possible to achieve a small change in the indicators if you make a huge effort or after taking rare medications. The requirements for the ability indicators for obtaining a hunter's license consist of several points. The issuance of a hunter's license is not possible if one of the 6 indicators, with the exception of magic power, reaches E rank, which is considered weak. There are 3 points of issue. The first point states that a license is issued if there are 5 indicators, not counting magic power at the level of C rank and higher. The second section states that it is possible to obtain a license if 2 indicators among the 5, except for magic power, have reached B rank and higher, and it is also issued if the magic power has reached C rank or higher. There are exceptions. If the ability indicators are below the generally accepted standard, obtaining a hunter's license is possible if you have experience, knowledge, or special skills that can be useful in clearing dungeons and recognized by the association. First chapter. There was a time when only nature and the gods existed, but now it's time for the war of heroes to begin. Their fates are at stake in a world of frozen wastelands, in a world where the usual laws of time and space do not apply. It all started on a dark night. There was a battle going on. Ammon took part in that battle. He is the 27th king of Nargal and the guardian of the Eagle Monastery. Despite his harsh appearance, he is always very kind to people. On that day, he decided that they could not cope with it themselves and therefore it was necessary to evacuate people. After he gave this order, he went in search of his master. Soon he found an old man. He had a child in his arms. The man asked who this boy was, to which the old man replied that it was Mago, Marie's son. Then the old man gestured to an unusual bird. Striking in its size, it was a sacred eagle. Sacred eagles are birds with black feathers and horns. The people of Narangos revere them as sacred beings who have been tamed by the cultivators. Their origin is unknown, but for thousands of years they have been following the perfecting ones. Currently, about 500 individuals live in the Eagle Monastery. Old Man No asked Ammon to take care of the boy and told him that Makran Zora would help them escape. After the old man handed over the child, he hurried away. Ammon called out to him, The master explained that there was a burden that the old people had to take on themselves, and he did not want Ammon and Mago not to be involved in this. He asked him to leave immediately. Ammon looked straight at the back of Old No, who was nobly and selflessly walking towards death. But then he could not even think that he was seeing the teacher for the last time. Finally, he managed to thank the master and say that he would never forget his kindness. On a huge black bird, the king of the frozen wastelands goes to meet his future with a child in his arms. Flying past, he sees the eruption of a huge volcano. 9 years after that night in the western part of Nargol, a boy named Aju is fighting with fears. In this world, they are quite material. He is determined. It doesn't matter to him how many there are. He is ready to cope with all of them. A girl named Dara, who is with him, says that sometimes she even feels sorry for fears. But Aju does not accept this. He reminds her how many people have already died from fears. Dara remembers that she recently learned something. Tomorrow, she said, Lord Ammon completes his expedition and returns to Nargol. Aju says that he already knows about it, because for this reason a lot of things have fallen on him. A cart is moving along a forest road illuminated by bright summer sunlight. Lord Ammon is sitting in it with Mago. The boy has already grown quite a bit since the day when the old man handed him over to Ammon and asked him to take care of him. The travelers are heading to Nargol. The boy can't wait to get there as soon as possible. He often asks his master how long they still have to go, to which he vaguely replies that they will get to the city as soon as they get out of this forest. The cart continues to drive and soon a view of the city opens before their eyes. Travelers are surprised by what they see. The capital of the kingdom of Narangos, the city of Nargol, looks completely different from how Ammon remembered it and not at all as Mago imagined this place. The city looks pretty ruined, despite the fact that construction work is underway in it. The wagon was accompanied by a secret military unit called the Heart of Wisdom, led by a guy named Ham. When he gets to the city, he tells Ammon that this expedition was quite difficult, and they miraculously got there without losses. Ammon agrees with this and thanks the guys, because it was thanks to them that they got to the city without much worries. Ham notices that the only concern that can be singled out is that Mago was upset when he saw the city. But the boy assures that he is not disappointed at all, but surprised that the catastrophe of the gray-haired mountain has reached even this place. He is told that the catastrophe that day left a mark not only here, it even reached even the empire in the center of the continent. The city has not yet been completely restored and brought into good shape. It looks rather run down. The villagers living here do not have good construction skills, so the recovery is slow. But this can be dealt with by joining forces, because there is no better place for wise men than this. A wagon with travelers passes through a massive stone arch, entering the city. Mago examines everything that is around. They drive through a narrow city street with shopping malls. It is filled with locals who are doing their usual everyday things. In one of the grocery stores, the cook recognizes a man sitting in a cart. Ammon's face was hidden behind the edges of a large straw hat, but the man managed to see the traveler even so. The emotional reaction followed immediately. He shouted that Lord Ammon was in the cart. Ham thought that they had been caught, because Lord Ammon tried to look like an ordinary merchant, and not stand out in any way along the way. And then he was suddenly recognized almost immediately as soon as he appeared in the city. To the surprise of the guy, Ammon did not stay in the image of a merchant. He untied the strings of his straw hat and took it off. At the same moment, he greeted the residents of the city and loudly announced that the Night King of Nargola had returned. Ham offensively tells Ammon that there was no point in returning to the city as a merchant if he decided to reveal his real identity so easily. Ammon mockingly replies to the guy that their hike was long and he had a really good plan. But he did not plan to hide in his own city at all. Ammon does not believe that he should hide in front of those who remember him after how long. Residents of the city who heard this news are incredibly surprised by his appearance. The court girls standing on the balcony, almost waddling over the railing, trying to see if all this is true or some imposter decided to just make a joke. They are convinced that this is true, but next to Ammon they notice a child and can't figure out who it is. One of the girls assumes that this is the prince hiding all this time. She dreams that it would be so. The second one wonders if this boy is too young for her. Leah says there are no barriers to love, but her friend knows that it's not about love at all. After all, Leah dreams of becoming a queen, so that she has a massage and body care every day. A friend laughs at this, noticing that in fact she wants to be in the company of beautiful half-naked men who would massage her legs and serve her. The second is embarrassed by such a statement, but does not deny it. Leah is a courtier in Nargol. She is the granddaughter of the famous aristocrat Narmadagar. Her dream is to marry one of the princes of Narangos to become a queen. So, the girls ask Ham about who this boy is. Surely he must know something, since they had a task to protect these people. Ham jokingly declares that he is ready to share information, but only for 5 silver coins for each grain of information. He says that he received this assignment about 6 months ago and is not particularly sure of the accuracy of the details. However, he knows that the boy who came with Ammon is 14 years old. He comes from the White Mountains, and all this time Lord Ammon personally trained him. The girl who asked about it fantasizes that it was a royal training, which means that Mago should be the prince who was hidden. Suddenly, a guy named Aju appears along with Dara. He is the real prince. He asks in surprise whether it is true that he has an older brother, and if so, whether he is taller. He has a little complex about growth. The guy is very interested in exploring everything as soon as possible, and he decides to find out everything. He says that he will check with whom he is dealing and quickly jumps off the balcony to find his possible brother, who arrived in the city with Ammon. Second chapter. The royal family has the ability to control the Entei flame, meaning they possess the divine flame. Aju also has this ability. He believes that if he uses this ability and the magic somehow reacts to Mago, then he will be able to make sure that this is actually his brother. And if not, then let it be what it will be. Ammon uses force, but things are not going exactly as he planned. The blue flame above Mago takes the shape of a lion. He understands that his father is behind this. There is a small but loud explosion, which was felt by residents in the vicinity. Ammon appears out of the scattered dust and tells Aju that he probably really did not sit idle, since he was able to repel his attack. But still, according to Ammon, he is still far from him. Meanwhile, Mago and Ham are heading to the Eagle Abode. The girl from the balcony, who mistook Mago for the prince, flirts with him and says that the courtiers, unfortunately, are forbidden to visit this place without special permission. She asks Mago not to forget her. Her friend notices that the scene turned out to be quite artistic and worthy of an Oscar. Ham advises Mago to ignore it and just move on. The Eagle Monastery is the most protected place in Nargal. Only magically gifted people can freely enter there. The Eagle Monastery is a high school for the gifted. Here they are perfected in various arts. The Eagle Monastery is built on the roots of centuries-old trees. It is an ancient fortress that is located in Nargal. Like a maze, it is dotted with numerous intricate corridors, which is why it looks more like the tombs of ancient kings than a fortress. Conventionally, the fortress is divided into 6 large zones according to their purpose. One of these zones is inhabited by mystical birds, eagles. In the monastery, young cultivators study martial arts, spells, and much more. Having overcome the 3 initial stages of perfection from the disciple, the senior disciple, the master, the cultivators can go on a free voyage. Ham shows Mago his room and says that he will live here now. Mago looks around in surprise. His new room seems incredibly spacious to him. He does not know if he will be able to sleep here in a new and such an unusual place for him. Ham offers Mago a snack, to which he readily agrees. Mago is generally a pretty good and kind boy. He is often in a good mood and smiles. Meanwhile, a beautiful girl with red hair named Erin came to Mr. Ammon. She is a follower of the Fiery Order. He notices that she has grown up very much, because he remembered her as a sweet child, and now a beautiful girl is standing in front of him. Ammon tells the girl that he has a big request for her. The girl listens attentively. Ammon tells her that there is one child and he would like Erin to take care of him. She replies that she does not teach the gifted. But Ammon insists, saying that he does not need to be trained, he needs to be protected. At this time, Ham and Mago had already arrived at the dining hall of the Eagle Monastery. Mago eats the food with pleasure. There are quite a lot of people in the dining room. Some of them are actively discussing the Mago who has appeared. The girls sitting nearby are animatedly discussing what is being said in the city, that Mago is Ammon's son. Aju is also sitting in the dining room. He is not very happy that all sorts of gossips come up with tall tales. He decides to try using fire magic again. Approaching Mago, Aju asks how he likes the local food, to which Mago sincerely replies that it is very tasty. At this time, a blue flame is already visible in Aju's hand. He intends to bring the matter to an end this time and find out the truth. Before he can finish what he started, he is distracted by the fact that someone called his name. It was Mrs. Erin, whom Ammon had recently asked to protect Mago. Dara blocked Erin's road. She said that she would not even allow her to harm Mr. Aju. Erin said that she would only steal Mr. Aju for a short time and it really wouldn't take much time. Then Dara agreed pretty quickly. She led Aju into a room that looked like a workshop. With a serious expression on her face, she asked Aju if he had just tried to attack the boy with divine flames. Aju started to deny it, but Aaron was looking at him too intently and he had to confess. He shyly replied that he just wanted to check something. Aaron asked Aju if he wanted to check in this way whether that boy was his blood brother. She did not hide it and told him that he was not from the royal family. But after that, she added that Mago is someone much more incredible. This is a rather intriguing statement, which also caused quite mixed feelings among Aju. Aaron says that when he comes into contact with the divine flame, he absorbs the forces of the attacker and he will never be higher again. Mr. Ammon discovered this during one of the campaigns and decided to hide the boy so that he would not fall into the hands of the enemy. This really hurts Aja because he is very sensitive to everything related to his growth. He shouts that this is complete nonsense and his father could not hide him all the time because he was thinking about his height. Aaron says that if he doesn't take her word for it, he can check for himself because she would also be interested to know if he stops growing or not. This is a pretty good Aaron plan that puts Aja in a stupor. He takes everything about his height pretty seriously. Dara appears in the room. Of course she understands how ridiculous this story is. She asks Aaron how they should believe it. Aaron tells Dara that her appearance is very lucky because she wanted to go look for her herself. Jokingly, though grabbing Daru tightly, Aaron reproachfully asks how it happened that the prince wanted to use divine flame on someone, and she just stood there and did nothing. Dara replies that she only cares about the welfare of Mr. Aju, and the rest does not concern her. Aaron then asks if Dara knows about the blades. She replies that she heard. Blades were born immortal, they are equated with gods. Mago is the heir of one of them. Dara is surprised to ask again about what she just heard from Aaron, who again confirms that Mago is indeed the heir of the blade. It's hard for Dara to believe this. She tells Aaron that she would have felt the aura of the blade if it were really so. In her opinion, Mago is an ordinary simpleton. Aaron says that most likely Dara just doesn't have enough strength for this. She barely caught this aura herself. The aura of the child was hidden by Mr. Ammon himself in order to avoid meeting with the hunters for the mystical powers of the blade. With this, Aaron ends her story and says that she was assigned to guard this boy. She advises Dara to make sure that Aju doesn't do anything stupid. Anyone who tries to harm the boy in any way, Aaron will now be regarded as a hunter. Dara jokingly replies that everything will be fine. She will stick to Mr. Aju like a leech that will never come off. Third chapter. In the evening, Ham brought Mago to the room where the other guys were to introduce everyone. As soon as they entered, Ham began his speech about how this new boy would now also be part of their family and would live with them from that day on. Ham wanted to say the boy's name, but the guys named him themselves. One boy who was carving something out of a piece of wood with a knife got distracted and said that this new boy was Mago. He was 14 years old and he was from the North Mountain. Other guys picked up, adding that according to rumors, Ammon personally trained him. One of the girls named Shira shyly said that she was pleased to meet and at the same time blushed a little. The boys noticed this and laughed, comparing her to a tomato. But they did not do it in a friendly way, without malice. The guys tell Ham that it was not difficult to find out the information, because those who are improving have good hearing. It was already night outside the window, and the public bathhouse is full of people. Among them is Aaron. She enjoys the water, noticing that as soon as Mr. Ammon returned, the water began to be made hotter, and the bath has a partition, on one side of which there are girls, and on the other men. The senior improving mule is also here, and through the wall he hears the screams and laughter of Aaron, who has become very friendly and loving from pleasure and warm water. One man who was also in the bath suddenly shouted to the girls to behave quieter, because they are not alone here, and he was tired and these screams are incredibly nerve-wracking. Did he finally get to work, since he was tired? Aaron noticed. This offended the man. He asked her if she knew how many rhinestones he had caught today. He managed to destroy about 20 fears. Aaron was not impressed by this figure. She said that she had caught 30 fears just today. Aaron noticed that he was not the only one tired here and it was not worth shouting. But the offended man only thought that she did not take him seriously at all. He even offered her a fight to find out who is stronger and prove that she is lying. The other men in the bath tried to calm him down, noticing that Aaron's character is really not sugar, but she never lies about this and would not do it. Still, Aaron's words stung him, and he says that those fears were different. He had never met such people anywhere before. They were different from all the fears he had seen before. Then one of those present says that both he and Aaron are well done, since they were able to cope with such fears. The man agrees with this, but on the other side of the partition, Aaron is still unhappy. She says he's a pretty bad mentor for the younger ones. Men, meanwhile, discuss fears. Recently, there have been more and more of them. Wild fears did not walk in packs before, and field fears did not roam near rivers. The difference between these fears is that wild fears have red energy and a fairly strong skin, while field fears are ordinary fears with purple energy that live in farm fields. Many believe that such a picture was only in the West, but it turned out to be completely wrong. In the Eagle Monastery, meanwhile, Ham, ending the acquaintance, asks the guys to get along with each other. They are already lying in their beds and nodding to Ham with a smile. Suddenly Mago notices something outside the window. He shows the master with a gesture that there is someone outside, and Ham immediately feels that these are fears and they are right here in the Eagle's abode. Aaron, who is in the bath, also feels that the fears are close. Besides her, several other men from the next room also understand what is happening. Aaron hurriedly throws on her clothes and runs to where her feelings lead her. She runs, feels the presence of fears, but cannot believe that this can be. To have magical traces of fears appear in the monastery itself, this has not happened yet. In another room there is Ammon and the current Archon of Narangos named Dalmir. Dalmir is the grandson of Namajnum, king of Turgos. The state of Turgos is one of the most influential in the union of the 5 kingdoms of Narangos, which, along with Turgos, includes Nargar, Kitter, Munger and Agar. Every 3 years, the post of Archon passes to the king of one of the allied states. When it was the turn of the kingdom of Turgos, the young prince Dalmir took this post to lighten the burden of his grandfather. Ammon looks out the window thoughtfully. Dalmir asks him why he didn't stick to the original plan. Because the whole city is already hearing that he has returned. Ammon notices that he is no stranger to the excessive attention of assassins. This does not surprise him at all. You'll have to fight them off all your life anyway. There are much scarier things in this world. Ammon asks to tell in more detail about the events described in the message. Dalmir said that despite Ammon's best efforts, the kingdom is losing more and more land. He offers to use the forces of the ancient butterfly gang. But Ammon doesn't agree with this. He doesn't think it's a good idea. At this time, Ham confronts impending fears. He asks the children to hold on to him. The fears that have come to the monastery are like frogs. One of them clings to Ham's sword with a long tongue and breaks it. The acid that was on the saliva just corroded the metal. The guys are shouting that there are also a lot of fears outside. Ham tells them to follow the mouse hole plan, as they were taught in class. They clearly follow the plan, and Ham is getting ready for an interesting battle. At first he underestimated these fears, but now he is ready to fight to show them all his strength. 4th chapter, Ham is struggling with fears that have somehow invaded the monastery in an unthinkable way. There are quite a lot of them. It seems that they are lurking everywhere. Mago and Shira are watching the whole time. Aaron, who is supposed to protect Mago, is already close. At this time, Aju is sleeping sweetly in his bed. Deira is bending over his bed. Suddenly he wakes up. In a dream, he accidentally blew a bubble with his nose, which burst abruptly and woke him up. Aju did not expect that Deira would suddenly appear above his bed, and the girl herself did not expect that Aju would wake up. As a result of such a surprise, they collided with their heads and hurt themselves. Aju is very angry about this. He grabs Deira's hand to lead her out of the room for a serious conversation. He says that the rules are the same for everyone and even the masters of perfection must follow them. Deira feels pain in her arm and involuntarily screams. Aju looks at Deira's hand and sees that she is covered in wounds. Even on her face there are wounds, and her dress is stained with blood. While he looks her up and down, she smiles as if nothing has happened. He asks what happened to her, and at the same moment he notices that the whole corridor is littered with fears, which Deira defeated alone. She says she suddenly felt a dark energy and that's how it all happened. Aju is angry that Deira didn't wake him up. But Deira says she could handle it herself, and besides, she didn't want to wake him up. Aju reproaches Deira for doing this. He says that the fears in the Eagle Monastery are completely abnormal, and she reacted too lightly, deciding to cope with them alone. Deira feels a lump in her throat. She herself knows that this is far from the norm. She shouts to Aju that this is why she did it, because nothing is more important to her than protecting him. Deira is very offended by this reaction of Aju. She runs away, calling him a fool. He shouts after her. From this, another girl wakes up, who, after leaving the room, reproachfully notices that there are classes in the morning, and they scream at night. After leaving the room, she accidentally steps into a pool of blood on the floor. It shocks her, but Aju does not hear the reproaches that he has just been told. He thinks about Deira's act and that he probably treated her too rudely. In general, Deira protects Mr. Aju on her own initiative. She is one of the masters of perfection in the Eagle Monastery. She has warm feelings for him, but Aju often treats her rudely. At this time, a man bursts into the room where Ammon and Dalmir are, who reports that fears are in the monastery. After the appearance of the rift on the Grey Mountain, a myriad of fears poured out of the gap formed. and they still cannot understand their true nature. Dalmer says they can't lose any more royal warriors. Ammon still doesn't think it's rational enough to use the help of a gang of robbers. Dalmer says that if there are other proposals, he is ready to listen to them, but he has already informed 3 other kings of his intentions and they will receive answers from them soon. Now this attack affects not only Narangos. This is a real war. 5th chapter. The next morning, a mysterious stranger is hiding in the forest. It has some features that somewhat resemble a lynx. For example, ears with tassels, cat's eyes with a yellow lens, as well as a tail. She was already very bored with waiting. The one she's waiting for is a little late. Finally the guest appears. This is a huge frog, which is fear. That's what the girl was waiting for. The girl asks if her guest has brought what she asked for. This picture is seen by a man, the one who was in the bath with everyone and tried to settle the conflict between his friend and Aaron. He then also took off like Aaron, and so he followed one of the fears. He's getting ready to kill the girl, but she suddenly shows her powerful strength. She is furious that the frog did not bring her anything, but came empty-handed. Indeed, the stranger has great power. At this time, in the Eagle Monastery, Aaron, who is in a hurry to Mago, meets Ham. He looks pretty shabby. For him, this fight turned out to be difficult. Later, Aaron made sure that Mago was not in danger. During what was happening at night, there was an unexpected surge of his strength, and the guys lost consciousness from it. Meanwhile, Mr. Ammon is being addressed by Bar Banam, the chosen one of the Iron Order. Bar Banam is a natty. His homeland is the now defunct country of ore mines and miners, where he held the honorary state position of inspector. 500 years ago, a protracted war broke out between demons and humans, in which Horus, who remained neutral until the very end, was also involved. As a result, the country was struck by a civil war. 2 opposing forces, demons and humans, were afraid that a third participant would appear in their confrontation and attacked Horus. At one point, Horus was wiped off the face of the earth, and the survivors joined one of the parties to the conflict and joined someone else's war. Bar Banam proved himself brilliantly, so at the end of the war he was approved as the chosen one improving. Later, thanks to this, he managed to avoid the so-called Cultural Revolution, which was nothing more than the forced relocation of all residents of Narangos who did not belong to the human race. The chosen one can only be the one who has reached the enlightened stage and has been approved by all 5 kings of Narangos. He says that he came to the conclusion that acidic saliva and other languages can be very useful. Hammam wonders if Bar Banam has found out what he asked him to do. He gets a positive response. Indeed, as Ammon suggested, fears cannot hide their aura and outgoing dark energy by themselves. Someone helps them with this. Bar Banam says that Ammon himself knows who is capable of such a thing. There are not so many such people. He asks if the man has any suggestions. Suddenly Ham ran into the hall. Mr. Ammon said that he was just looking for him and immediately asked to follow him. For the upcoming conversation, they needed to be alone so that no one would interfere. When they reached such a place, Ham asked Ammon if he knew that Mago had such power. Ammon admitted that few people know the truth about this child. In Narangos, it's just a few cultivators. His power, the power of the Great Blade, is mysterious and immeasurable. Only he himself can know its limits. Ammon has concerns about this. He was going to leave Mago here under the protection of other cultivators, but he was too rash. He didn't know that the power of the blade could resonate so much with the power of the cultivators. So they may not only fail to protect Mago, but they themselves will be in danger. Ham has an idea on this score. According to him, since part of the problem lies in the power of improvement, then he has in mind a person who would be ideal for protecting Mago. This person is quite talented, despite the fact that he does not use his strength. He simply cannot use it, and that is why he has not yet reached the master stage, but remains in the senior students. This is Mool. Mool is now located in the northwest of Nargal in the vicinity of the village of Terra. Not far from this place, there are just visible faults in the earth's crust, from where fears are climbing. Aju visited this place, telling Mool that the Eagle Monastery was attacked by fears. He was very worried about his brother, and to calm the ardor of the guy, Aju used the power of the blue flame, as a result of which Mile lost consciousness. People who have come down from the wall, who patrol the neighborhood in order to destroy fears, cannot see any of them. According to the head of the patrol, this happened after what happened in the monastery. Someone assumes that they just hid, fearing retribution. But after hearing such an idea, Aju does not even consider it. In his opinion, this is absurd and they definitely could not hide, and there is some other reason in this situation. Passing by the patrolman, Aju warns them that he will move on today. They are trying to dissuade him, because it is very dangerous, but he is very determined. He needs to check something and therefore he leaves without listening to anyone. Patrolmen discuss pressing problems. They are unhappy with what is happening. Not only are they being helped by people from the village of Terra, the Archon decided to call the members of the ancient butterfly to help. This, in their opinion, shows them as weak. They themselves must show that they are not blindly sown, and cope without anyone's help. Many support this point of view, but more and more rational people understand that there are too few of them for this. Suddenly, Aju notices Daru. She runs towards him, and behind her moves a real monster, a huge fear like a giant dry tree. Aju and everyone else are seeing something similar for the first time. 6th chapter. The patrolmen are terrified. Aju orders them to calm down. He says that all he has is just the size. He asks if they don't feel that he has almost no intelligence. And then he realizes that if this monster can be probed for intelligence, then he has a soul. And if there is a soul, then a divine flame can work against him. But the tongues of the divine flame could not do anything to this huge fear in the form of a tree. Aju managed to immobilize the monster only for a short time. Nothing more happened because his soul is too small. The patrolmen ran for help. Aju manages to reproach them for the fact that they all ran, because one person would have been enough to call for help. Only Mool and Dara remained with Aju. The prince orders Mool to go to the patrolmen and tell them to set up catapults while he and Dara buy time. The patrolmen who are watching the unfolding battle are worried about the guys, but they are comforted by the fact that they look quite spiritual, creating the full impression that they are better in the monastery. In the eagle's abode, meanwhile, Ammon talks to Ham and Aaron. He says that the two of them will have to go to Sansai. Sansai is an ancient country to the west of the Yan Empire. There, according to Ammon, they will be able to find those who are behind the recent attack of fears. The guys understand why Ammon decided to transfer Mago to the care of Mool, but they cannot understand why they are entrusted with such a task. Such cases are usually handled exclusively by the enlightened. Enlightened is the 4th stage of perfection. She comes after the disciple, the senior disciple, and the master. Those who have fully completed their studies at the monastery become enlightened. Aaron asks about the reason for such a task, why they should conduct a separate investigation. Ammon replies that he and Mago have been wandering for 10 years, trying to hide his blade power. A lot of time has passed since then, and now that he has finally returned to the city, Nargal has changed. He does not know who can be trusted and who is no longer, and so I decided to entrust this task to them. Ammon also says that he will make sure that everyone thinks that the guys went to Sansai for new knowledge. The guys are flattered that the Moon King has just expressed his trust in them. Aaron asks Ammon again how it turns out that he does not trust anyone, but trusts them. To this, Ammon smilingly replies that he does not trust them either, but he believes in their outstanding abilities. Ham and Aaron are indignant and ask, since there is no trust, why then such an important and responsible task falls on their shoulders. Ammon only laughs kindly at the youth. He adds that this journey may be more difficult than they can imagine, so you should always be careful. Ammon also tells the guys one important thing. He instructs the guys to feel the world with their hearts, and not try to understand everything with their brains. They tell Ammon that he can rely on them. He sincerely thanks the guys. Ammon and Bar Banam watch the guys leave. Bar Banam tells Ammon that the guys he has chosen are undoubtedly talented, but they are only at the stage of masters, which just confuses him. He doubts whether the guys will be able to cope with such a difficult task and shares his experiences with Ammon. He replies that sometimes you have to rely only on intuition. He is well aware that these guys have less experience, but they have an excellent sixth sense, and it seems to him that intuition, not experience, will be important this time. At this time, Ammon's son and Dara continue to fight with great fear. They have a hard time together, but they cope and lure the monster to the wall, where catapults are already prepared. 7th chapter. Mago woke up in the blue house of the Eagle Monastery from having a nightmare. He asks a stranger who has approached him about where he is. He says that this place is called the Blue Casket. It does not matter whether the stars are visible in the night sky, or their radiance is hidden by the coming day. Here at any time of the day you can see a bluish glow that is very similar to the stars. That's why this place got its name. The stranger held out his hand. There was a strange ball of reddish color in it. He offered Mago to eat it, chewing it thoroughly, and then, according to him, he would feel much better. Mago thanks and eats the medicine offered. He feels the effect almost immediately, and the doctor tells him that this is a very effective remedy, but the dosage cannot be exceeded, and besides, it is very difficult to create it, and it is even more difficult to get the right herbs. Mago is interested in how the doctor found out that he had a nightmare. He tells the boy that his spiritual energy was unstable. This happens when you have a bad dream. Mago says that it was a terrible dream. The white tree, engulfed in fire, howled for help, but no one responded. The more frantically the tree screamed, the more the flames grew. Mago describes how creepy it was to watch, but there was nothing he could do in his dream. Putting his hand on Mago's shoulder, the healer tells him that this may be a prophetic dream. Some gifted cultivators can even turn nightmares into luck. Such people have a special sensitive nature, and it seems that this is exactly the case. The healer tells Mago that he is quite suitable for the role of someone who is able to change the destined fate. It really helps Mago and inspires him. Eren and Ham started their journey. To begin with, they went down into a mouse hole. This is the name of the tunnels located on the territory of the Eagle Monastery. They are used mainly for escape and emergency situations. Ham wants to talk. He tells Eren that such joint walks bring back memories of the old days. But Eren is not in the mood to talk. She is focused and is in her thoughts, which she also advises Ham. But he insists, saying that team spirit is very important for the successful completion of the task. Eren thinks about the fact that the training in the monastery was cancelled until the premises were put in order. All the masters were given instructions, and they were sent outside under the guise. Unexpectedly, Eren and Ham smelled someone else in the tunnel. They reacted quickly and wounded the stranger in the dark. He did not expect this, because he tried to move imperceptibly and silently. Eren notices that the stranger really moved silently, but he failed to hide the rotten smell. Ham believes that Mr. Ammon knew that the guys would be followed and therefore specifically sent them through this tunnel. In the Eagle Monastery, clothes are treated with charcoal, so they almost do not miss odors. This is great for situations where you need to sit in ambush or follow someone on the heels. The cultivators are so used to it that they sometimes forget that the technique can fail. Ham notices that they wouldn't be able to smell it in other tunnels. However, it is cold and damp here, and also high humidity, and therefore this is a completely different matter. The guys asked the stranger to take off his mask, to which he opened a bottle, took a few sips of its contents, threw the bottle away and said that he wanted to be softer with them out of old friendship. But they themselves asked for tougher measures. A man who previously looked like a ninja in a black vestment and mask suddenly turned into a monster. Ham had never heard of a person turning into fear, so after what he saw, he was in a slight stupor. He needed time to think about how to act more rationally. But there was no time to think. Eren, unlike him, immediately rushed at the enemy, and Ham had to immediately support this initiative. 8th chapter. The guys were standing over Mago's bed. Shira shyly asked how he was feeling. Mago replied that everything was fine. The boys praised him for defending Shira to the end. But Mago said it wasn't quite like that. If it wasn't for Master Ham, something terrible would have happened to them for sure. A group of guys who are also undergoing training came into the room. They, led by Eggy, laugh and mock the guys, noticing that fears climbed into their room, and this is due to the fact that they are just worthless bugs that just like the fears. Another student named Heron got out of bed. He stood up for his friends and asked the offenders to moderate their ardor. Heron told the most important of that company, a guy named Eggy, that he would show what he was capable of in the competition arena during the next competitions. He did not take the guy's words seriously and only laughed, telling him that he should be careful not to get into the hospital again. Heron says that instead of worrying about him, the guy should learn to stay on the eagle so as not to hang upside down again, like a laughing stock. This made the guy very angry, and he also decided to be sarcastic. Eggy asked Heron how such a loser like him has the audacity to walk around with the seal of power on his face. Heron's reaction was not long in coming. A fight started. However, Heron had to let Eggy go, because the place they were in forbids any altercations in principle, and if someone noticed them, they would both be suspended. When Eggy was already leaving, mockingly saying goodbye, he abruptly stumbled. Mago helped him in this, but he did it completely unintentionally. He was sitting on the floor, looking at the ants. One of the workers noticed the brawl, but Eggy's group had already left and she was scolding Mago and Heron. Mago timidly stated that the ants told him that they needed to escape because a huge creepy snake appeared from under the ground. The girl was surprised, but told Mago that cultivators should not compose all sorts of tall tales and next time he would not get off so easily. Eren and Ham continued to fight with a strange creature that turned from a man into fear. At some point they found themselves lying on the floor in an embrace. Ham wanted to protect Eren in this way. She told him to freeze in place. He was embarrassed for a second, but the next moment, Eren's sword stuck in a few centimeters from the bottom. Ham reproaches Eren that the sword could have been handled more carefully. To which Eren says that Ham is to blame himself and there was nothing to stick to her. He is offended, because he sincerely wanted to help. The girl says she could have dodged it herself. The guy asks her how she would do it in such a difficult situation. He doesn't have time to finish the thought and notices that the monster has already lost its head. The guys set fire to the defeated opponent. Ham regrets that no information could be extracted from him. Aaron convinces him that as soon as the stranger turned into fear, it became impossible to persuade him to cooperate or get any information from him. Ham chastises the girl that he so thoughtlessly rushed into battle. He tells her that if she does this, she won't live long. Aaron asks Ham if he's worried about her or just criticizing her. She says that since they could not prevent the stranger from turning into fear, there was nothing else to do but attack him until he reached full strength. She convinces Ham that it was all completely deliberate. Now she is no longer the girl who is only given a reason to fight. She has grown up and is able to analyze the situation herself. Ham still does not back down and says that it was possible to wait for the right moment and deal with the monster together. Aaron asks with whom, and this offends the guy very much, because it seems that she does not take him into account at all. But Aaron still tells Ham that she owes him a couple of words of gratitude. When the girl thanked Ham, he was noticeably embarrassed, but still was satisfied. 9th chapter. Aju sat on top of a huge mountain of wood and emitted a blue flame. Thus, he restrained a huge monster, which he still managed to catch. He was taken outside the gate. The Archon, who soon came to see all this, expressed his concern that such monsters were walking freely around. Ammon, who also arrived at the place, assured him that as long as the cultivators protect the kingdom, everything is safe. Barbanam managed to study the captured monster. He said it was a walking tree from the Ulgru forest. Only there is one oddity: there were no faults in that area, which means that someone helped the tree get here. While Aju is concentrating on holding the monster with blue flames, Dara is next to him. She wants to talk to a guy. She wonders if he will last like this for 2 days, because that's how long it should take for other cultivators to come to the rescue. Aja is only worried about one problem. He doesn't want to get hungry. He tells Dara that he will cope with the task, because it is much easier to maintain the flame than to catch a monster. Dara is sometimes too intrusive, but she doesn't do it out of spite. So this time she had already bored Aju, and he asked her to go help the others if she wanted things to go faster. The girl agreed and quickly ran away on business. Meanwhile, the children in the Eagle Monastery are also discussing this incident. 10th chapter. Jin Shu tells the others that the leader of the Fears has been caught and he is incredibly huge. According to him, even if the elders of the monastery come together, it will take 2 days to destroy him. He asks the others if they are not interested in seeing the leader of Fears with their own eyes. Many people really want to see it with their own eyes. And although Jin Shu did not quite correctly overhear the story of what is happening, it sounds convincing. Shira doubts. She's the only one who probably doesn't want to look at all this. The guys have almost despaired after analyzing the complexity of the situation, because it is quite difficult to leave this room. But Heron offers them his plan, which sounds like escape from the monastery. They decide to use the third mouse hole, a tunnel under the monastery. It is he who should lead them to the right place from which they will be able to see everything. Heron, as the chosen captain, declares that everyone should agree and express their desire to participate in this operation, and only then it can be considered ready for execution. Jin Shu is ready to go right now, without waiting for midnight. Jin Xia also really wants to see. Shira doubts and does not know what to answer. The guys laugh that if Meigo goes, then she will go. She is very embarrassed because of this. The guys decide to leave the decision to Meigo. His answer depends on whether the escape will take place or not. And in the kitchen at this time, Dara is trying to get food for Prince Aju, but Leah is unapproachable. She says that food is prepared here only for the Lord Archon and the honored guests visiting Nargal. There is another place for those who are improving, and if they want to choose something, then Leah advised them to go to the dining room. The girls argue animatedly. Mrs. Chan appears, who sides with Dara and says that Leah should cook food for Aju. Leah says this is a violation and asks what to do if Mr. Timo finds out. Ms. Chan says that if the palace falls, no one will follow the rules, but if anything happens, she will take responsibility. As soon as night fell, the guys who were preparing the escape plan began to implement it. They descended into a dark tunnel. At first, they couldn't walk normally at all. Shira recalled the moment when Meigo agreed to all this. Heron said that it was the duty of a cultivator to explore the unusual and uncover the unknown, and then asked Meigo what he had decided. He was thinking at that moment, and Shira hoped that he would think the same as she did, that this was the work of more experienced people and it was a bad idea to go there. But her hopes were dashed because Meigo expressed a desire to go see a huge fear. As the guys said, if Meigo goes, then Shira will follow. And so it happened. Leah has prepared a dish for the prince in the kitchen, but she does not want to give it to Dare so that she herself takes it to Evil. The girls continue to argue. Meanwhile, the young cultivators are walking through a dark tunnel. The guys ask Heron how he found out about this hole. to which he replies that his father told him about this place. Before the rift on the Grey Mountain, everything was filled with water here, but now you can walk here. 11th chapter. Xia tells Heron that he is like an encyclopedia. Jin Shu says that he is cold. His sister teases him that he is just afraid. He denies, stating that he is not afraid of anything at all. Then she tells how one day, when he saw a little fear, he pooped in his pants. This is very annoying and embarrassing for Xia. Mago gives medicine to the frozen sheep, which was given to him in the hospital. He says that this thing will help to warm up and calm your nerves. Xiu swallows the medicine whole. Mago feels that this is not good, because it was necessary to chew it thoroughly. At first he felt warm and thought that the medicine was working, but then he suddenly felt someone's energy somewhere above. He quickly began to climb, trying not to lose this thread of energy. The energy gradually disappears. Dara and Lee are still arguing about food. Dara is trying to come up with different reasons why she should take the food to the prince. But Lee realized that Dara wanted to pretend that she had cooked the food for Aju herself and thereby win his favor. It was the 12th hour when Aju restrained the monster with his flame. The guards ask Ammon if his son is okay. Ammon says that his teacher forced him to do other things. Once he kept the flame burning for a whole week, going almost without food. Ammon notices the girls with food. He shouts to them that he is very glad that food was brought to him, despite the fact that he has already eaten. He is not going to refuse. But when he heard that the treat was prepared not for him, but for Aju, the king was upset. Meanwhile, Shu, who was following the subtle energy, lost track of her. This angered all the guys, because they thought that Shu would find something cool now, and in the end they ran in vain. Shu can't understand what happened. The guys continue to climb, and do not notice the squirrel, which is at the bottom. Perhaps it was she who felt Shu. 12th chapter. Dara found a way to feed Aja. She prepared special chopsticks for him. Ordinary people who worked nearby noticed that food was brought from the palace from Mr. Aju. One of the men complains that someone brings food from the palace, and someone absolutely nothing. Another man, on the contrary, finds it strange to make such a fuss about food. But the second man also expresses dissatisfaction. He says that the offspring of aristocrats manage to become masters in just 3 years, and since they are masters, they refuse to join the army, and they do not want to work in the field. All they do is occasionally catch fears. According to these men, the world is going to hell, which is why so many fears are coming out. Aju, sitting on top of the bound monster, feels that his soul has disappeared. This means that it will not be possible to use the divine flame on him now. It is no longer possible to restrain fear. The monster slowly rises to its full height. A man in a black hood and with a red mask on his face reports to Ammon that there is no one left near fear, and now they are waiting for further instructions. Ammon announces the start of the operation. The tree was doused with a large amount of oil and then set on fire. But the guards continue to be alert. They do not move away from the catapults and remain vigilant. Suddenly, a stranger appeared out of nowhere, looking like a cat. It was she who was in the forest with a huge toad fear. 13th chapter. The stranger tells the guards that they are doing the right thing, since they remain on the alert, because this is not all the surprises for today. The uninvited guest jumped off the wall and found herself right in front of Ammon. She says those guns definitely wouldn't have stopped them. Ammon replies that it is not guns that protect this land, but people. Dara and Aju attack a stranger. Dara shows herself well in battle, but the advantage is still on the side of the stranger. Then Aju decides to use the sparks of the flame, but he does not hit his opponent because he is too tired. He had lost a lot of strength restraining this monster. Ammon pushes the cat away from his son and Dara. Several people shoot a bow at the stranger at once, but she deftly dodges each arrow. Moreover, she catches them and throws them back, thereby injuring several people. The stranger feels very happy. She thinks it's all some kind of special entertainment. 14th chapter. The young cultivators have almost reached the hatch that leads out of the tunnel. They see strange smoke, as if from a fire, and can't believe that they are late. The guys quickly run to the exit. Once outside, they see a huge blazing tree. An alert has been issued in the city due to an enemy invasion. 3 cannon installations to contain a huge fear were destroyed. 5 people were injured, and there was only one culprit. This mysterious stranger with ears and a tail. Many realize how strong this stranger is, but no one can guess who could have sent such a strong rival. The stranger herself was also surprised. She didn't expect to see a walking tree tied up, and even restrained by some boy with the help of a blue flame. She guesses that this guy caught the tree with the help of a blue flame. As always, Aju is angry at being called a baby again. Dara intercedes and advises the overgrown cat to look at herself first. Ammon understands that at the behest of this stranger, the walking tree has left its habitat, and is wreaking havoc. She says that it is both so and not so at the same time. She says she can't explain it because she doesn't understand human language well. Amam is very angry that the stranger does not tell any information. He wants to give her a thrashing and then still find out something. Amam prepares to attack his opponent, but she stops him. He thinks she has given up, but the guest is playing a whole performance. She made a guilty and sad look and said that she did not know that the Moon King had returned, and now she has to fight with him. After finishing this theatrical scene, she suddenly said with a smile that she could not miss the opportunity to measure strength with the Moon King, because they say that he is incredibly strong. Amam notices that the opponent has an incredibly powerful energy, which is similar to the energy of his teacher. The stranger manages to shoot a stream of energy into a burning tree. Amam wanted to stop her, but he didn't have time to do it. Moreover, he lost his vigilance when he grabbed her hand, and she took advantage of it, and the flame that embraced the walking tree suddenly began to fade. 15th chapter. Amam tells the stranger that she was able to dislocate his arm only by brute force, without resorting to spells, and after all, he is the father of the flame and no one has ever succeeded. The stranger laughs, calling the king a tough nut to crack, because she expected to pull out her arm, not dislocate it. Amam decided to activate another of his abilities, but the uninvited guest managed to react. Amam is puzzled. No one had ever managed to evade his sudden flame attack at such a close distance before, but she did. So, it's not the first time she's fought with the owners of such power. The stranger does not deny this, but notices that the father of the flame was not in her opponents yet. Amam decides to use his special technique. He pulled 2 axes that were nearby into his hands. Now he's ready to fight. Meanwhile, his son, along with Dara, is in an earthly shelter under the eastern gate, where they will not be reached by the returning tree. Suddenly, Lee was also in the shelter. She hugged Aja and began to talk quickly about how the flame in which the walking tree was burning suddenly went out and the tree came back to life. She tells Aju that she is very scared. Dara sees all this and the girls start a little brawl. Aju tries to leave unnoticed. Amam continues to fight with the uninvited guest. He uses his technique, which has a lyrical name, the Dance of Axes under the Full Moon. He even manages to injure his rival, which she was very surprised at, and the guards almost manage to knock down a walking tree. 16th chapter. Mr. Aju leaves the shelter. He can't sit still when this is happening around. Even if he is weak and cannot do much, but as a cultivator he is obliged to fulfill his duty and he tells Dara about this. She goes with him, of course. She advises Leah to hide better in the shelter and she will take care of Aju. This makes the girl very angry, and she says that she will also go with them, even if she does not own a weapon. Maybe she can help the wounded and take care of them. Amam's fight is still going on. The stranger is very good at protection. She unmistakably evades any threat. Amam manages to cut off her braid, but this is practically nothing compared to how much effort he spent on it. The stranger managed to repel his crown attack in the air. Amam has accumulated enough energy to use his latest crown technique. 17th chapter. Mago and the rest of the guys decide to leave as soon as possible, but Shiu stumbles, and his foot gets stuck in snags. While everyone is trying to help Shiu, Mago is mesmerized by looking into the distance. He sees a dragon made of blue flame and when he is very close, Mago closes his eyes and finds himself at home. His mother is calling him, and his grandfather is also sitting in the room. Tears came to the boy's eyes. He rushed to his mother and hugged her tightly. She gently comforted Mago, because she realized that he had had a nightmare. At breakfast, Mago tells me what was in me, and about the flash of flame and about the blue dragon that swept over him and his friends. Mom asks Mago what friends mean, because there are only Nagas his age in the neighborhood. Mago says that he met them in Nargola. Grandfather thoughtfully says that since the blue flame is really in Nargol, summoned in the form of a dragon, then something serious must have happened. Gradually, reality seeps into this ideal world of Mago's past. Grandpa tells the boy that he needs to come back as soon as possible. The boy does not want to, because he has just met his mother and grandfather again. But Grandpa insists. He says that unless something very serious has happened there, the lady will definitely help him. Mago is crying and doesn't understand why he can't stay and not leave this place. The picture of the past is gradually being destroyed. Marie tells Mago that he promised to obey his grandfather, always think of the best, never be sad and enjoy life. Grandfather says that if he does not return there, he will lose both that place and his friends. Therefore, he needs to leave before it's too late. Mago goes into the light. Behind him, he hears parting words that he will succeed. He leaves this strange, but such a native place with tears in his eyes. 18th chapter. Something very strange is happening. The inner force that was in Mago, the power of the blade, for some reason suddenly reacted to this flame in the form of a dragon. Mago also began to radiate some kind of power and a pillar of light emanated from him. Besides, he was hanging in the air. Suddenly a squirrel jumped on him. The whole city was covered with a dome of blue flame. Ordinary people and animals lose consciousness from this. Dara also lost consciousness. Aju tries to bring her to her senses while Leah is mumbling at his hand that everyone is dead. He explains to her that almost everyone lost consciousness from a flash of blue flame. Dara came to her senses and hugged Aju. He does not like this and therefore at such moments he often uses his blue flame on the dyer. Because of this, she regained consciousness quite quickly, because she is already familiar with the energy of the blue flame. Aju, Dara and Leah are heading to Amam. He reflects on what will happen to the city if the Archon finds out about it. Suddenly, 5 fugitives appear in the sky and you are the stranger. They land on the ground in some kind of protective shell. Everyone lost consciousness except Mago and Shu. Shu is frightened by Amam, but Aju explains that it is his father, the Moon King. Shu says he looks more like a robber than a king. Amam laughs. He calls it a disguise. When he and Mago were traveling around the kingdom to assess the extent of the devastation, Amam did not want to force the people to give up the ladder in order to accept it properly. Because of this, says Amam, Mago had a hard time. It was necessary to sleep anywhere and eat at least something edible. He pats him on the head, and then suddenly realizes that Mago shouldn't be here at all. He asks him what he is doing here, but someone else intervenes in the conversation. A small squirrel is sitting in front of them, and she says she will answer this question. The squirrel turned into a beautiful girl and greeted Amam. They were already familiar with him earlier. 19th chapter. This girl's name is Dam. Amam is very surprised to see her here. He asks the girl why she didn't warn about the visit and wasn't she supposed to stop somewhere in the Habira woods. Amam introduced the ladies to everyone present, saying that she was one of his teacher's 5 students. Aju asks his father how everyone who is standing here managed not to lose consciousness. Dam says it's thanks to Mago. Leah and Shu did not lose consciousness, because when they had already experienced the power of Mago, we can't remember anything like that. Dam says that in the case of Leah, everything is quite interesting. Her essence has changed due to the influence of Mago's power. The girl denies, but the lady says that she has really changed and now she can embark on the path of improvement. Amam asks the ladies if she has been looking after Mago all this time. She replies that she was looking after the boy at Marie's request. Amam asks why she didn't show up to them, to which she replies that she could not, because when she found them, they were already being followed. She points to the side and says that it was he who was following them. There stands a stranger in a black raincoat and a red mask. He's trying to get that stranger cat out of here because she also lost consciousness. The stranger says that they did everything they wanted, and as a bonus, they also learned about the blade. He sets fire to a walking tree with a snap of his fingers. Stating that he helped them, he asks them to let them go quietly. But Amam does not intend to do this. He attacks a stranger, who declares that they have no choice and they will still have to choose whether to protect the inhabitants of Nargal or chase after him. The lady tells Mago that they are not strangers to each other at all. She takes out a small piece of paper and says that it is a gift. She asks to read it when everything calms down. Although she is sorry that as soon as there is a chance to talk, she needs to go on the road again. But she can't do it any other way. Mago gets upset and tears come to his eyes. Aju advises him not to shed tears, but to take his friends away from this place while he protects them. 20th chapter. The masked stranger invoked a multitude of fears to distract Amam and the others from chasing him. Fears in the form of dogs attack Amam in a whole pack. He uses his abilities and repels the attack of the whole pack. Then, he cuts off the stranger's hand with an axe and offers to surrender. An unusual creature resembling a flying dinosaur appears from under the ground. When he got out of the ground with his muzzle, he threw Amam a few meters away. The masked guest and the guest cat sat astride this beast. The opponent's arm suddenly grew again. He suggested postponing the battle for later. Dam tells Amam that he will follow them. It is easier for her to remain unnoticed, since she can disguise her energy under the energy of fears. Nargal needs Amam now, and he can't go. Dara and Aju are preparing to fight the fears that have appeared here because of a stranger. Amam helps them with this. It remains only to deal with the walking tree. Amam looks at it and sees Mago standing at its foot. The tree is burning with a strange green flame, which was released by a stranger in a mask. Mago is fascinated by the tree, because he has already seen this picture in his dream. He gently touches the tree. A white glow appears from inside. Old dry branches fall to the ground with a crash, and after a few moments a white tree grows in front of his eyes. 21st chapter. 3 days have passed since the rescue of the white tree. During this time, Meigo managed to become the main topic of gossip of the Eagle Monastery. He became popular in a bad way. Many say that fear appeared here because of him and he is the cause of all the dangers. Meigo goes to the lake to retire with himself. He remembers how good it used to be when he and his teacher just traveled the world. He remembers how he and Amam hunted in the winter forest. The walking tree turned into a white tree. People began to call it sacred because it marked the victory over the Lord of Fears. However, there were those who thought differently. They believed that the tree should be cut down because it appeared from the remnants of the Lord of Fears, which means it cannot lead to something good. Another man says that this tree grew out of a walking tree after its purification. That's what Amam himself said. There is no energy of fears in the tree. But the panicked citizen disagrees. He states that the higher ranks always say that everything is fine when it is not. They just calm the common people. He points out that the cultivators and soldiers lined up near the tree for a reason. His interlocutor suggests that they only want to protect the sacred tree so that it is not desecrated. But the man doesn't even listen to him. He continues to insist that no fear has ever been cleared yet. Alarmed people spread gossip about the tree like this. Someone even thinks that they are just afraid to knock him out because of the curse. Meigo reflects on this. He knows that the tree is not cursed. Suddenly, she calls out to him. She calls him to have a snack together. She asks about how his first lesson went. He says it's kind of interesting, but he doesn't really think so, and she notices it. Studying history, the girl confirms, is really a very boring activity, but she advises Meigo to be patient, because lessons with older students are much more interesting. Shia and Meigo are already waiting for the other guys. Heron asked where she found him. She said it was exactly where he said it was, on the shore behind the hill. Heron tells Meigo that he was there a lot when he first got here. It's quiet and deserted there on the shore. Shia interrupts Heron and hurries everyone to go to the dining room as soon as possible. The guys did not remember the events of the day when the dome of the blue flame covered Nargal. Only Meigo and Shu remembered everything that happened. After those events, Amam gave Shi the dagger of the master so that he would protect his friends from enemies. Dara and Aju also discussed the situation with Amam. They offered to entrust the protection of Meigo, enlightened and hide somewhere on the border. But Amam says that they have been hiding for 10 years, during which time the persecution has not subsided, but on the contrary has only become stronger. Since it is impossible to hide, Amam offers to meet the opponents face to face. Amam wants to trap them. 22nd chapter. 4 days ago, at the mouth of the Nargal River, Aaron and Ham embarked on their journey. They are leaving Narangos for the first time. The guys have a difficult path ahead. Having moved out of Nargal, they must continue their journey through the coastal lands. Then they need to swim across the sea themselves, then cross the desert, and only then they will finally find themselves in the kingdom of Sansai. Ham is much more worried about the upcoming road than Aaron. He thinks that they may get in the way of robbers or pirates, or they may get caught in a sandstorm. They will also need to sell some things to exchange them for local money. But what if things get hurt when they fight off the robbers? Aaron tells Ham not to worry, because she will protect him. He is offended again. He says that he can stand up for himself. In the Eagle Abode, Heron and Shu leave school to fight their fears. Shia tells Meigo that they have already scored enough points. She understands that Meigo is not aware of the assessment system here, and she tells him how everything works here. The cultivator begins to train from an early age. Then he is called a disciple. This is the first stage, and when he turns 13, he automatically goes to the senior disciple stage. Going to the master stage is much more difficult. You need to score 300 points and pass 3 exams, each of which you need to get the maximum number of points. It is enough for children from the nobility to pass 1 exam. After becoming a master, points are collected again to move to the enlightened stage, or to the stage of a teacher who trains students. In addition, you need to constantly participate in real battles. After the enlightened one comes the stage of the chosen one. With the recommendations of other cultivators and the approval of all 5 kings of Narangos, you can finally step into this stage. If you compare it with the army, then the chosen one is something like the title of a great general. It is very difficult to get it. As a result, the chosen one can continue to serve for the benefit of Narangos, can become a teacher and train senior students and masters, or can go his own way, and he will not need to obey the orders of the 5 kings. Meigo is interested in what stages Heron and Shu are in. Shia says that her brother failed the exams, but Heron passed, although the official ceremony where he should be made a master is postponed, and therefore he is still listed as a senior student. But the fact that these guys are sent to fight with fears is not quite a common thing. Previously, such work was entrusted only to masters who had already scored 150 points. The good thing is that even older students are poisoned to fight fears is not enough. Meigo asks why, to which Shia says that her brother becomes too unbearable when he brags a lot. But of course, this is not the main reason why it is bad enough. Shia also tells Meigo that it is more important to learn how to use your power than to study history. Meigo again wonders why. She says it's elementary. Because they catch villains with the help of incantatory techniques, not with the help of history. Meigo asks why, then, to learn history at all. She says he has a talent for annoying people with eternal questions. He makes excuses that he is just very interested in listening to everything, as Shia explains it well. The girl smiles, but she doesn't know the answer to this question herself. Meigo heard rustling in the bushes and told the girls that there was something there. She demanded that whoever was hiding there come out immediately. 23rd chapter. Jumping to the bushes, she used her strength so that the branches parted in different directions and it was possible to see who was hiding in the bushes. It turned out to be just a rabbit. While the guys were talking about everything in the world, they suddenly realized that they were late for class. No one dared to knock on the door. Shia and Shira know how strict the teacher is there. Meigo doesn't want to knock on the door either. It's his first lesson with her, and he's late. The children have hope, because the teacher could also be late for class. Lately, she sometimes came later. They're trying to hear what's going on behind the huge door. But the door is made of gnarled wood and practically does not miss sounds. Shira pricked up her ears and could hear something. Shia encourages her friend and says that this is expected from the Nari race. The girl says it has nothing to do with race. She has enhanced her hearing thanks to the power of the cultivator. She says they've been told about it, but haven't shown it yet. But it turns out that Shira went through the material in advance on her own. Since she is a little different, it is difficult for her to control her power without preparation. She hears sounds, but can't understand what the teacher or other guys are saying. Meigo can't hear anything, but notices an ant crawling on the door. He tells the girls that he can ask him. This surprises the girls very much. Only the enlightened can do this. A wounded man is lying in the blue house. The one who managed to track down a stranger who looked like a cat after the attack of fears on the monastery. He was badly injured in the fight, but they managed to find him and now he is safe. Amam says that no one should know about this incident. Amam is just talking to Yang. She is called a sunset girl because of the order to which she belongs. When Amam leaves, she talks to Kon Endo. He is the chosen one from the fiery order. He expresses disbelief that Amam decided to hide what was happening. He wants to do it by making it look like another enlightened one attacked the enlightened one, not fear. This promises a fall in reputation. But Amam considered all the pros and cons, coming to this decision. Yang expresses confidence in Amam's actions. She says that the power of the blade is able to protect the people and perhaps that is why Amam brought the boy to the monastery. She believes that the king has made the right decision. She says goodbye to her interlocutor, saying that it's time for her class and turning into a flock of bats flies away. And in front of the door to her office, 3 guys finally waited for the ant, who should tell them if there is a teacher in the classroom or has not yet come. They don't get an answer because the ant has returned to ask what the teacher looks like. They have already lost too much time and they have no choice but to go to class. 24th chapter. Meigo decides to open the door, but it is too huge, and to open it you need to know how to do it. Shia decides to open the door herself. It's not easy to do it, but she is determined. She is doing great. They enter the classroom. The students gathered there are wondering how they managed to open the door. They think that the door was opened by the teacher herself, but she is not visible. Shia says that it looks like there is no teacher. At the same moment, a flock of bats flies into the classroom and turns into a teacher right behind the girl. She scolds the guys for being late. When she sees Meigo, she recognizes him and also scolds him a little for being late, telling him that she was familiar with his mother. She was one of the best enlightened. It was she who first realized that Yang had the ability to join the Sunset Order. Unfortunately, their acquaintance did not last long. Marie, Meigo's mother, was not looking for peace and security. She wanted to see how big the world was. As soon as she went on another trip, the enemies attacked the city like coyotes waiting for this moment. The losses were great, but no one blamed the departed hero. They believed that Meigo's mother had left Narangos in order to protect them from an even greater threat, and to do great things. She is once again drawn to the fact that Meigo's mother was impeccable, was not late and did not make mistakes. 25th chapter. As punishment, the teacher will deduct 10 points each and in addition they will need to clean up the eagle's nest. The girls take it too much to heart. For Shira to lose 10 points is a real tragedy. The tragedy of the second girl named Shia is in the eagle's nest, the cleaning of which is a very difficult task. Meanwhile, the courtier Leah thinks about the words of the ladies. She decides to embark on the path of perfection. Soy distracted her from her thoughts by reminding her that a delegation of envoys from Zigard was arriving today. She says that the manager wants to know why Leah is late, so she asked her to bring the girl to her as soon as possible. When the girls arrive, the manager tells Soy that she can be free. The manager loudly chastises the late girl. She declares that if she continues to behave like this, she will never become a real court lady in her life. The manager's scream usually knocks everyone down, so Soy got it this time too, although she was not late. The scream knocked her off her feet, but Lee stood motionless. The old woman was surprised by this. She was even more surprised by the girl's statement that she made. She said that she no longer wants to be a court lady because she wants to step on the path of perfection. The old woman said that if she really wants it, then she does not mind, but still she has one condition. 26th chapter. In the classroom at the Eagle Monastery, the students are indignant. The teacher credited the latecomers with additional points. After the lesson in the dining room, they are noisily discussing what happened. The teacher credited them with as many as 20 additional points. I asked teacher Yon why she decided to do this. Zakatnitsa explained her position by saying that they deserved it. Shira strengthened her abilities with the help of independent training. Mago became the first of the students to use his hidden abilities, and Shia was able to open a huge door alone. Everyone was unwavering. In addition, the guys were not afraid to answer for their act, which is why each of them received additional points. She remembers Mago asking the teacher why the story was needed. A noise ran through the class then, and Mago was already beginning to worry that he had asked such a question in vain. But Yon said it was a good question. The teacher decided to explain why this is necessary with a simple example. In this example, Mago was building a sand castle. Yang asks the boy to imagine that Shira and Shia are running to the castle built by him at high speed. She invites him to guess which of them intends to destroy the castle. He thinks it's going to be she. The teacher continues the story. She tells Mago to assume that Shia has left urgently, and while he was distracted, Shira breaks the lock. However, not everything is so simple. In fact, in the end it will turn out that it was Yang who arranged everything. She pushed Shira and she broke the lock. Using this example, the teacher explains that it is necessary to have not only strength, but it is also important to know and understand who has friendly intentions and who does not. History is a mirror that can shed light on the present and prepare for the future. Thanks to this knowledge, you can protect your home from enemies that hide in the shadows. After discussing this, she suggested going to the impregnable nest to start cleaning there, since they had refreshed themselves and were now full of strength. She is a little afraid, but wants to meet the expectations of the teacher. The guys go to the impregnable nest. They're going down a pretty creepy road. It is narrow and located high above the ground. She is afraid of heights and can't go any further. 27th chapter. She stumbled and almost fell. Mago decided to help. He advised the girl not to be nervous, as it is difficult to keep balance on wobbly legs. Supporting his girlfriend by the hand, he explains that she can walk while looking at the wall, so it will be easier for her, because her head will not spin. Shira, walking behind, is jealous of Mago's girlfriend. Shia asks Mago where he knows everything about. He says that as a child he often collected medicinal herbs with his grandfather. The rarest grasses grow on the tops of mountains, and therefore they had to pass through similar cliffs. She thought Mago was an ordinary crybaby, but now she saw in him a nice and courteous guy. If Heron or Shu were in his place, they would definitely make fun of her. Shira also wanted some kind of tactile contact. She began to push Mago in the back, blaming the fact that they were walking too slowly. Soon they came to an impregnable nest. The door there turned out to be quite small. In the heavenly abode itself, all the doors are much larger, because giants used to live there. A small door is enough here, because everything you need is supplied through another entrance. The impregnable nest is striking in its size. This is where the heavenly eagles live. The cultivators fight on top of them. The guys were met by Mr. Sucka. She already knows him. She often works out lateness here. Before cleaning, the man said that he would instruct the guys. The first rule is not to stand in front of the sacred eagle. The second rule is not to stand in front of the sacred eagle. The third rule is not to stand in front of the sacred eagle. These are the three basic rules, because if you stand in front of an eagle, it means provocation, a challenge to a duel. You can only bypass the eagle from the side. Suku told Mago that if he stayed in front of the eagle for more than 4 seconds, his friends would pick it up piece by piece. Shia hastened to calm him down. Suku always inspires fear, but in fact the eagles are tied. The 11th floor was assigned to them. In addition, the man added that it is not necessary to use inner strength here. Suddenly a bell rang and a signal fire began to be seen in the nest. It's a crimson bell. It notifies of an enemy attack from the air. The ice and thunderstorm order fly to Narmori, the wind and pine order to Narutil. All the representatives of the orders quickly left the nest and went to carry out the order. Saku told the children who came to work out to leave the nest. 28th chapter. The guys decide to return to the monastery. She assumes that something really serious has happened, since all the orders left the nest so quickly. Mago asks her friend how many orders there are in total. She decides to tell him. There are 8 eagle orders in Narangos. They are all quite similar, but differ in abilities and number of followers. The first and largest order is the Ice Order. The eagles of this order protect the maritime territories. Their operculum is not afraid of moisture. They can fly even in a downpour and a storm. Some can even fly underwater. The second in terms of the number of followers is the Iron Order. These eagles have the strongest horns, besides they are very hardy. In peacetime they deliver provisions, and in wartime they defend the camp from attack, chained in a hard struggle. The third order, which is famous for its valor and bravery, is the Earth Order. Their eagles fight better on land than in the air. Strong paws make them indispensable in close combat. The other orders have much fewer participants. One of them is the Fiery Order. Their eagles can emit flames, but few people have seen it live. The next Pine Order uses the forces of nature. Eagles of this order are distinguished by a long neck. In addition, they can change the color of their plumage and heal. Thunder and lightning are subject to the Thunder Order. Eagles of this order can accumulate electrical discharges and cause a thunderstorm on their own. It's an incredible sight. The Wind Order is famous for its speed. This order is considered the best of all. There are few individuals of this species left, but they are very agile in flight. The smallest is the Sunset Order. Little is known about these eagles. In an impregnable nest, they are kept separate from the others and are usually sent on missions at night. While the guys are discussing the huge statue at the entrance, a stranger in the nest cuts the rope restraining the eagle. The statue at the entrance depicts an eagle named Lunorim. The first king of Nargal drove out monsters fighting on it. The descendants of this eagle are now in the Wind Order. Mago notices that the statue has 3 paws. She wants to explain what this is about, but suddenly a huge eagle from the Sunset Order appears behind her. Mago reacted quickly. He carefully began to walk around the bird from the edge, as Sukka said. There were a couple more people in the nest. They noticed the eagle and the children next to it. It can be life-threatening. Mago is trying to tame the eagle. Adults understand that in case of failure, only death awaits him. They rush to help the children. Sajin, who jumped on the eagle, notices that the reins are cut off and the eagle is now out of control. 29th chapter. The eagle flapped its powerful wings and the guys were carried by a stream of air directly to the abyss, from where all the eagles fly out. If they fall, they will break to death. The man holds them in the air with his strength, but his strength is running out. Suddenly the eagle soars in the air and catches the guys. Everyone present is shocked, because the eagle was saddled by Mago and was able to control him, being only a senior student. This is a real miracle. Mago went to bed earlier in the evening. Heron asked the girls what had happened to him. They told me about how Mago managed to ride an eagle, but they hardly believe it. However, they still admit that this is possible, because Mago has surprised them all more than once. Mago is fast asleep in his bed, but Leah in her room cannot fall asleep. She is thinking about the condition that the manager has set for her. She promoted her to a junior courtier and stated that if she did not make a single mistake within 10 days, her request would be considered. Although it is very difficult, Leah is determined. Meanwhile, a dark silhouette appeared above Mago's bed. 30th chapter. Sleeping Mago wakes up Aju. At night they leave the monastery. Aju explains to Mago that he needs to learn how to use his inner strength. Mago doesn't understand why he is learning this, if he can't use it anyway. Aju yells at Mago for asking too many questions. The boy gets upset. He's quite vulnerable. Dara calms him down and gently explains that when Mago uses his power, he endangers other cultivators. Dara explains to the boy that he has exceptional power, and Mr. Ammon wants him to refrain from using it until he learns to control it. Mago does not understand how he can learn this, but the girl explains that they are here precisely to help him with this. With the help of training, he will be able to use his strength. Mago clarifies how this is possible if he has just been banned from using force. But Dara tells him again that this prohibition applies only to the Eagle Monastery. Outside of it he cannot restrain himself. This inspires the boy. Now they are waiting for another person who should also join them. Mool appears in front of the guys. He apologizes for being late. Aju is angry that he was late, but the guy makes excuses that he got too carried away with masking the tracks. Meigo stares at Mul and suddenly firmly declares that he is a rabbit. Aju asks how he managed to get caught by Meigo while looking after him. He does not deny that he got caught. He says that until that moment he was sure that Meigo did not notice him. In the dining room, during class, and even in the toilet. During all these moments, Meigo had the feeling that someone was watching him. But it was in the forest that Mul screwed up when he was in the guise of a rabbit. Meigo was able to calculate it by comparing the energies. 31st chapter, Blade Hunters. It was from them that Amam hid Meigo all this time. The school and the Eagle Monastery is both the safest and the most potentially dangerous place for Meigo. The training will help to protect other cultivators in the monastery and will also help Meigo himself. Aju says that the training will be difficult and exhausting. Meigo is full of enthusiasm and declares that he is ready for this, but after thinking a little, he realizes that he will have to lose a good sleep. Energy is everywhere, in the light of the rising sun, in the flow of water, and in general in everything that surrounds us. The energy is in constant motion, it gathers in clumps, and then dissipates and so on indefinitely. Somewhere among these streams there are people. The task of cultivators is to maintain harmony in the world by following the directions of this energy. As they say, to feel the flow of energy, you need to die. The statement scares Meigo a little. They came to a huge waterfall. Meigo thought he should jump out of there. But the point is different. Meigo, being under the flow of water, should try to turn off all feelings and this should help him feel the energy. Dara says that if it is difficult, Meigo should not mock himself and he can come back at any time. Undressed, Meigo goes to the waterfall. Dara asks her teammates how they think Meigo will cope. Miles says that Meigo will not be able to cope because enlightened people train at the local waterfall. Dara says it would be better if they chose a smaller waterfall, even if it took longer. Aju explains to Dara that they are actually pursuing a different goal. They do not seek to awaken the power of Meigo. On the contrary, they want to make sure that the power of Meigo does not awaken, and at the same time they want to catch those who hunt him, using him as bait. 32nd chapter. Aju says that in a place like this waterfall, because of the very high concentration and pressure of energy, it is very difficult to feel your strength, no matter how gifted the cultivator is. Meigo is in a stream of falling water. No sound, no smell, he doesn't feel anything. Dara resents how the air of the blade can be used as bait to catch conspirators who are not known to exist or not. Mul says there are definitely conspirators. At this time, two strangers who had recently caused a stir in the Eagle Monastery met again at the place of the Earth's crust fracture, from where fears are climbing. The cat girl was waiting for the masked man to bring the boy, but it didn't work out. He says that he wanted to catch the boy and drag him with him, stealing the eagle. But he was interrupted. Mul, who was looking after Meigo, just stumbled upon the stranger when he cut the rope restraining the eagle. Mul immediately realized that the stranger was only pretending to be enlightened because a cultivator from the Ice Order would never saddle an eagle from another order. Mul wanted to find out the truth from the imposter, but he quickly disappeared. Meanwhile, a real discussion unfolded at the waterfall. Dara doesn't support the guy's plan. They want to use a completely green cultivator and at the same time bring him to a state of exhaustion with daily training. Aju explains that they don't need Meigo with strong blade abilities, it will be much more difficult this way. He declares that they have no other way now. If Meigo shows his abilities now, he will either have to become an Archon's dog, or spend his whole life fighting off blade hunters. Suddenly, all three of them felt something strange. 33rd chapter. They rush to Meigo. Aju tells him that he is a complete idiot and he should have stopped as soon as he felt the fear of death. Exhausted, Meigo says that he really felt. Everyone is surprised to ask what exactly he felt. The boy replies that he felt the power of improvement. This is another miracle. The guys return the weakened Meigo to bed. Dara and the others can't believe what happened. It usually takes months to turn off the feelings, and Meigo coped the first time. Meigo has a dream of cultivators from different orders fighting on eagles with fears. In a dream, a real battle unfolds and Meigo wakes up abruptly. The sun has been shining outside the window for a long time. The door to the room opened and she appeared in the doorway. She was surprised that Meigo was sleeping so long. I went to bed before everyone else, woke up later. Meigo admits that he did not seem to sleep. He wants to tell his girlfriend what happened last night, but remembers that he was forbidden to do it. He stops, but she has already suspected something and wants to find out everything. Heron comes into the room and sees she pinning Meigo to the wall. He decides to leave the guys and, leaving the room, tells the others that they are busy. Shira is jealous of Meigo, but Shia tries to explain to her that there was nothing like that. Amam is talking to Dara and Aju. He is concerned that things are only getting more complicated. Mago grows up to be a great cultivator, and this can only play into the hands of the blade hunters. The guys say that maybe it's for the best that Mago is such a capable boy. But Amam says that of the 8 blades that are in Nuri, only 2 were found. The king of Sansaseape and Mago. No traces of the remaining 6 were found. Dara asks if Mago has to live in the Eagle Monastery all his life now. Amam explains that sooner or later the power of the blade would have awakened anyway, but now is definitely not the time for that. And that is why he is inclined to set a trap, and not to awaken the power of the blade. Dara notes that this is completely out of Amam's spirit, but the king says that there is nothing absolute in the world. Now the lives of all his subjects are at stake, and first of all he is the king, and only then improving. Chapter 0 Prologue. Everything happened at breakneck speed. The girl was rushing as fast as possible. The excitement took my breath away. But there was a small, fluffy ball in her hands. With tears in her eyes, the girl rushed to the local veterinary clinic. A nurse met her in the waiting room. The girl was shocked. How could this kid get hurt like that? The owner of the little puppy did not understand. When the girl returned home, Mango, that was the dog's name, was lying and bleeding. The veterinarian told Nayan to find a medical card with Minogo's name on it. The next moment, when the nurse ran away, the doctor began to evaluate the girl out of the corner of his eye. He noticed that she was wearing expensive earrings and a watch. With relief, he noticed that there was no need to worry that this lady might not have enough money to pay for the operation. After that, the doctor was already in the operating room. A nurse came in and informed the director that she had found a medical record. It was an 8-year-old Dachshund. Just 3 years ago, she underwent surgery due to dislocation of the knee joint. There were no more entries in the cards. A doctor with terrible composure. He replied that the dog was in critical condition, so it was necessary to hurry up and prepare for the operation. The girl, she was sweating with excitement, did not understand what to do. They do not even know what kind of injury the dog has and how she got it. The doctor hurried to calm the girl, because the dog was conscious. This meant that he could ask her about everything himself. First chapter. It all started with a shop called Puppy Country. The store had dozens of compartments with animals. Puppies of various breeds watched, waited for their owner. A nice girl, the seller approached a man of frightening appearance. It was felt with all my gut next to him that it was clearly necessary to stay away from this. She turned to him and asked if he was looking for a particular dog. The man thought for a second. Then after a moment he pointed his finger at the dog and asked how much it cost. The girl exclaimed enthusiastically. The breed the man pointed out was a Welsh Corgi. The girl admired how adorable these creatures were. She noticed that recently this breed has become quite popular, and then she said that it would cost a little more because it's a girl. The lovely lady was ready to give it for 1,200,000 won if the man paid cash right now. The man stood there, not making a sound, and not moving at all. The girl sighed. She understood that he did not even intend to buy a puppy. Literally the next second, he heard a squeak near him. Turning around, he noticed a puppy of the same breed in a small enclosure. The girl, noticing the man's interest, said that although he was of the same breed, his tail was not docked, and the sale period has passed, so it was placed separately. The next moment, the girl was delighted and suggested that if a man wants this particular breed, then he can pick up the baby for very cheap. Hearing the word cheap, the man perked up a little. He asked how much this baby would cost him. Further events take us to the veterinary clinic. Filming of local news reports took place within its walls. The presenter started the program very fervently. She told the audience that the heroes of their today's interview have become a well-known person lately. It was Lee Hanchiol, the director of the veterinary clinic, Danom. The presenter greeted the guest and immediately moved on to the questions. According to her, in addition to the fact that the doctor was quite famous, he was also a good person who did a lot of good things. She especially noticed that he put a lot of effort into the treatment of stray dogs, which in itself was just amazing. An adult, large-built man laughed. A little puppy was sleeping humbly on his arms. The man was quite cute in appearance. He explained that he had taken up animal rescue simply because he was sorry to see all these abandoned animals. That's why he began to treat them, putting his soul into this matter. But in truth, he regretted it now. The presenter froze in amazement. She did not understand what the veterinarian was talking about. Hurrying to rectify the situation, she suggested that perhaps the man meant the economic damage to the clinic. He laughed in a completely kind way and hurried to say that he was misunderstood. It's just hard to see so many abandoned dogs all the time. It broke his heart all the time. The girl looked at the doctor with sympathy. Apparently, he really had a hard time. The man decided to take advantage of the situation and give advice to all watching people. If they want to get a pet, then they need to do it quite deliberately. Try to consider various situations before taking it. After all, keeping an animal may be more difficult than they assume. The evening was nearing its end. The sun was gradually sinking below the horizon. The presenter thanked today's guest for a wonderful report. The man laughed and said that he was very pleased, and then thanked the presenter for her work. He stood on the street and watched them go. The puppy was still clinging to his chest. He hadn't let it out of his hands all evening. The man smiled very sweetly and behaved diligently. But as soon as the film crew moved away to a sufficient distance, his face was transformed. He sighed heavily and began to grumble about how long the shooting was. Then he went back to the clinic and put the puppy on the floor. He looked at the little creature without much enthusiasm. The puppy expressed sympathy for the man with all his behavior. After a moment, he ran up to him and began asking for his hands, to which the man stood amazed, without much love. And then he turned around and walked away, leaving the little puppy alone. The kid looked after the departing man. Over the past time, he was able to get very attached to him. But from the realization that everything was simple, an ordinary fiction, the puppy became terribly offended. He understood that he had just been taken advantage of. Suddenly, very warm and gentle hands reached out to him. The girl took and pressed the puppy to her chest. She began to praise him, saying that he had done a great job today. And now it was time for him to take his medicine and go to bed. There were outrages in the team. One of the girls could not understand how it was possible to play so hypocritically on camera. Another colleague picked her up in mid-sentence, noting that she had never seen the director smile like that. Their conversation was stopped by a girl who entered. She offered to finish with the cleaning, quickly treat the animals with allergies and go home. The girls turned to Mrs. Nye. They knew perfectly well that work with the director had been going on for more than 3 years. Neam was a true master of her craft. She always deftly and accurately coped with her duties. After learning about her work experience, the girls were surprised, and they asked if it was not difficult to work with the director for such a long time. Hiring was embarrassed by a direct question in the forehead. Without coming up with anything better, she replied that he was in any case a competent specialist. Night was slowly falling on the city. The girls worked hard and began to go home. The streets and avenues of the city slowly began to come to life. Half of the city's population was in a hurry to get home after a long working day. The director was driving in his car and thought only about one thing. He dreamed to come home as soon as possible and just relax, take a shower, and relax. The next moment he stops at a red traffic light. Absolutely every time he drives up to the house, it is in this place that he has to stand. Suddenly he noticed a small dog in the side window. A baby corgi was sitting in front of a meat restaurant. He was chained to a chain near him. There was a bowl with food and water. The dog clearly looked very sad. From afar, the man noticed that the corgi was with an uncut tail, which was actually a rarity. The man drew attention to the empty box. Apparently, the baby was planted here to attract visitors. After that, a man came out with a cigarette in his mouth. The dog happily started jumping up. He was obviously pleased with the man. As the vet suggested, it was the owner. After the man witnessed a terrible picture, that stranger swung his leg and cruelly treated his pet. The dog flew off to the side and began to whine plaintively. The vet froze in amazement. The man shouted at the dog, forced him to shut up, called him a damn mutt. The man treated the dog like a consumer. He said that he paid a huge sum of 100,000 won for him to attract customers. But what the dog did was eat. The man called him a useless creature. The kid huddled against the wall and was trembling all over. The director did not understand why to express all his aggression on the poor unfortunate animal. But then he reasoned that it was absolutely none of his business, so he wasn't going to worry about everything that had happened. The early morning in the city turned out to be very clear. When I came to work for hire, I was surprised by the early arrival of a doctor. He agreed and explained that he needed to find something concerning today's afternoon operation. The girl immediately understood the speech. There is a barley operation. She was a little worried because he was so many years old. The director explained that he needed to leave early today, so Neen had to take care of him. And also if there are any problems, you need to contact him immediately. Hiring immediately understood everything, but I was surprised why I had to leave work earlier. Was he going on a date? The director explained that he was just going to have dinner with Kim Yuna. Hearing this, the girl screamed in alarm. She was sure that this meeting would be a date, but the director tried to calm her down. According to him, it was just business. Then the girl realized that just a famous actress invited him to dinner purely to thank for the treatment of her cat. She was surprised at the director's calmness. Shouldn't he be excited now, after all? This girl is an unusual person. The man looked up wearily and made a remark to the girl. Grumbling, he sent her to work. The girl laughed a little and went to perform her duties. The man looked directly at the papers, but could not perceive any information now. He understood that he didn't have time for dating at all, although, however, if hiring Yoon on the air mentioned their clinic, it would be much more effective than all his trips to interviews and broadcasts about animals. Being a real mercantile person, he liked this idea very much. Soon evening came. The pretty streets of the town were illuminated by lampposts, but it was still light enough to see everything around perfectly. The director of the hospital was walking down the street and was thinking that it was worth going by car, because today the weather is very cold. The wind was piercing through, the weather was so nasty that it created a false sense of fear. At that moment, he turned his head to the side. The man noticed a small, motionless body in the alley. In this bald-shaven creature, he recognized a little dog. The man came closer and knelt down right in front of the little dog. There was a huge lump stuck in his throat. Every time he was faced with the fact that he sometimes felt too sorry for our smaller brothers. Apparently, someone left her on the road. It looked like the dog had been around for many years and she was sick. He figured she wouldn't be able to live long. At that moment, a thought crept into the man's head. How much longer can the dog live? If he takes him to the clinic right now. He froze in place and stared into the distance. Suddenly his gaze came into contact directly with the gaze of the dog. They stared at each other in silence, the dog barely breathing. It's hard to make decisions after that. At that moment, his phone rang. He got up and started walking out of the alley. On the way, he apologized to the dog and explained that he was in a hurry to meet, so he could not do anything for him now. The man left with a load on his heart, and the dog remained lying on the cold concrete. While this whole picture was happening, a man standing in the distance took a picture. It was a local reporter. He was amazed, because a veterinarian known for helping stray dogs had just ignored a dog abandoned on the road and just walked by. The guy was cunning and well versed in the laws of this world. He immediately decided to publish an article and title it as The Reverse Side of the Famous Director of the Veterinary Clinic Lee Han-cheol. Without leaving the semi-darkness, the man also came up with a backup plan. He was already anticipating the sweetness of triumph. The man reached the meeting place. They were sitting with a nice lady in an expensive restaurant. There was a large panoramic window at a distance from it. The vet noticed that it was snowing. He sighed heavily. Thoughts immediately popped into his head. He imagined how a small dog, completely defenseless, lies alone in such a cold. He caught himself thinking that right now, more than anything, he was wondering if someone could pick him up. Maybe this creature is already safe and there is absolutely nothing to worry about. He was distracted from his thoughts by a girl. On the contrary, he apologized to her and continued to lead a lively trouble. Although he didn't want to come here initially, he still behaved like a gentleman. At nightfall, they decided to go home. It was already very cold outside. The snowfall was only getting worse. After saying goodbye to the lovely lady, he set off on his way. Walking through the cold, he finally began to be overcome by thoughts that he had missed the moment and could not raise the topic of promotion, which in general meant a waste of time. As he walked home, cold snowflakes fell on his face. The combination of cold wind and sleet was just annoying. He couldn't understand why it was snowing so hard. Suddenly the man froze in place. A thought suddenly crept up on him. And what if suddenly the dog is still lying there, completely alone, under a wet snowfall in such a cold frost? He started walking forward. With each step, his rhythm accelerated. The steps became more and more, and soon he ran. Now the man was in a hurry, as he had never been in his life. Running through the snow-covered streets of the city, he could not find the right place. The vet was already sweating and worried. His memory was desperately failing him. It seemed that this place did not exist at all. But suddenly he noticed a familiar alley. At that moment, he breathed a sigh of relief. He finally found the right place. He rushed forward again. At that moment, he was too involved in the process. In his haste, he didn't notice anything around him. That's exactly what played a cruel joke on him. The car that was rushing down the road did not have time to slow down. All he remembered clearly last was the blow. Then everything was like in a fog. Hellish pain, screams of people. Someone was desperately trying to help him. After that, it became completely dark in my eyes. Soon, through the darkness, he began to hear voices. Two strangers were having a lively conversation. One told me that he was in a park nearby. It was very cold there, he almost froze to death. Another accused him of stupidity and told him to stay here. Why go anywhere at all? The man slowly began to recover. Those two noticed it and were surprised. One suggested that maybe it was all because they were making noise. Another laughed and said what nonsense he was talking about. Finally, the veterinarian was able to fully open his eyes. He was in intensive care in the ward. It was very bright. He tried to get up all over his body, was pierced by hellish pain. Finally, he was able to orient himself where he was. Then came the realization of why he was here. He remembered that he had been hit by a car. Looking around, there was absolutely no one. The man was very surprised, because it seemed to him that someone was making noise here. Although his health was terrible, he decided to get up first. Taking the IV, he began to leave the ward. It was beautiful clear weather outside. Through the window of the hospital, rays of light fell into the room. 2 pigeons were sitting on the ledge from the street side. He came out of the ward. There were a lot of people in the corridor. Soon he found himself in the doctor's office. The veterinarian explained to him that, although he was hit by a car, he miraculously escaped with only a couple of scratches. All the results they took from him were perfectly normal, but they were alarmed by the fact that the man could not recover for 3 whole days. Therefore, it was decided to watch him for another day, and if there are no problems, then he will be discharged literally tomorrow. The man understood the doctor perfectly. Fortunately, he was not found to have anything completely serious, and the next day he was able to go home. But after leaving the hospital, he constantly felt hellish pain. He even had to take a few days off at the veterinary clinic. On the whole, of course, he was glad that Nayan was completely coping on her own. But he knew that when he came to work tomorrow, he would first need to contact all the VIP clients. The man was walking along the street. Suddenly he heard strange voices. They discussed it among themselves. In their dialogue, the two discussed the strange smell emanating from this man. He looked around in amazement. He couldn't understand if they were really talking about him. The voices did not subside. They said that the man smelled of dogs and cats and many other things. The director of the clinic was very surprised. Does he really smell so much? The next second, he heard in a whisper how they called him unpleasant. He couldn't stand it anymore. In anger, he began to look for where the voices came from. He was sure that if he turned around now, he would see strange types there, and certainly then he will be able to deal with them. He was outraged at how they could discuss a person behind his back. But when he turned around, he saw that there was absolutely no one. The street was empty and deserted. He was at a loss. How is it? He was absolutely sure that these two are here. The next thought that came to him was that his balls for the rollers began to move out because of the accident. Then he noticed that 2 small cats were approaching him. He was looking at them intently, when suddenly I distinctly heard an appeal in my direction. The code asked him to get out of the way. Cold sweat broke out on his face. He realized in horror that the cats were talking to him. In fear, he rushed home, and from that very day he began to hear animals talking to him. Second chapter. He raced, not noticing anything around. There was only one thing in the man's thoughts. He has obvious problems with his head. He urgently needs to be checked in the hospital. He frantically stopped the nearest taxi and got into it. Soon he was already in the central hospital. The doctor assured him that he had double-checked everything. The man was completely healthy. But if he doesn't mind, then he could sign him up for a consultation in neuropsychiatry. Realizing that things were going too far, he decided to give back. I'll explain that he just got nervous, thanked the doctor and decided to leave. At night of the same day, lying already in his crib, he dreamed with the thought that maybe he just imagined everything. Why, even the fact that the cat was talking to him sounded too funny. The head of the clinic hugged his pillow tighter and decided that he just needed a good night's sleep. By morning, he will forget everything and return to normal life. The next day, in the morning, he was already at his workplace. Hiring worried about the boss. She advised him to rest a little more. The same assured that he feels great. Pulling on a robe, he thanked the girl for being able to cope here on her own, without him, and he promised to give out a bonus. Nayan broke into a joyful smile and said thank you. After that, the director asked where another employee was. It seemed that she had already quit. He sighed and humbly said that he would just look for a new employee. In the meantime, I asked the girl just to wait a little. She was absolutely not against it. On his way to his office, he heard someone asking to feed him. The man stood on the spot and could not understand anything. Then, almost entering the office, he turned around and said that if the girl had not had breakfast yet, she could go and have a snack. She didn't understand what he was saying now. At this time, a small puppy was sitting next to her. The director looked closely at the dog and the next moment heard him ask to feed him. The shocked man screamed. The girl jumped up from the spot and started asking what happened to him. Maybe he has something in pain. He clutched his face. The man experienced unreal shame. Without explaining anything, he just left to work. Him holding the puppy in her arms looked clearly worried. The director, standing at his place, felt the agony of hell again. Cold sweat broke out on his face. At this moment, he knew he was hearing them again. He was amazed when the little dog reported that his mother was not feeding well. The kitty said that her paw hurts. The dog said that his ears itch a lot. The man reacted very specifically to each such contact with an animal. He was very scared and screamed. The girl could not stop worrying about the director. After telling her excitement about his strange behavior, she suggested that he go home to rest. Finally, the man passed and agreed. He left early that day. On this sunny day, on the other side of the city, near a local meat restaurant, people could observe the following picture. A young girl brought a delicious food to a little puppy. He waited humbly while she poured the food into his plate, and as if understanding each command, he began to eat. The girl carefully watched the little puppy eating. She believed that puppies should eat well and promised that she would feed him every day. In the actions of this little lady, a great human act was visible. It was immediately clear that she had a huge heart of gold. A nice lady was passing by. She drew attention to what a cute little son, and she asked if all restaurants have such beautiful puppies. However, not getting an answer in the next second, she turned her attention to the tail in amazement. As the girl thought, Corgi is much nicer without him. In the next second, the girl was scared. The girl's gaze was quite serious, one could even say malicious. The woman assumed that it was the puppy of the same girl, because how else could one justify such an unwelcoming look in the direction of a stranger? The little girl tried to explain that everything was completely wrong, but at that moment she looked with horror at the owner who came out. He especially without any ceremony began to tell that the woman who sold this dog also talked about the tail. The girl looked at the man with horror. She knew that this was a very bad person. The little girl understood that it was not worth waiting for good from him, and that having witnessed this conversation, he will now definitely throw something out. That same evening, a man was sitting at a table and examining a very sharp knife. A friend sitting opposite advised to be careful, because you can chop off your finger. The owner of the bar asked if his friend knew how to use it. In the cold blade of the knife, this terrible face was reflected. The face is not a man, but a real beast. In the next second, a friend hurried to explain that this knife is used for slaughtering cattle. And why does he need it anyway? And most importantly, let him not forget to return it. A terrifying smile appeared on the bar owner's face. He said that he would definitely return the knife, because he only needed it for one business. It was already a dark night. All the people have been sleeping peacefully in their beds for a long time. The man was standing right in front of the puppy. There was no pity on his face. Breaking right over the baby, he started terrible things. He wailed that they would finish everything quickly, let the dog not shake. The puppy was in real terror. After the ugly man reached straight for the tail of the baby. At this very moment the vet was driving home. He reflected that everything that happens to him is a huge problem. He can really go to the doctor. After all, if people find out that he hears the voices of animals, then he will definitely be put in a mental hospital. As always, he stopped at a stupid traffic light. The next moment, the veterinarian witnessed a terrible picture. Looking closer, he noticed how rude the owner treated his dog terribly. He was insulting the dog. He was constantly shouting and ordering to stop spinning. The next moment, he threw a bowl of food at the dog. The dog whined hysterically. The director of the clinic looked at it all and could not understand why to buy a dog and do this with it. But suddenly the unthinkable happened. The man froze again. Look right at the dog. He heard him complaining. The dog said he was in a lot of pain. He was very scared. The dog looked at the man and begged for help. At that moment, horror and fear froze in the man's eyes. Third chapter. The next morning, sitting in his office, he could not forget. Memories kept popping up in front of him. He saw the pitiful eyes of the puppy and a plea for help. The man couldn't concentrate on anything. He was constantly wondering what was going on there. There's a reason the dog asked for help. Conscience was devouring from the inside. Now he began to feel that abandoning that puppy was equal to betrayal. Then Nam came into the office. She asked if the director was ready for receptions. He nodded approvingly and said let them come in. The mistress of his first patient complained that the dog had completely stopped eating. And again he heard the animal talking to him. It explained to the vet that eating the same food for 7 years was simply unbearable. The dog claimed that it would be better to starve than to eat it again. The man froze for a moment, and then, as if nothing had happened, I asked the woman, maybe she feeds the dog the same food. Had she ever considered changing it? The girl agreed. At that moment, she realized that for a long time she had been feeding the dog only salmon food. But now I was going to buy a new feed. The next hostess complained that her kitten abruptly stopped coming into the living room and began to be constantly afraid of something. Then the doctor looked carefully at the cat. He cried and tried to explain that he was not afraid. It's just that there was a scary uncle in the hall upstairs now. The vet asked if there had been any changes in the living room recently. The girl was surprised and at first replied that it seemed not. But then I remembered her boyfriend recently gave her a doll that she put in the living room. Did she really have all the problems? The doctor advised it was better to put her in another place, because perhaps their cat was in such a state precisely because of her. Evening was falling on the city. The director of the clinic went out into the waiting room. He said that might be enough for today. The girl agreed, especially since there were no more visitors. She said that she had printed out the resumes of potential candidates for their jobs. Can the director see them? It was clear from the director's appearance that he was very tired. Therefore, the man, politely addressing, asked if she could choose the right person herself. At first, the hiring was surprised, but the next second she was already enthusiastically looking at the resume. She immediately began to carry out the director's order. Having carefully examined the resume of one young man, she was quite pleased with him. The next morning, a little girl came to the bar again. She greeted the dog, and she began to feed him quickly. The girl perfectly remembered that uncle forbade feeding the dog. Therefore, I was constantly worried that he would not notice. Soon the man noticed again that the dog was eating food given by another person. He was angry and wailed that this little creature could not stand it while he was trying to do terrible things to him, and now he just takes and eats someone else's food. The dog trembled again very much. Tears welled up in his eyes. He hated this man with all his heart. This monster was staring intently at the dog. And then he swung a mop and did a terrible thing to the puppy. The dog whined and began to shake. The man swore that he would finish the job today. Suddenly he was distracted by two guys who came up. They asked if it was possible to eat here. The owner turned around and said yes, and then asked if they were together. All this time the dog was trembling. Tears streamed from his eyes. A new friend, he heard footsteps. In front of him was the same little girl. With tears in her eyes, she promised to save him. Offering to run away together, she grabbed the dog and rushed away. Only when she was in a safe place, she lowered the dog and was able to catch her breath. She looked at the dog with love and affection. The girl assumed that the little puppy was very scared there and offered to stay with her. At that moment, hope appeared in the puppy's eyes. As a sign of approval, he said woof. They sat on the playground all day, but now it was getting dark. The girl did not understand what to do now. She was carrying the puppy down the street, but she understood that if she took him home, her mother would be very angry. Suddenly her gaze fell on the veterinary clinic. The girl was met by hiring. As she understood, the dog was lost, and therefore the baby brought her to them. The girl hurried to calm the baby and assure her that everything will be fine now. The whole picture was observed by the director of the clinic. He knew perfectly well whose dog it was. Sitting in his office, he could not work again. His thoughts were constantly confused. At this moment, Naam was calming the puppy. She assured me that everything would be fine now. First, she will treat him a little. Then the dog will have a good night's sleep. But first of all, the girl will fill out the forms to quickly find his owner. Suddenly caught behind the girl's back, the director offered to hold the dog with them first. The girl shuddered and froze in disbelief. The next day, the girl came back to the clinic. Turning to her sister, she decided to ask how that dog was doing. The girl hurried to calm down and say that she was fine. Now her ears will be cleaned and taken out. When the girl and the puppy met again, she happily hugged him to her. The girl loved Manga with all her heart, and the dog loved her. The girl asked Naam if she could take a walk with the dog. She, in turn, aloud only asked not to linger. The two were happily walking in the autumn park. Mingu was happily running along the path. For the first time in all this time, the puppy had the opportunity to smell every leaf on the bush, feel the breeze when running, enjoy your freedom. The girl knew that everything would be fine now. She would come here every day. While the girl was enthusiastically walking with the puppy, a man began to follow her. He quickened his pace, and very soon he overtook them. The man forcibly tore the leash from the girl's hands. The poor dog whined. He furiously lifted the dog up, holding the leash. He said he couldn't figure out where she had gone, where she had been hanging out all this time, and it turns out she was here. He was angry, did not understand how she responds to the kindness of her master in this way. The girl was seized with horror. She started crying very hard. This monster took the dog away in an unknown direction, saying that he would sell it for meat so that they would never see each other again. The girl rushed to the clinic as soon as possible. There were tears in her eyes. She was asking for help. Running inside, she explained that Ming was taken away, and that terrible man said he would sell her. Naam didn't understand anything at all. She asked her sister to speak more slowly. The girl was crying hysterically, trying to explain. In fact, Mingu lived near the restaurant, and the girl let her go. And now the owner took her away and said he would sell us meat. Hiring tried to calm her sister and explain that since the girl let the dog go, and the owner has now taken her away, then most likely he was just joking about the sale. The girl sobbed and tried to explain that her uncle was not joking. He was bad and offended the puppy. Mingu may be missing now. The girl turned around and ran up to the director. She was tugging at his robe and begging for help. The girl with tears in her eyes asked the man to save the dog. The director froze for a minute. Then he got dressed and left the clinic by asking Na-yeon to look after everything here. While the man was trying to get to that restaurant, the dog was already in captivity. The puppy was sitting behind bars and trembling with fear. Fourth chapter. The girl was at home. Her mood was as depressed as possible. The girl understood that Ming was taken away because of her. At that time, two men were talking in a local restaurant. The owner of the establishment was surprised. After all, according to the veterinarian, it turned out that his dog was stolen not by a girl, but by him. The vet remained silent, sweat dripping from him. Finally, he agreed with all that was said and asked where the dog was now. The owner of the restaurant, in turn, was completely in no mood to talk. The director of the clinic tried to explain that if he gave him the dog now, he would pay him very well. The restaurant owner grinned maliciously. He accused the veterinarian of trying to insult him by calling him a beggar. Tension grew between the men. The owner continued his speech. According to him, the veterinarian will not be able to deceive him, because he understands that he earns on every animal by deceiving people. He explained that he needed the dog to attract new customers. And besides, in any case, it would have been difficult to find this dog, because he managed to sell it. Hearing this, the man was horrified. The restaurant owner continued to be sarcastic. He said disgusting things. The vet couldn't stand it and grabbed him by his clothes. Standing in this position, he demanded that the owner of the restaurant tell him where he had put the dog. He tried to calm him down. He said it was just a dog, why so much worry? Then the veterinarian's patience ran out, and he taught the scoundrel a lesson. For the fact that justice finally prevailed, the veterinarian ended up at the police station. He was accused of assault and business stoppage. But, fortunately, it ended pretty well. The victim is simple. The victim simply asked to pay the amount for the damage caused. Therefore, soon the man was free. Coming out of the police territory, Doc was glad that it was over. Now he was thinking that if the dog was really sold, would he be able to find it? But at one point he felt that he had done everything he could, so he decided to stop on this note. And everything would have been fine. But he remembered this cute dog who thanked him for saving him then. Conscience began to torment men, and he decided that he needed to keep looking. No one could guess where the puppy was now. The place he was in looked more like an abandoned one. Poor man, he was always sitting alone in the dark. But after a long time, he saw a look from the darkness in front of him. The person from there addressed it to the puppy. He said it was time to go out. The dog didn't understand anything at all. It seemed to be dark, and now they are walking in broad daylight. He was very thirsty. For a second, the dog was happy, because maybe they are now going to their sister, and they will walk. But instead, the dog was brought into a strange workshop. The puppy clearly did not like all this. The person who was his new owner wanted to do terrible things to him. These people treated the dog very cruelly. During that time, while the veterinarian was trying to find the puppy, he had to go through a lot. And finally the last place remained. The man understood that if not here, then the dog could not be found anywhere else. He was sitting near the bushes and carefully looked at the area. After scouting the situation, he entered the territory. He had to walk through gloomy, dark corridors. There was a lot of dirt underfoot. This place was the worst that a man had ever visited. But at the moment, he felt with his heart that he would find the puppy right here. The next moment, he froze in amazement. Right in front of him in the cage was that dog. The man silently approached and took him in his arms. He couldn't even imagine what could have been done to the puppy. But he was sure of one thing. We need to get out of here as soon as possible before the new owner finds them. The man headed for the exit, but suddenly there was a stranger behind him. Fifth chapter. The girl was sitting in her house, when suddenly she heard that her mother had come. She quickly jumped up and ran towards him. She obviously wanted to tell her something, but she stopped in mid-sentence. Before her eyes was the following picture. Dad and Mom entered the house. They were arguing very hard on some topic. Apparently, they could not come to a compromise in any way. The girl tried to attract their attention. She wanted to share her grief, ask for help. But it was all in vain. Mom and Dad did not hear her at all. She was like that and was left alone to look at the closed door. At that moment, at the factory, a stranger approached the vet's car. The events of that evening proceeded very strangely. While the veterinarian was leaving the premises with the dog, the attacker wanted to attack him from behind. But the man managed to turn around in time. The same old man with a stick wanted to hit the vet on the head, but he caught it in his hand in time. The man was clearly tougher than this old man. He carefully put the dog on the floor, wrapped in his jacket. He turned to the man and walked with clear steps. He was determined to teach the bastard a lesson. At this moment, the veterinarian tried to explain how the rules and laws of the country work. All these laws, in principle, were invented precisely because of people like him. and the law clearly states that animals must be kept in good conditions and not be subjected to stress. The old man did not listen to the man. He called him a thief, and having made a remark, he asked how he dared to teach him at all. Then he swung and tried to hit the doctor, but he dodged very cleverly. In one movement, he grabbed the old man's clothes, and then he knocked me down. The vet threw this bastard out on the street. The old man did not calm down and continued to resist. The veterinarian continued to point out the illegal actions of the old man. What he saw inside clearly indicated a lot of violations. He knew perfectly well that this man would never call the police because he was engaged in illegal animal breeding. At that moment, the old man decided to start justifying himself. He said that if he followed all the laws, then in general how much he could earn. He said that all the dogs that were inside there were dogs abandoned by people. These were the pets that were played with and thrown out. The vet stood in amazement and did not understand anything. The old man was furious and explained that at least he was feeding the animals and giving them a place to sleep. For the director of the veterinary clinic, it was still not a weighty excuse. He perfectly understood that the actions of this old man were deplorable for the animals. The man said he was taking that dog with him anyway, whether the old man wants it or not. He turned to the old man and said that he would pay 3 times more and would not tell anyone about this place, so he hoped that he would let him go in a good way. The old man looked surprised and then sighed. He agreed, if he paid him, he could take his dog. The old man understood that he could not report a man, but he could not let such an arrogant person go either. He reached out and grabbed a burning stick. He tried to attack the vet again, but all his attempts were in vain. Soon the old man was on the ground. But a disaster happened. A burning stick got into the barn. It caught fire. The doctor immediately ran into the building. He decided to quickly complete his mission to grab Mingu and escape. But on the way inside, he saw hundreds of cages with animals. They all asked him for help. The man clearly could not pass by in any way. He quickly began to rescue one pet after another. Soon they were all free. In a matter of moments, the fire engulfed the entire building. It was necessary to get out as soon as possible. Lee Hanchiol tried to get out of the burning building as soon as possible, but suddenly he noticed how the exit was closed by a man. When he ran to the door, it was already locked. He tried to knock it out, but it was pointless. That pathetic coward closed it from the inside. He justified his action by saying that this was the way he would be able to get insurance. The fire continued to engulf the building. The man caught himself thinking that he lived quietly. That's why you have all these problems now. There was too much smoke. At some point he lost consciousness. 6th chapter. Lee Hanchiol woke up being in the hospital again. Ayan was glad that the director had woken up. He looked at the girl and asked what happened. She explained that the police had called her. The director, as it turns out, was on the verge of death, but it's good that when the fire started, the police and rescue service quickly arrived. The man grabbed his aching head with his hand. He eagerly began to ask what happened to the dog. The girl hurried to tell me that everything was fine with her. She is currently in Mr. Yu's hospital. The rest of the dogs were taken to the Society for the Protection of Animals. Lee Hanchiol was finally able to breathe a sigh of relief. He apologized to the girl for making her worry once again. She laughed and jokingly said that she hoped for a good bonus in the future. The director was very surprised. The girl decided to leave the ward and inform the doctors that he had woken up. Being in the hospital, the poor man was tormented by nightmares for a long time. He could stand for hours and look out the window, but instead of the city, he saw those poor dogs. Soon, in the veterinary clinic, the girl was able to meet her beloved dog. Mingu was very happy to see her. The girl met the puppy with tears in her eyes. She apologized very much, but the dog didn't even hold a grudge against her. A report was shown on the central channels. Many people were able to see him that evening. It spoke of Lee Hanchiol's courage. Everyone should have known his heroic feat. Even baby Ming was shown on the big screen. This report was on TV in a meat restaurant. Everyone was talking about this puppy back then. Many lovers of profit reasoned that if they were the owners of this puppy, they could clearly get rich. The owner of the restaurant served drinks and looked at the screen with anger. One fine day, the director of the hospital went out for lunch. He was supposed to show up in half an hour. Naomi was left in charge of the eldest. When people came to the reception, the girl said with regret that they would have to wait, because now there is a lunch break. Then a man came into the waiting room. The girl hurried to inform them that they were having lunch now, but she froze in amazement. The girl was sitting on the floor with the puppy and was shaking with fear. The man who came in was the old owner of Mingu. The man said that he had heard about the latest news. As they say, the puppy has become much better. The girl was looking at the whole picture. A cold one appeared on his face. She could not understand what he would call himself. A man with a brutal grin on his face said it was time to return it to himself. He headed towards the girl and the puppy. Naomi tried to stop him, but he didn't listen to her. He kept saying that he was the owner of this dog and was going to take it home. The girl politely tried to stop the man, but that he was very aggressive and shouted. The next moment, a man with great aggression approached the girl. He was going to swing at her. With a deft movement, she tipped him over and knocked him to the ground. She said she wanted to have a nice conversation, but he behaved abominably. The man sobbed and asked him to let go. Naomi explained to the man that he had sold her a long time ago, and these people had saved her. So technically, the dog has not been his for a long time. Everyone around was admiring. Soon the man gave up and asked him to let go. The girl kindly did it. He got up, writhing in pain, and left the building. The girl sitting on the floor was very happy. Now she understood that nothing was threatening her pet. It was evening again and, as usual, the evening news began. It's the same story about a great veterinarian who saved a lot of lives. In the report, the man acted as a real hero. The kid was watching all this. He had that sinister photo. A photo that could ruin your whole life. He was sitting on a chair in the middle of the room and smiling. Now he realized that the moment had finally come. It was now possible to start. 7th chapter. This morning began with the pursuit. A small red-haired lump was walking on the heels of a man. He did not give the poor director a moment's peace. Minggu also followed him constantly, like a tail. That's what really bothered the director. The success of the clinic went to the mountains. After the TV show, they have a lot of new customers. The director was going to start the reception 30 minutes earlier today. He asked the girl to inform everyone so that everyone would come in turn. The first were 2 people. They brought a small dog and said that last night she started limping abruptly. The veterinarian said that it was necessary to conduct an examination first, and immediately hurried to reassure that, most likely, this is not a disease. He carefully examined the paws, and there didn't seem to be any external damage, so he just put the dog down on the floor. And here's a miracle, she ran. The owners of the dog were embarrassed. They claim that she definitely limped at home. The veterinarian did not swear. He said that this is a completely normal practice when dogs behave like absolutely healthy in the hospital. It's all because of nerves. Just in case, they are doing an X-ray now. He came across completely different clients every time. But one incident clearly struck him. A very cute dog was standing in front of him. He held out his hand to him, and he gave him a paw. The doctor did an examination, checked the fur. No problems were found. He then got up and asked the hostess what the problem was. She confusedly said that she just wanted to make sure that her dog was also in full health. The vet immediately understood her and said that at least at first glance she was healthy. They can do a full study. The girl was delighted. She agreed to everything. He told her that it was necessary to go to the reception desk, and there they would tell her in detail what and where and immediately assign dates. It was the first time he had met such a person to worry so much about his dog. Finally, the day is over, the reception is closed. The girl was sitting on the couch and asked where the veterinarian was going now. Is he really going to the show? And plus, they have already doubled the number of receptions anyway. The veterinarian replied that he was going there, and as for the work, it was necessary to be patient just a little bit, because the new employee would start working literally from next week. Here the favorite Minggu comes to visit them. The director asks warily. The girl happens so often, they are visiting. Do the parents know about it? The baby hesitated a little, but she said that the parents are aware. Leaving, the director said that he would need to talk to them later. Hearing this girl was very scared, but she didn't show it. She called Ming to eat something delicious. Li Hanqiao arrived at the NBC headquarters. The man was met in the lobby of the building. They were grateful to him for being able to come. He was grateful that he was invited. At that moment, the veterinarian noticed the stranger. The man asked the veterinarian if he knew Yun Sol's lawyer. Li Hanqiao replied that no, thanked him again for being invited and left to prepare. Leaving, the man immediately realized that it was better to pretend that they did not know each other. Filming of the show has begun. The topic of their meeting today was the law on animals. At first they wanted to serve the views of a member of parliament, Mr. Park Song-Ti. The man was sitting in the front rows. He began to tell me that he is the owner of the dog, and, in principle, a huge animal lover. But the main idea he carried, it was that, shouldn't they put people in the first place rather than animals? As a member of parliament said, he does not always have enough time to pay attention to the creation of people's laws. The man was outraged by the fact that they decided to discuss legal for animals here. After all, everyone present loves to eat meat and everyone does not refuse it, probably only because they feel sorry for it. The girl carefully looked at everything that was happening. She didn't understand at all what this fool was talking about or why he was invited here. Park Song ended his speech by saying that they do not always have the opportunity to issue different laws. You just need to be able to turn a blind eye to it at the right time. At that moment, Lee Han-cheol couldn't stand it and jumped up from his seat. He said, "Don't officials close their eyes too often? Maybe we should open them and take a look at the situation in the country." Straightening his tie, the man continued, "Of course, people should put other people first, but this is not an urban legend or an isolated case. Farms where animals are neglected by a huge number of them. It is necessary to recognize this and toughen the punishment." The chairman of a member of parliament listened to this speech with horror. He didn't expect that anyone would dare to oppose him with their opinion. The main character was in the bathroom. He was trying to recover. The man at that moment thought that he had made an enemy for nothing. Apparently, he was just nervous. The man was walking through an underground parking lot. He was mentally ready to go home to rest. But then the man behind him called him. She asked that the vet probably didn't want to talk to her. He agreed. The girl agreed that the man performed very well, although she thinks that he goes to various shows more than he saves the lives of animals. As she thought, he was clearly a good showman. He angrily decided to ask if she had said everything she wanted. The girl continued and said that she could not even think that such a respected person would say such nasty words with pride. She knew the man's past perfectly well, so he should have been ashamed. Hearing her words, he stood up and then froze in a stupor. The man remembered perfectly. Earlier in his time, he did not do the best things. A secret compartment was specially designed in one of the laboratories. When this girl first got there, she was surprised by the huge number of dogs. She always had a great desire to help. Lee Han-cheol said that no matter what conditions they are in, he will sell them anyway. It would be so easy for them to die, and he may be giving them one last chance. The girl, hearing this, fell into a real rage. She kept saying you shouldn't do that to animals. Anyway, it's illegal. The man explained to her that if experiments are carried out for the purpose of training, testing or research, then it becomes legal. He didn't know what she was thinking, but experiments are constantly carried out in educational institutions. The girl continued to argue. She tried to convince him that all this is completely unethical. The man stood and explained to her the complexities of life. After all, knowing that the budget allocates only about 4 million won for one semester, and the price of one official dog is about 1.5 million, it turns out that they can only afford 2 or 3 dogs. Then here's how to work with it at all. The girl stood silently, not making a sound. She continued to condemn him for being a man who treated dogs like things. Is it possible to raise topics about animal protection with such a past? She said that it was because of him that she left the veterinary business and became a lawyer. He didn't like the whole conversation with this girl very much. He had wanted to forget her for a long time, like a terrible dream. But alas, she herself appeared in reality. He was distracted by a phone call. On the other side was Naeun. He answered her and began to bombard her with questions. Is she still at work and has something happened? But suddenly he froze. What he heard on the phone was the most terrible. He frantically asked what happened to Mingu. 8th chapter. He rushed back to the veterinary clinic as quickly as possible, where he immediately went to Ming. He came over and gently took the baby by the paws. Ultrasound showed pregnancy. The man was sitting on a couch in the hallway. He had no strength left at all. He clearly wasn't feeling well. After taking a couple of sips of water, he decided to stop winding himself up and calm down. Suddenly he noticed a small dog. The dog that was sitting next to me asked if something had happened. He told her that everything was fine, he was just thinking a little bit. With surprise, the man noticed that she looked like a small child who notices every little thing. They sat in deathly silence for a few more minutes. He asked the dog if she wanted a snack. She, of course, agreed. He began to wonder what she would eat. A little girl was watching this with curiosity. Girls with pets were sitting in the waiting room. Out of boredom, one decided to speak. The girl decided to tell a secret. Why does everyone go here? Everything turned out to be quite simple. It's even difficult to pass tests in other hospitals. Here everything is the opposite, just a miracle. And they also say that an examination is being done here, which requires anesthesia without anesthesia. The girl laughed sweetly. The man was busy with work. He was going to do an X-ray now. The doctor was talking to the cat. He asked if they had done this to her before or not. That's so that they stretch straight from behind and from the front at the same time. The cat nodded approvingly. The doctor kept saying that he would do it a little differently. She just needs to lie down, and after all he will give her 2 treats. Sometimes he wondered and could not even imagine what he would do without his gift. All day he was constantly busy and caring. So now he has taken out the results of the examination. Based on them, it could be said that the dog was not in danger. The girl sighed with relief. She explained that Maru is her 3rd dog that she is raising. So, it turns out that they all died when they were 5 years old. So she turned 5 years old. She was afraid that everything would happen again. The girl began to cry. Now the director understood everything. He said there was no need to worry at all. He would help her. If there are hints of illness or she gets hurt, come. And let's do a full examination when she turns 6. Then we can easily overcome the bar in 10 years. In the middle of the working day, the director decided to go for coffee. Approaching the coffee shop, he noticed that a small dog was sitting next to it. There was no one around, so they went out for coffee. As it seemed to the man, the dog was quite sickly looking. He decided to try to talk to him. But his surprise was that no matter how much he tried, the dog could not answer him. Plus, he was acting too wary, as if he was about to pounce. Moving away, he began to wonder why he could not understand it. Apparently, there are animals that he doesn't understand. While the man was standing in his own thoughts, a glass of coffee was accidentally knocked over on him. At that moment, the robe was irretrievably ruined. The man laughed, took off his robe and tried to comfort the stranger that everything was fine. Recently, he began to notice a lot that cookies for dogs, even in cafes, are now on sale. The composition seemed to be normal, so he took them to treat his four-legged friend. Coming out of the coffee shop, he came across that dog again. Having met him, he decided to go carefully. But after overcoming the path, he realized that he was wrong. The dog turned out to be completely harmless. He came closer and sat down next to her. He was trying to make contact with the dog, but he didn't really succeed. Suddenly, he noticed a strange combination of numbers on his ear. It finally dawned on him. The dog is absolutely not afraid of inhumans. She is afraid specifically of white coats. He came very close to the dog. The man could not understand what she had forgotten here. He decided to at least treat the dog with a cookie. Squatting next to the dog, he carefully opened the package. Suddenly a woman called out to him from behind. She condemned the man, having said that you can't just feed other people's dogs like that. He quickly apologized. The couple took the dog and went on. The dog turned around and he looked him straight in the eye. The vet couldn't figure out what was going wrong. He was clearly having a strange premonition. The doctor stood still and understood everything perfectly. You can't change your past. What's done is done. You can't rewind the time. A guy was walking down the street. Entering the clinic, he greeted the director and the girl at the reception. He immediately announced that from today they would work together. His name is Lee Dong-wook. 9th chapter. The girl was delighted with the guy. I came up. The director said it was nice to meet you and introduced himself. The man immediately said that the guy could get to work. He was happy to rush into battle right away. The director asked his colleague what she would do. The same one replied that he would show the hospital first. The guy agreed. The director's face expressed fatigue. He hoped that the guy would be able to stay here longer. Days passed. He was pretty good at making friends with many colleagues. The guy was very polite to the saviors. The animals obviously trusted him. In general, he coped with his duties quite well. It was already lunchtime on the clock. Naeum said that she and the intern will go a little later as they need to finish cleaning here. Therefore, let the director go first. The girl was surprised by his talent. She even asked if he had definitely not worked in this field before, because he was just doing a perfect job on his first day at work. The guy was embarrassed, but he explained everything by the fact that thanks to a clear explanation, he grasps everything quickly. In general, he was just glad to have a good teacher. Naeun had to leave, so she asked him to wait for him here for a minute. As soon as the girl came out, the guy didn't think for long. He climbed into the director's office. For this, he was caught hiring. The girl was amazed, but the guy would be much more cunning than he might seem. With a sweet expression on his face, he explained that he just decided to clean up a little here. The girl condescendingly said that it was his first working day. Let her not overdo it, and then she invited me to dinner. In fact, while this guy was in the office, he managed to install a strange one under the table cover. The evening was coming. The director had plans. He had to go to a seminar in Busan tomorrow, so he had to leave. He handed the girl a card and told them to have dinner without him. The girl asked if it was possible to order something expensive. The director, of course, allowed it. The two went to a local meat restaurant. The newcomer noted that it is clearly inexpensive and even somehow empty, to which Kim replied that it was delicious here. A hot dish was brought to them. The guys inhaled the delicious aroma of food. The evening was just wonderful. The dish is as delicious as possible. Everything was going just fine. Soon, having refreshed himself a little, the guy began to be curious. He asked the girl that she seemed to have said that she had been working with the director for a very long time. The girl smiled and confirmed his words. For 3 years they have been working side by side. The guy said that, probably, the director is a very good person, but it feels different than on TV. Is it hard to work with him at all? That was his main question. The girl sighed very heavily. I put my hand on my head and said yes, but he's just very strict and stubborn. From that moment on, the guy had a treacherous grin on his face. By turning on the recorder recording on the phone, he asked the girl to tell him more about the director. At this very time, it was safe to say that the director was lost. He still couldn't find the right station, and in general, why the taxi driver dropped him off here. It was very gloomy and dark outside. As soon as he joked about hoping not to meet some ghost, something very strange began to happen around. Hellish sounds were heard. At this time, the two continued to have a nice conversation. The girl said that the director never spoiled her mood. Before that, she worked as a technologist, and it so happened that she didn't like her old job very much. It was there that she was clearly disliked. There were always assignments not related to work. The girl worked very hard, but they paid little. At first she started working here because she loved animals, although she was a little afraid. But as the girl said, the fear was only for the first time. Now it is completely gone. She is completely focused on her work. In general, she started working even before the director started going to different shows. The girl remembers how her grandmother came to them one day. She brought 10-year-old Maltese. The dog was whining very much. In general, the dog became painful at the very moment when the girl touched her stomach. The first thing the director did was a routine X-ray. He first wanted to clarify the situation with his help. The X-ray showed that there was such a huge amount of food in the stomach that the dog could hardly breathe. At first they didn't understand how this could happen. But then the girl began to question her grandmother. And actually, under her questioning, Grandma told me her dog was starving for 3 whole days, so she tried to feed him. A little later it turned out that my grandmother generally suffers from dementia. She overfed her dog for 3 whole days, and it was all because she forgot every time that she had already fed her. This elderly woman, cute in appearance, had absolutely no relatives. Social workers came to her, and soon they were taken to a nursing home. It so happened that they didn't want to take the dog with them, but the director could not allow these two to be separated in any way. In the end, he did everything to keep them together. The dogs then put a number of vaccinations, went through all sorts of procedures. After a full examination, the dog received a sufficient number of certificates. And after all, they were able to live with each other again, only in a new place. And that's when the girl was surprised by this story. She realized that the director is actually a very good person. They realized that they would work together for a very long time. All this time, the guy, without interrupting, listened attentively to the girl. For a second, he remembered the picture he had taken earlier, and he sighed heavily. Under the pretext that it was already very late, he decided to leave. The guy was leaving the establishment, completely drowned in his own thoughts. He kept thinking if only her dog was around. In general, the director would have helped the grandmother then. In his opinion, no. He would just ignore it, just like last time. After all, animals do not know how to talk. The director was walking along the sidewalk. It seemed to him that the sound was coming from the alley. He got ready and asked if anyone was there. In response, he heard only an invited shout. Then he asked if he needed help. There was nothing intelligible in response. Then he continued walking on. What he saw made him feel wild terror. 10th chapter. Finally, he found the right platform and boarded the train. Although the man was very tired, but sleep did not go. His head was full of thoughts. He couldn't forget what he saw in the alley. The horror he was looking for, he will remember until the end of his days. This is a terrible picture of the brutal treatment of animals. Just what kind of person you have to be, not a person to do that. The most terrifying thing was that there was a little kitten in this whole disgusting picture. He was exhausted, lying on the ground, and just asked for help with a look. The director, without thinking too long, called the police squad. The staff arrived very quickly. He showed the place. Police inspectors recorded everything to every detail. Even these seasoned servicemen were shocked. They didn't understand. What kind of animal would you have to be to do that? One of the policemen said that he would definitely contact the doctor if they had any questions. Lee Hancheol didn't mind at all. He wanted the culprit to be found as soon as possible. Apparently, the kitten was able to survive because the mother cat hid it. The director tried to talk to the kitten. He tried to explain that he was safe now. But the kitten didn't want to trust at all. He just hissed and snorted at the man. The director had no choice but to just stare at the little creature in silence. The man was riding on the train and thinking, this whole nightmare with the kitten's family was created by some person. Will he be able to live in an ordinary family now? And what will happen to him if he can't? The man could not withstand the influx of thoughts, so he called the officer and introduced himself as a veterinarian. Nimi met him. She was touched and asked if kittens were being distributed at seminars now. Ming, seeing a new resident, asked if they really missed him. Of course, the doctor knew that there was enough. It's just that he obviously couldn't leave this kitten. The girl scolded the director like a small child and threatened strictly to take care of the kitten on his own. The girl wondered where the director got it from anyway. He didn't really save him. The man said that this kitten lived on the street, but a bad story happened to him and his family. The director asked the guys to make sure that none of the people touched him. The man again helped the next owner to figure out what was going on with their pet. A woman with a small puppy approached the reception. Hiring began to calculate the cost of services, but she just couldn't resist and asked where the woman got such a cute puppy. She replied that it was not hers, she took it just temporarily. It turned out that someone threw away this little puppy, and the woman is very sensitive. As soon as you think that something might happen to him, he immediately gets upset. The girl enthusiastically said that if he could find a good house in which he would be loved, then everyone would only get better. The woman asked if the girl was also temporarily taking care of the dog. She smiled and said no, but her mom does that. The man was standing in front of the container. He saw that the bowls of water and food were not even touched. He felt very sad. He understood that the trust in this world was so badly undermined that the little creature was afraid to even move once again. The man sat and watched. He begged the little creature, maybe, at least a little to eat. He carefully watched the kitten lying in the carrier. A small ball of mine climbed into the farthest corner. It seemed to him that he understood it simply did not speak, which in itself was very surprising. The director understood that he needed to register the kitten, but first he had to come up with a name. What name should I give him? Badger, Neuro, Cake. No, it's all too banal. The man was desperately sorting through the words in his head. He couldn't think of a good nickname. Suddenly, from behind the girl, Rex shouted out. The man turned around and was surprised that she had come again. The girl explained that Rex is from the word relax. He got to his feet and said it wasn't a good idea. Then the girl asked where Mingu was. The veterinarian replied that her claws were being cut, she would be out soon. She met the pestle again. The two were playing loudly and making noise. Every time the girl came, the director endured with the last of his strength, because she was making too much noise to work. He was sitting and filling out the registration form. In the name field, he specified Rex. The kid has been doing well during his internship days so far. The director was surprised when the girl entered. After all, they passed a full examination of the letter 2 weeks ago. The girl stood in disbelief. She couldn't say a word. There was a dog sitting next to her. He's obviously sick. The doctor asked when it all started. The girl replied that just last night. She spoke with tears in her eyes. That everything was pretty good this morning. She went to work as usual, closed the door behind her. But that's when I came back for lunch. The girl was very surprised. Her beloved dog fell and went to the toilet under himself. The vet said an examination was needed. He approached the dog and began to examine it carefully. The dog's well-being was clearly bad. The vet couldn't figure it out. How could this even be? It was clear from the symptoms that the dog had pale gums. It's all like jaundice, and it's also possible that it's anemia, so you need to give blood for tests. In the late afternoon, they received the analysis data. The director informed the woman that this is a very severe anemia. After receiving the first news, the girl immediately became ill. She couldn't understand how such a thing could happen. The veterinarian continued to explain that now the hemoglobin index in the dog is close to 20. Usually in healthy dogs it stays at 45. Maru has 20, it's very dangerous. The woman tried to restrain herself with the last of her strength. She was trying to figure out what kind of disease it was and how to treat it. The director explained that first, for an accurate diagnosis, they need to conduct an antigenic test. In other words, a PCR test. Polymer chain reaction is a widely used method for quickly creating millions or billions of copies of a specific DNA image, allowing scientists to take a very small DNA sample and apply it to a sufficiently large number needed for detailed study. And since the tests will have to be taken not in their hospital, the result will be ready in 2 or 3 days. Looking at Maru's current condition, he dared to assume that it was babesiosis. 11th chapter. The girl did not understand at all what this diagnosis meant. It was important for her to know now how serious it was. The veterinarian hastened to explain that babesiosis is a parasitic disease. It occurs due to ticks in mountainous areas with a huge amount of grass. He wouldn't have been surprised if they were on some uninhabited island, but not in a city. Although now this disease is beginning to appear more and more often in cities. Babesiosis parasitizes red blood cells, which give the blood its color. It spreads, destroying them thereby, and hemolytic anemia appears. As a result, the gums become pale, there is a decrease in appetite, jaundice. These are the symptoms of hematology. In Maru's case, she continues to have anemia, which makes it difficult for her to move and breathe. Then he asked the girl if they had visited the mountains or maybe they were in the village after the inspection. Yes, the girl remembered perfectly well that her father took Mara, and they went to the mountains together. But when they came back, everything was fine. Why now? As the doctor explained, the incubation period takes about 10 days. The girl was at a loss. She did not know what to do now. She didn't want to lose her beloved family member more than anything in the world right now. The man explained that with the help of blood transfusion, the hematocrit will be raised to 30, and after that it will be necessary to undergo a course of treatment. That way we can save her. The girl began to choke in tears. She asked the doctor to help her pet, no matter what it took. Naturally, he was going to do everything in his power. Nayan was saddened. She had just called the nearest hospital, and they all refused. What should they do now? The director said he called the blood bank. They should call back soon. The guy was saddened. He hoped that they could help them. As the director said, he is praying right now that by that time the indicators will not fall below 20. Today he will remain in the hospital. We need to monitor his condition. And everyone else can leave. We did a good job today. The sun was setting over the horizon and night was slowly coming. The girl still couldn't calm down. She was very worried and didn't know if everything would be okay. Maybe we should stay and continue the search for blood. While the girl was in her thoughts, she got a phone call. She replied Dad was on the other side. The girl was getting on the bus at that moment and said she would be coming home soon. She was having a conversation with her father. She constantly agreed and said that she had not forgotten anything. Why did she have to forget about Mom's wake in the first place? The conversation was quite difficult for her. She took a deep breath and put the phone in her pocket. She understood that her father's memory was beginning to fail. While the girl was driving home, the view from the window fascinated her. It was an extraordinarily beautiful evening. At this time, the intern's house was quite cozy. A huge number of cats and dogs. There was complete order and comfort everywhere. The guy was sitting at the computer and collecting some data. The number of folders was quite impressive. He thought it should be enough. A cat was sleeping peacefully on his keyboard. But then he had to get up. Looks like he's already here, the guy said. When he opened the door, he saw a man behind it. The man asked if he wanted to let him in, and they would talk. To which the boy replied, no. He handed over the memory card and said, everything is here. The man was delighted and thanked him. The guy obviously didn't really trust this guy, but he asked to do everything in beauty and create the maximum number of problems. The kid said he would send it to him by mail next time, because it's inefficient to meet like this every time. The man laughed and jokingly said, but how about a chat? The guy, in turn, clearly did not appreciate the joke. The man said he understood everything and clarified who their victims were this time. The guy replied that Lee Han Chol Hospital. The man froze in complete shock. He was surprised that such a popular veterinarian fell into the trap of this young guy. He was clearly stunned by this guy. But, apparently, even he has his skeletons in the closet. The man was fervently having fun. He was trying to remember the number of veterinary clinics that this kid had already destroyed. In his opinion, it will be the 10th. I was especially amused by the fact that every time they often came across completely by accident. The guy stopped this guy's chatter and said that if they were done, then he could leave. The man agreed, but noticed that it was not for nothing that he was called a brute. The guy wished the man good luck, and he returned to the apartment and thought. He understood that there was too much garbage in our world. But throwing garbage into a landfill is so natural. The darkness of night was falling on the city. Many people have already opened up at home. The streets became empty. The director was on the phone. He wondered when they would be able to help, but the news was clearly not the most rosy. He asked me to contact him as soon as possible. He hung up the phone and sighed heavily. My head felt like cotton wool. My whole body ached from fatigue. He understood that if he did not have time to transfuse blood in time, the dog might not survive. 12th chapter. It was a sad enough day, but the family tried not to show it. My father was sitting eating noodles and asking how things were going at work. He was proud of his daughter, because he saw that they were shown at the hospital in all sorts of TV shows. The girl chewed her food in silence, but her father continued to stare at her. After that, the father told his daughter not to get close to her director. All this was explained by the fact that he had a bad feeling. The daughter tried to explain that there was nothing to worry about, because he was a very good person. The father continued to stare intently. Soon he apologized for holding a wake at her house, but the daughter was not offended at all. It was Mom's wake. Moreover, he cooked all the food himself, so there's nothing to worry about. My father was sipping a mug of delicious tea, as I noticed that their dog Yondu is a little lame. Telling this to her daughter, she was surprised. Was that little tomboy limping again? It was very strange every time. After all, this happens a couple of times a month and lasts about 3 minutes. The girl took the puppy to the hospital several times, but there was no diagnosis. The dog was the same age as the time had passed since Mom's departure. Long 20 years. The father was actually surprised at all, because Nayan didn't like Yonda before, and now they were so cozy, all sitting together. A man who remembered terrible times many times. Then he came back from work every time and saw his little daughter crying furiously. And all because the little puppy didn't want to eat. Every time the girl blamed the dog for the fact that her mother was no more. They sat together on the couch and were nostalgic. They both remembered that Mom always liked to pick up abandoned puppies. It was the same thing every time. She picked up, fed, cared for and was looking for a new family. If their memory does not change, then there were definitely more than 20 of them. The girl remembered perfectly well that everything had changed literally in one day. It happened about 5 years after Mom's death. The father informed his daughter that he wanted to get married. Unless, of course, she doesn't mind. His daughter was very understanding, so she supported Dad. However, that day she was in a hurry. She had a scheduled meeting. That day she walked around the city a lot. All her emotions were mixed up, and the tears flowed like a river. And when she got home, she couldn't find the dog for a long time. When she entered the room, she saw that he had found her mother's clothes, which she had hidden, and was sleeping in a ball in it. Then she realized that she wasn't the only one missing her mom. It comforted her then. They sat and talked for a long time. We recalled many events, joked. Finally, it was late evening. My father was going to leave. The girl wished him a good road. Having led her dad, she decided that she would clean up tomorrow. She collapsed on the bed. She was lying with Yondu, and I felt just fine. The morning in the hospital was very stormy. A girl broke in. She was holding someone else's dog on a leash. With tears in her eyes, she asked the doctor to hurry up. According to her, she brought a donor. It was necessary to transfuse blood faster. The director was just taken aback. He asked her to please calm down. The girl continued to sob and said that they would not save her dog like that. The trainee boy fell into a stupor from excitement. Surprised, Nayan asked the girl to stop. First chapter. To protect people from the dangers of cruel nature, a new nation was created, which was called the Blue Moon. Its ruler was a wise and kind man who ruled the country with honor and justice. Under the patronage of this man, the citizens of Blue Moon lived carefree and happy. Harmony and prosperity reigned in the country. But everything changed when one day the ruler was brutally dealt with. It happened as a result of a coup d'etat. Shortly after his death, the uprising engulfed the whole country. The earth has turned into a blazing hell filled with hatred and the ashes of the dead. Many people have lost their future because of cold blades. The rebels destroyed all living things around with special cruelty. The country has turned into ruins. When the survivors lost all hope of salvation, the man hiding his face behind a red mask dealt with the leader of the rebels and thus ended the war. Becoming a folk hero who brought peace back to the country, he received the nickname Red Man. 100 years have passed since then, the director said, continuing his story. Suddenly, his story was interrupted by a student, asking why they still live in the slums, and not in the Blue Moon, because after the terrible events of that time, 100 years have passed. The guy sitting at the same desk with her explained that in this story they are the villains. The girl looked puzzled at her desk neighbor, not quite understanding what he meant. But soon the director continued his speech, adding that the children sitting in the classroom are the descendants of the rebels, the very ones who practically wiped the Blue Moon off the face of the earth during the coup d'etat. There were 9 students in a small school classroom, and silence hung in the office. The director hastened to point out that in fact they are innocent. On this note, the history lesson was completed. It's time for lunch, and the director offers the guys to help Mr. Kim in the garden, after which they can start lunch. Everyone amicably goes to the garden, filled with bright sunlight. Teacher Kim is picking berries. The children happily call the teacher and hurry to help him finish his work in the garden as soon as possible in order to go to eat faster. The teacher smiles at the assistants who have arrived and waves to them in greeting. Altogether they finish work quickly and now they can finally go to lunch. A guy with red hair and a blue hoodie selectively picks at his plate with a fork. His name is Hajin and he is again indignant that they gave beans again today. The girl sitting next to him advises him to just eat and not pay attention. But he does not agree with this advice and the beans fly from the spoon to the floor. The girl sitting opposite apparently also does not share the position of not wanting to eat beans. She loudly declares that it is impossible to be so picky. Hajin feels awkward and asks the loud-voiced girl to be quieter. However, Teacher Kim is already standing behind him, who asks Hajin if he knows why he still needs to eat these beans. One of the students declares that he knows the answer and shares with everyone that this is due to the fact that people in the slums die of hunger every day, and therefore they all need to be grateful for food and eat without complaints. The teacher adds that there is such a reason, but in addition, beans are a useful product that will help children grow big and healthy. At this time, a guy starts eating beans from the floor. Outwardly, he looks quite similar to the girl who attracted the teacher's attention to Hajin a few minutes ago. Mr. Kim stops the guy and asks him to spit out the selected beans, because if you eat dirty food from the floor, you can get sick. There are no beans in his mouth. The blonde guy managed to eat everything pretty quickly. This surprises both the children, the teacher himself, and the director sitting in the dining room. This school is the only one in the slums. In fact, this place is more like a children's shelter. There are only 9 children living here permanently, the director and Teacher Kim. Mr. Kim loves these children very much and is genuinely worried about them. They are the whole world to him. He faithfully does his job and enjoys simple little things. Having finished repairing the roof, he decides to go check out what the children are doing now. At this time, the guys are playing a game. A boy named Teshin, wearing a red mask, which he took from the director without asking, portrays himself as a fair hero, the one they were told about in history, a hero capable of ending the war. But, I'm not at all thrilled with such a hero. She declares that she also wants to be a red man. The boy is offended, and says that this is impossible, because he is faster and therefore he will play a superhero. The arguments are interrupted by the teacher who entered, removing the mask from the guy. He is not surprised that Teshin is under it again. Kim says that people should be more attentive. The frustrated boy asks for the red mask back so they can continue just playing heroes. But Kim can't return the mask. It belongs to the director. He tells the children to be careful when taking other people's things. And although Mr. Kim does not agree to give up the mask, he does not want to leave the guys completely without entertainment. He suggests that everyone go to the playground with Maru. Maru is the oldest of all the children in this school. He is a pretty smart, calm guy who reads a lot. He agrees to go to the playground with the younger guys, because he understands that after all, he is the eldest and will certainly be able to control that nothing happens to anyone. Children joyfully run outside, anticipating an interesting game of football. The teacher reminds the children to be careful, while he plans to put the red mask in order and return it to the director. Holding an unusual accessory in his hands, he experiences strange sensations in his body, and does not notice how the director appears from behind. He was just looking for this mask. The director understands that Teshin took the mask again, but the teacher cannot understand at all what attracts the boy so much in this terrible mask, because at any opportunity he does not miss the opportunity to pick it up. Kim shares her thoughts with the director. He doesn't see anything creepy in the mask. Kim hastily apologizes for putting it that way, because the director likes this thing. He wonders why Kim thinks the mask is creepy. It is difficult for the teacher to find words, but he describes that when he touches the mask, he experiences strange sensations in his body. The heart starts beating faster. It gets hot, as if there is a transformation into an angry bull. This is how Kim describes his condition. The director laughs. Mr. Kim, who is never angry, and an angry bull are completely incompatible things. Clouds are gathering outside the window. The weather changed quite quickly. It became dark and uncomfortable. It was about to rain. Adults decide to take off things that are drying outside so that they don't get wet in the rain. A strong piercing wind swings the clothesline. The principal and the teacher put the clothes in the laundry basket one by one. After some silence, the director tells the news. Rumor has it that some men in suits are kidnapping children. The director looks significantly into the distance at the overcast sky, saying that it is unlikely that they will come to a place where there are only mountains around. But still, as guardians of these guys, they should warn them in advance. Kim agrees. Meanwhile, the guys are playing football on the playground. Hajin attacks the gate in which Maru is standing, but he does not manage to get into the gate. The ball constantly treacherously flies past. Teshin runs after the ball that has flown away, which lies at the fence. Looking up, he notices 3 large suspicious cars. It's starting to rain heavily. At school, the teacher and the director manage to collect all the things. Son also helped them with this, who did not go to the playground with the guys. The 3 of them walk down the school corridor, where Teshin runs in screaming, soaked in a soiled white t-shirt. An excited Kim runs up to the boy, asking what happened. Maybe he fell hard at football. In a panic, Taeshin reports that some strange men have grabbed the rest of the guys. Laughter is heard in the dark corridor. The men appeared after the guy. A stranger in a white coat claims that they are not strange men. He introduces himself as Noggle and calls himself a scientist sent by the Blue Moon. He claims that he came here to look for exceptional young talents who could help the city, and he claims that he was incredibly lucky to find 9 such wonderful children in the slums. However, a stranger does not make a good impression. His appearance, even with a white shirt and tie, looks quite intimidating. The head looks like a bear skull, only slightly covered with pale skin, creepy big eyes and, among other things, the absence of eyelids and lips. An ugly sight. Another troublemaker intervened in the conversation. A man with an ugly scar on his face standing next to a man in white. "You are right," he said. "We are engaged in human trafficking." Then he said that now they will deal with those who stand in the way and take the children. After that, he looked reproachfully at Noggle and said that the identity should not be disclosed so easily. He laughed, assuring that he simply could not restrain himself. It turns out that this ugly likeness of a man is really a scientist, a doctor from the Blue Moon. The man with the scar orders to capture the escaped guy. People in suits are approaching teacher Kim and Taeshin with Son. The director pushes the teacher and the children away and shouts to run as soon as possible, and he himself gets in the way of the bandits, closing the passage. It was a very selfless act. The next moment, a deafening shot is heard in the building. The bullet hit the director right in the chest. He looks at his wound with horror. The next moment, the stranger with the scar shoots several more times. The principal and teacher Kim fall. Scarlet blood is flowing on the floor. Children can't believe that this can happen. They try to shout to adults, cry, drag the lying bodies, but all to no avail. Men in suits grab children and hurry to leave. After loading the children into the car, the bandits quickly leave. Night. The rain had already ended and a bright full moon came out from behind the clouds, illuminating the empty school premises with its cold glow. Now only the principal and the teacher are left here. The moon illuminates their silhouettes and the blood on the floor. It is unknown how much time has passed. Kim barely regains consciousness. He is seriously injured and he remembers that he could never have imagined that he would face such a thing. This school was a paradise. Children were his world. They lived in this god-forsaken place completely alone and seemed to have finally found happiness. But everything collapsed in one moment. His heart broke with a bang, as did the glasses lying next to him. Kim says it all out loud, in a hoarse, exhausted voice. The director, gathering his last strength, crawls up to the teacher and says that all this is real and children die every day in the slums. To do this, he built a school in the mountains. He hoped that this would protect the children, that he would be able to protect these children. But he couldn't. And now, he says to the teacher, you have to protect them and save their future. With great effort, he takes out a red mask from his pocket and puts it on Kim. Then he falls to the floor dead. Kim feels a surge of rage again, as it sometimes happened when he had to hold a mask. But now her strength is simply incredible. It makes its owner bigger and stronger. Anger, real uncontrollable anger, is felt by the teacher, who now does not look at all like the smiling man in glasses he was before. The attacker's cars split up. He tracks down one of them and ruthlessly deals with people in suits. His strength and power are extremely high now. It is not difficult for him to crush someone's head or lift a truck. Rage has made him really strong. He is looking for his children and does not intend to stop. One of the girls named Son was just in the car, which was overtaken by the teacher in his new guise, but he does not know where the children are. The girl sees what is happening after getting out of the truck. She is shocked and does not understand if this is really a red man. Teacher Kim finds and picks up a frightened Son. They return to school. Second chapter. Kim tries to take off the red mask, but it does not give in to any efforts, as if it has become firmly rooted and has become one part of him. Kim is angry, and the mask enhances this effect. He constantly experiences a feeling of rage. He turns over the teacher's desk in the office with a small touch, not knowing what to do. He only gets angrier. Son, who is hiding under the table, timidly calls the teacher and asks him about what is happening. She doesn't understand how a teacher can be such a person. Kim is angry. He does not consider himself a hero at all, which is the red man. Do I look like a hero? He asks the girl. Without waiting for an answer, he continues to say that he is not a hero at all, but just a monster. And really, outwardly now he does not resemble Kim at all, and being in a state of rage really looks more like a monster. Wearing this strange mask, he became bigger. His body has a distinct muscle relief, and his physical strength is now simply incredible. The girl admits that she is scared, and tears are already welling up in her eyes. Kim tries to remove the mask again. It won't budge. He hits his head on the floor and the wooden covering breaks under his force. After that, he calms down a little and, still with his head in the broken floor, says that he is really sorry and in the future he should not break down like that anymore. It's just that now he is seized with rage every minute, because he does not understand at all what to do, how to find and bring the children home. The teacher apologizes and asks the baby to give him time to cool down. She agrees. He goes outside and sits down at the grave of the director. He buried him as soon as he returned yesterday with Son. Sitting there, he talks to the director in his mind, wondering why he put this mask on him. Involuntarily, he remembers how he came to this place and became a part of it. Then he was a pretty weak skinny guy who was constantly bullied by local guys. One day, when the aggressive company beat him up again, he was lying on the ground almost without strength. His whole face and body were bruised and bleeding wounds. Old wounds did not have time to heal, as new ones appeared immediately. He lay on the ground, making no attempt to get up, only occasionally opened his eyes, looked at the blinding sun, and then closed them again and plunged into darkness. A man appeared above him, who noticed that the guy was really bad. The stranger asked how he was going to continue to survive in such a cruel world. Kim replied that there was absolutely nothing he could do about it. The man who came up continued to talk. He explained that as long as the guy is alive, he will be in danger all the time, but he is still young and in general, he knows how to help. The stranger asks Kim to confide in him. That's how he got to school. The director picked him up on the street, giving a roof over your head. But Kim wasn't thrilled that he was going to become an elementary school teacher and look after the children. Although, he is grateful that the director did not pass by. The director is convinced that not every mature adult can become a teacher, and that not only teachers can teach. These are just prejudices and therefore Kim may well cope with the role of a teacher. But Kim himself does not agree with this. He plans to run away from school soon. However, this does not happen. After a while, Kim wonders why the director chose him for this role. Because there are many other people in the slums who also need help. The director replied that he understood by the eyes, and then added that Kim is a weak and kind fool. And this is not a strange plus. The director explains his point of view by saying that Kim has already experienced what it is like to be helpless, what it is like when you are treated cruelly and therefore such people will not mistreat others. And as an argument, he adds that for all the time that Kim worked, he never deceived the children. The director explained that he immediately realized that Kim, after becoming a teacher, would begin to feel kinship. These children lack warmth and Kim is also deprived of such warmth. That day, the director said that he really trusted the guy and was sure that if something happened to him, the children would be in safe hands. And it seems that remembering this, Kim finds the answer to his inner question. Why the director decided to put this mask on him. He is the only one they have left and the only one who can save and protect them, which means he must do everything possible. Back in class, he calms Son, who asks him not to leave, because it's very dangerous. He fully agrees with this, but he needs to save the rest of the guys. He tells Son that they are all one family and just as she worries about him, he worries about the other children. They hug tightly. Son still can't calm down and cries into the teacher's shoulder. He promises that he will definitely come back, but for now he hopes that Son will cope. Kim goes to rescue the others. Slums are a place where ruin and poverty reign. Dirty streets with a lot of garbage, a pungent smell around, a rather unpleasant place. Walking down the street, he asks people if they have seen trucks and people in suits. After all, this is absolutely not a typical phenomenon for slums. But no one saw anything. In addition, the appearance of the teacher scares others. Someone in horror thinks that it is the devil himself. Kim wrapped himself in a raincoat and you can only see his face with a mask. The teacher thinks about the attackers. He needs to find clues, and he remembers that nasty freak named Noggle. He talked about being a scientist from the Blue Moon, which means you need to go there. At this time, the guards standing at the gate to the Blue Moon City receive information that the white truck that went to the slums has not yet returned. The discussion of this information is disrupted by the appearance of a stranger in front of the main Blue Moon questions. One of the guards is rude to the guy. Coming closer to him asks what he is doing here, to which Kim replies that he is looking for a white truck. The guard is surprised. Kim snatches the sheet with the report on the truck from him. The report says that this is a gourmet truck that arrived here with children. The guard orders the leaf to be returned, but Kim feels a surge of rage again. He forcefully shoves the leaf right into the guard's face and pushes him into the ground with it. Addressing the two remaining, Kim asks who knows where the truck is going and promises to leave alive for the information provided. The guard pulls out his gun, but a moment later he gets hit and flies straight into the huge wall with the main gate. The last remaining guard decides to cheat and promises to take the stranger where he needs to go. However, he has a plan. He says that the gates open only from the inside, so you need to wait. And they open them only at night when the moon is in the sky. The guard wants to quietly call for reinforcements while the stranger waits for the gate to open. But the plan immediately becomes bad, because Kim does not intend to wait. He jumps to the top of a high wall, taking the guard with him. From the wall there is a view of what is hidden behind the wall. There are ruins near the wall, and a rebuilt city can be seen in the distance. The picture bears little resemblance to what Kim imagined from stories and rumors. Third chapter. 100 years ago, when an insurgent failed to take over the country, they were exiled and forced to live in poverty to repay their sins. Having lost everything, in an attempt to protect at least the little that they had left, their cohesion was shaken. Soon everyone began to think only about themselves and their paths diverged. There are groups that have their own style. Slums, a trendy neighborhood, a red light district, and a cemetery are called streets. The descendants of the heroes who saved the country and its people run a huge corporation. They live in skyscrapers built on the ruins of the old city and enjoy the security behind the huge walls protecting them. As a symbol of great glory and wealth, they founded the city of Blue Moon. According to rumors, this is a real dream city. But what Kim saw from the wall didn't really look like a dream. This place is really huge, but everything around it is destroyed buildings, ruins. So the city of the Blue Moon consists of giant walls, ruins, and the city center with newly rebuilt buildings. Outside, behind the walls, there are slums and a red light district. The guard says that the ruins are here because no one lives in the areas near the walls, because they cannot be rebuilt. But companies like the gourmet store have bought land here to see the buildings. He advises going to the city center. This is his new plan, because here among the ruins, there is no one who could save him from a stranger. The guard says to go straight and then turn left. A voice came from behind who disagreed with the guard's advice. The second plan failed. The stranger says that Kim should turn left if he wants to get to the gourmet store. Kim is angry at the guard, but he assures that he was mistaken and begs not to kill him. Kim thanks the girl for her help and asks who she is. The girl said her name was Panda and she was a high school teacher in a trendy neighborhood. Kim doesn't know about such an area, but Panda says it's not surprising because it's quite far from the slums. A teacher from a trendy neighborhood realized where Kim was from by his clothes. She says that the headquarters of the finger chain is located just in a fashionable area. Kim says that he is a primary school teacher. The Panda reacts joyfully because she met a colleague. They keep walking, and Panda asks the teacher from the slums why he is so bald after all. Meanwhile, in a cold basement somewhere within the walls of Blue Moon City, there is a girl. People in suits on a white truck abducted her and her sister when they were returning from school. The sister was taken to another place. The girl is completely alone in a dark and damp basement. Her hands are tied and chained to a metal pipe. Her mouth is taped shut. Someone is approaching the door. The key turns in the door. The girl froze. She still couldn't figure out where she was. A strange creature that looks more like an orc than a human entered the room. Pale skin, stitches on the hands, lack of lips, and a rather large mass. About such signs the girl saw. In fact, it was not clear whether this creature was reasonable. He went to get the bags, one of which fell near the girl, and she saw that there was a man inside, though no longer alive, but dead. They were not bags at all, but corpses wrapped in cloth. The vile orc is gone. All that was wrapped in cloth in this room were people. The girl realized with horror. Footsteps were heard again. Did he really come back so quickly? The girl thought. A guy appeared in the door, quite good looking, although half of his face was hidden by a mask. The guy said he was just looking for her. He showed the finger chain badge on his clothes. The guy explained his delay by the complex structure of the building, but reassured Ray that now he would get her out of here. After removing the shackles, he picked her up in his arms. She tried to say something, but the tape was still in the way. The stranger calmed the girl, saying that he understands what horror she had to go through, being here alone, because he is still a child. But Rhea is still very scared. Despite the tape, she wants to scream. The guy asks to be a little quieter. A head with black empty eye sockets appears in the door, and although this monster is blind, he has a very good sense of smell, and he smelled someone else's male scent pretty quickly. Half of the monster's head turned into a large mouth with several rows of teeth, and the monster was already ready to taste the stranger. Opening its mouth even wider, the vile creature swiftly rushed at the guy. Meanwhile, the guard told the teacher from the slums and his new friend that they had come to the right place, a gourmet market. The manager greeted the guests at the entrance, explaining that this is the main store of the retail chain and the best food with an unforgettable taste is sold here at an affordable price. A girl from a fashionable area is amazed by the assortment, and really, it seems that there is everything here: meat, fish, vegetables. The guard from the main gate is also the first time in this store. The manager claims that only products that have passed strict quality checks are sold here. In addition, the company recently signed a contract with Grandiose Food in order to expand the business and create more branches. The girl was asked if he had been here before. She said it was her first time here. The manager hastened to warn that he does not accept new guests today. The service is carried out only for VIP guests or companies, but the sellers are ready to sell what the guests are interested in. After all, it would be ugly to kick out customers who have already come. The manager hesitates, but eventually agrees and asks what the guests are interested in. Panda asks if they sell human meat here. The guard says he's never heard of it. The manager responds positively. There is indeed a sale of such a product. Kim feels his blood boil. But the manager also saw through the guests who came. He explains that their customers do not ask such questions. Sellers are hostile towards outsiders. They already hold table knives, bats and other weapons in their hands. Kim is not going to restrain his rage. His body is growing in size. His eyes are bloodshot. Even in the slums, where there is nothing, they do not resort to such terrible things as cannibalism. And here in the Blue Moon they take advantage of their position. Who do these people think they are? Kim thought. In a frenzied voice full of hatred, he asks the assembled armed crowd where the children are. Fourth chapter. The red mask cracked from the strain and revealed half of the teacher's face. Panda sees that Kim is furious. In order to calm him down, she shares that according to her information, the gourmet store does not consider elementary school students as food. But she herself needs to hurry up, since she is looking for teenagers. A policeman who was a guard at the main gate and came here let him be in shock together with strangers. It's hard for him to believe that this can happen in reality. The mask of a primary school teacher is being restored after it unexpectedly shattered into pieces. Panda notices that the mask changes the hero and assumes that he turns depending on the mood. The face is completely covered by the mask again, and Kim says that they should hurry up. The store manager understands that strangers are the guardians of the children. He says that children are high-class products and therefore they will not allow them to be taken away. The whole crowd of sellers, who were in the store and armed with table knives, rushed towards the strangers who came to destroy them. Kim fights off several, but they surround the young teacher with a huge crowd. More than a dozen sharpened knives are stabbed into the body, but the masked hero doesn't bleed. The red threads coming from the body push out the blades of the knives. Kim regenerates, but the crowd did not expect this, and he scatters the attackers like garbage or annoying insects. The policeman doesn't know which side to take. On the one hand, why should he help violators? On the other hand, he cannot be on the side of criminals, because he is a city guard. Panda at this time deals with an armed man, and the policeman praises her. It looks like he's making a decision in favor of strangers. After all, even the fact that they illegally entered the territory does not negate the fact that they are here to save their children from the terrible fate of becoming someone's dinner. The gourmet store has a basement restaurant. This is a place for the rich, decorated accordingly. The interior resembles a dining room in a palace. Massive gilded chandeliers, columns, chairs, and curtains of rich barred color. The waiter brings the main dish for tomorrow's reception to the person. A plate with a scallop steak on a tray. The cook walks next to him. A person sitting at the table tries a dish, but it does not impress him at all. A man with a monocle in his eye and a tongue like a snake is Hylo, the chairman of a chain of gourmet stores, and he is furious that this dish does not correspond to his ideas. Tomorrow he has to receive an important guest, and this dish does not correspond to the highest cooking at all. Hylo asks about the girl who was recently brought. In his opinion, she should become a dish for a special guest. The cook and the chairman are talking about the same girl that the guy from the finger chain tried to save from the basement. But the monster that suddenly appeared did not allow him to do this. Now his body is lying next to Ray. They didn't have time to get out. Meanwhile, Kim is still cracking down on the representatives of the gourmet food outlet. People are terrified of his strength. They call him a monster sent from hell. But Kim does not agree with this. For him, the real monsters are those who eat people. Panda says he knows where the abducted children are. Kim is surprised by this. Panda takes out a finger chain patch and tells that with it you can find out the location using telepathy. This is possible thanks to the handsome head of the fashionable district. He has superpowers and therefore invests them in the things he does. An auction is currently taking place in the basement of the restaurant. A ray is inserted for sale. The price of her lower leg is announced at 5.5 million yules, and the buttocks are slightly more than 9 million yules. There is a stir in the restaurant. The prices are incredible, but the demand is still very high, because it is quite difficult to get teenagers. But people can't buy all body parts. For example, the belly and organs are not offered for sale. Each piece that is bought in the store is prepared by chefs and served to customers. The auction ends and now the presenter announces the performance of the butcher and the upcoming bloody spectacle. The girl looks at her executioner in horror. She doesn't want to die like this, because then there will be no one to take care of her sister, and the death of a man from a chain of fingers will be in vain. The butcher swings, and Ray, tightly squeezing her eyes, prays that at least someone will save her. And a miracle happens. Breaking through the ceiling, teacher Kim flies at the butcher. For the butcher and the presenter, Kim's landing was the last thing they experienced in their lives. Ray can't believe that the red man standing in front of her is real. 5th chapter. Ray believes that the red man is just a fairy tale. But then who is in front? Kim does not see his children in the hall and is angry at the panda because the girl gave him hope, but expectations were not met. She claims that the patch pointed to the place and suddenly notices Ray. She happily informs the guy in the mask that her student is here and immediately runs to her. They hug tightly. Ray and Panda are very happy to see each other again. But Kim stands with his head down. His children are not here and it is not known where to look for them. Panda notices that his children are really not here. He is angry that he counted on the connection of Panda's children and his own. Kim wants to catch the chairman of gourmet food, but he confidently declares that the inhabitants of the Blue Moon do not even dare to look into his eyes and the stranger in the mask has no chance. The chairman is surrounded by security. Smiling maliciously, he asks to make an appointment if Kim intends to talk to him. There are a lot of guards in the room. They are all armed and decide to destroy the uninvited guest. But as you know from previous fights, Kim regenerates quickly, so this time he quickly heals from his wounds. And those who attacked paid for it almost instantly with their lives. The restaurant's customers run away in horror, and the chairman calls the two twins. These are his best guards who have not lost a single fight. But even these two strong guys are an easy target for the guy in the mask. Their strength is definitely not comparable to what is in him. He quickly gets them out of the way and now no one prevents him from approaching the chairman. Grabbing him by the neck with his powerful hand and lifting him off the ground, he asks where the children are. The chairman says the baby is right here. But Kim claims that we are talking about 9 children who were abducted from the slums. The chairman says that Kim will never be able to find his children, because they are now with people who are much stronger than him and having their position. They did not want children from the Blue Moon. They needed children that no one would look for, children who have no relatives, children who are not needed by anyone. A butcher appears behind him with an axe for meat. Ray shouts, hoping to warn the elementary school teacher, but he does not have time to understand this. The butcher cuts him in half with a razor-sharp axe. Half of the body remained hanging around the chairman's neck. The other one still somehow stood at the beginning, but lost its balance and fell. The chairman decides that it's over. However, Kim wants revenge, and since his children are not here, then why leave these bastards alive? His body starts to recover again. He grabs the chairman by the neck again. He calls the butcher, and the butcher again cuts off the hand of the guy in the mask. However, he restores his limb quickly enough and growls furiously, showing his power to the enemy. The butcher is really afraid of this guy, but the chairman gives him an order to deal with the demon in the mask and he enters into battle. Kim wins the duel. Hyalo has seen a lot of monsters in his career, but this something really terrifies him. Kim asks if he has any last words and he offers to make a deal, assuring him that if Kim kills him, he will lose his last chance to find the children. Kim asks Panda for advice because he doesn't know what to do. Panda recalls that even a person with power cannot get involved with those who are higher in status. She says that the whereabouts of the children can be found out without his participation, with the help of a finger chain. She claims that it will be even faster and they don't need a chairman at all. Smiling, she closes Ray's eyes and waits for the massacre of Hyalo. Kim agrees with the uselessness and insignificance of Hyalo, and now he is completing his sweep of the villains in the restaurant. 6th chapter. The teacher and the girl are in the chairman's office. Ray tells Panda that the man from the finger chain died trying to save her. It haunts her. The teacher asks the girl about who it was. The girl does not know the name, but describes a man in a black mask that covered half of his face. Panda recognizes the one described by Ray. It's a guy named Hobie. She says that he is only 2 years older than Ray and claims that she is sure that he is fine. Panda said that Hobie's job was to track down Ray, and if rescue was impossible, then he had to give up the patch and retreat. Ray does not believe, because she herself saw how a monster attacked him, but the teacher assures that all members of the finger chain undergo special training and they cannot be defeated just like that. Surely Hobie has already returned to the fashionable area and is resting. She still doubts, because the monster was definitely real, and realizes with horror that he is still in this building. Suddenly, this monster reappears from the roof in the basement. He has a long body, just like a snake, and a terrible head with empty eye sockets, which, when a person is detected, turns into a huge mouth with several rows of teeth, capable of swallowing a person entirely. The vile creature that entered the room is going to taste the guy in the red mask, but he is not at all frightened by her appearance. He tears apart a monster with his bare hands, which, in his opinion, looks like beans, and to his surprise sees a policeman inside who came with them to the basement restaurant. A policeman guy tells how he ended up inside this monster. He was trying to find children here and was the victim of an attack. Panda and Ray come to the guys. They tell them where they have been, and Panda shares that he knows where to go next. They will have to go to the giant food store. The teacher says that the business of giant food and gourmet food is similar. It is for this reason that the presidents have developed good relations, such that they are even considered brothers. Gourmet food has risen thanks to the support of giant food. Panda finds a leaflet in the documents as these two companies exchanged information. The document that Panda found says that the giant food holds Ray's sister named Ramon, as well as another girl named Hyunjun, whom Kim is looking for. They need to wait for the other members of the finger chain to locate the girls. The policeman says that the giant food is really dangerous. Its chairman Og was one of the heroes of the past who prevented the uprising and has blue blood. Blue blood is considered the pillars of the Blue City. Well, even after such a frightened speech of a policeman, they do not intend to stop. Panda tells Ray that she needs to go home. Ray agrees. Panda takes the girl by the hand to lead her to the exit. The student feels the warmth from the panda's hand. It calms her down. But suddenly, terrible memories of what she had to go through while tied up in the basement pop up before her eyes. She's fine, she's been rescued, but the sister she misses incredibly is still in danger. Ray firmly decides to go further with everyone. Kim disagrees. They have an argument, then the girl asks her teacher. Panda agrees. This makes the guy in the mask very angry. From the tension, part of his mask hiding his face cracks and fragments fly in different directions. Some fall right into the panda's mouth. She claims that the mask tastes like blood. That's crazy, Kim thought. Panda convinces that paradise can be useful, because in the chain of fingers it was suggested that she has a special talent that can help. This is due to the fact that Ray wants to protect his sister more than anyone else. Kim leaves the decision to Panda. The policeman is amazed that Ray expressed a desire to go with them, after all that she had to go through here. Meanwhile, the chairman of Giant Food Og remembers that he has to visit his brother from the gourmet food chain. It was for his arrival that Hyalo was preparing in his restaurant. 7th chapter. The heroic four, who intend to save the children, go to the Zipper fashion store. Kim doesn't understand why they need to go there, because it's a simple store. But the store is not as simple as it seems. This is a luxury store. There are only a couple of such places in the whole city. Panda shows the patch and explains that this is not just a clothing store, but a secret hideout of a fashionable area in the city. After the panda explains what business they are here for, a passage opens in the wall, hidden from prying eyes under the guise of a decoration in the form of a zipper on clothes. The head of the fashion district is a girl named Handsome. She had turned the wasteland into a fashionable neighborhood on her own and had always been wary of Blue Moon City. She knew that this city was ruined. Besides, she knew that if the trendy neighborhood was attacked, they wouldn't be able to defend themselves alone. Therefore, on the basis of trust, she formed a group with superpowers, which was called the Finger Chain. The members of this group flooded the world to become the eyes, ears, hands, and feet of Handsome. The zipper shop working undercover belongs to the Finger Chain. The man working in this store tells Panda that it is quite difficult to locate the abducted children from the slums, but he will try to do it if she asks him. Kim thanks Panda, to which he jokingly replies in surprise. Does Kim really know how to thank? Kim was confused. Of course he can. Panda smiled and explained that before that she had always seen him only in anger. The store employee says that the story of Kim, who single-handedly managed to destroy a vicious company, is impressive. Moreover, it's great that the Finger Chain group now has such a strong ally. But the problem is that the guys don't know how to get to the giant food unnoticed. The store employee says that attention should not be attracted, much less come into conflict with the police. It could even lead to a war between the city and the streets. Talking about the police, he turns to a policeman who came in the company of guys and contemptuously calls him a cowardly cop. He is confused and in an attempt to quickly come up with something to answer notices the pipe. He gets the idea to sneak into the giant food through its division. Everyone is intrigued and waiting for an explanation. He explains that he is referring to Bingo Delivery, which specializes in delivering frozen food. Delivery has installed pipes throughout the city in order to deliver products in this way, avoiding their defrosting. This idea impresses the company. It really seems good. They decide to move to the nearest Bingo Delivery, which is a 10-minute walk away from them. The seller of a fashion store tells Kim to get dressed, because if he walks around with a bare torso, he will surely attract attention. He smiles at Kim and says that he has something suitable for him. Meanwhile, the chairman of Giant Food is heading to a gourmet food restaurant. His cart is being driven by several rhinos. As soon as the crew arrives at the place, the red carpet is immediately spread out. The guards are lined up in rows along the edges of the track. The Gourmet Association did not answer calls all day, and no one came out to meet the chairman. It seems strange, but the smell of blood makes him hungry, and he is looking forward to an unusually delicious dish. Coming closer to the gate, they see a territory strewn with corpses, one of which is hanging right on the gate. One of the surviving chefs runs out to the arriving guests. He greets them and tells them what happened here. He describes the attackers and especially notes the guy in the mask who staged this massacre alone. Mr. Bari, who accompanies Mr. Oga, thanks for the information and at the same moment grabs the cook by the throat. He's strangling him. It's good that the information did not go beyond the outskirts, says Bari. He breaks the neck of the last living witness. The chairman of the OG is angry. He orders to find the one who dared to kill his closest Dongson. Bari promises to hire the most qualified person for this case. Teacher Kim dresses up in the fitting room of a fashion store. Panda says that his new clothes have a function of absorbing electrical discharges and a self-healing function. This is a rare collection that can't be bought anywhere and it was made especially for him. On the back of the jacket there is a personal inscription redline Kim. The new clothes are perfect for Kim. Now he looks like a superhero capable of doing anything to save children. 8th chapter. The manager of Bingo Delivery informs workers in warm winter suits with glasses the news that as a result of an accident that occurred in the main branch of the Gourmet Association, the work of the store was temporarily suspended. The delivery service is more like an army. Everyone here must do everything clearly according to orders. Working in the refrigerator is quite difficult. It's pretty cold inside. In addition, you need to make sure that the necessary orders are sent through the appropriate pipes. An alarm goes off unexpectedly. The gates are going up. Kim is standing in them. 30 minutes before that, the guys got inside. The policeman told a story that he remembered when he came here. It consisted in the fact that there is a certain blacklist, which is used by some large companies. All of these people in this list disappeared. But after statements about the missing from relatives and an investigation, it turned out that all these people froze to death. The founder of the delivery company at first glance seems to be a good businessman, but in fact fulfills orders to get rid of the right people. The shop manager was a fighter named Mad Dog. He was expelled for multiple reprisals in the ring. This is a dangerous person and therefore Panda suggests that Kim should go for a break. So, he appears at the gate. Bursting in, Kim offers to stop him if he is an intruder. The first blow they throw the captain into the wall. The workers are surprised by what is happening, but quickly gathering their thoughts and armed with icebreakers, they rush to the masked teacher to fight back. He fights back against his opponents, and thereby distracts everyone from his friends, who, meanwhile, disguised in advance as Bingo Delivery workers, are trying to deal with the pipes. However, the guys notice they are not wearing work shoes. Panda asks Kim to help throw them on an ice cube and push them on labor B44. He rushes to the rescue, scattering his opponents like bowling pins along the way. The deliverers see that the intruders have entered the pipe. The passage into it is blocked by Kim. Suddenly the captain swoops down on him. Kim is amazed, because he survived after his blow. The captain seems not averse to engage in combat with such an opponent. 9th chapter. 3 policemen are noticed missing in the city. The case is taken under control. The guy who investigates him is faced with the fact that all the evidence has been destroyed, except for one single dent on the gate, which remained after Kim slammed one of the policemen guarding the gate there. There are no records on the server about the opening of the gate, and the guy does not exclude that the person who entered the city has superpowers. Another man in uniform appears. He reports that everyone is being recalled, because this is only a small incident, and 3 missing policemen have been found and dismissed for unauthorized absence. Detective Aston, who works on the spot and took this case, does not believe that this is just a small incident. He argues with the policeman, to which he says that in case of distrust, Aston can turn to his superiors, but he should not interfere in this. At this time, workers overtake the guys in the freezer pipe. One of them cuts the ice cube in half just before the fork, and the policeman leaves separately from Panda and Ray, for whom the chase continues. Panda realizes that she miscalculated. She thought that the person who fought with Kim was the most important, but the boss turned out to be here. The person who cut the ice explains that he is from another company, but holds a higher position. His name is Watchman, and he is a field supervisor. Panda gets into a fight with him. She is good in one-on-one battles and has never lost. Meanwhile, the policeman is moving on the second half of the ice cube, through a pipe leading to another place. No one is chasing him, and he thinks why the girl said that he fell on purpose, but it was because of his fall that they were overtaken. Here he thinks again that he is not ready to help this company, and now he can redeem himself when he returns to the city and calls for reinforcements. Kim and Mad Dog continue to fight. Kim has pretty much crushed his opponent, but he is still alive, and Kim asks if this is due to superpowers. Mad Dog admits that yes, they have such abilities, namely, he can turn the damage received into muscle strength. At the same moment, he tears his clothes, and right before the eyes of the surprised Kim increases in size. In the battle of people with superpowers, the main factor is whether the available ability exceeds the opponent's abilities, Mad Dog says. He explains that Kim can't handle him, because every time he gets stronger. 10th chapter, Kim realizes that he is really at a disadvantage. Trying to make a capture so as not to exchange blows, he fails, because he was not professionally engaged in martial arts. The opponent tears off Kim's hand, but the red threads are a good helper, and Kim manages to beat everything that happens in his favor. After he regains the leading position, he throws his opponent away. He says that victory will be his in any case, to which Kim decides to cool down his opponent's ardor a little and turns on the deep freeze in the refrigerator, where he just dragged and threw his opponent. Finally, Kim says that Mad Dog should at least once try his methods with which he killed people. The freezer doors are closing. The dog's hand breaks through the door, but is immediately covered with ice. He lost. For Kim, the fight is over. He came out of it victorious. But the panda's fight with her enemy is still going on. She manages to trick her opponent off the ice block, but he is also not so simple. Being on skates, he cuts the cube into 2 halves again. Ray slips and falls, but the guy manages to catch her. Landing on the second half of the ice cube, he asks the girl if she is okay. She answers in surprise that yes. Here the guy who fought with the panda reproachfully addresses her, reproaching her for taking a teenager on such a case. She has nothing to answer, because it really is. Chaman says there is a big difference between them, and if he had fought at full strength, the panda would already be dead. He says he will spare her life if she surrenders to the police. She tells the guy that he has become much stronger than before, while addressing by name. He doesn't understand how she knows him, because he didn't give his name. The guy says it's very funny. But the panda is still not the same, because how can such an ideal girl be like someone as stupid as a panda? It offends the girl. For such impudence, she wants to show the guy everything she is capable of. Panda activates a superpower called density. The ice turns into jelly, and after Chamin fell into it, it began to harden again. Panda removes the broken ski goggles from the guy and asks if he believed her after that. He replies that it looks like people really change a lot during their lives. Panda asks how he dares to behave like this with colleagues he hasn't seen for a long time. Ray is surprised by this, because how these two can be colleagues is completely incomprehensible. Ray asks the teacher about this, to which she replies that she is from the city of the Blue Moon. Policeman Tansy is happy that he has reached the end of the pipe. He is glad that he can only get out and report everything. These thoughts were interrupted by Panda calling out to him. She, Kim, and Ray were standing in front of him. Panda happily waves to the policeman and says that everyone has been waiting for him here. It seems that the blood has completely drained from his head. He does not understand at all how this is possible. Panda says they were worried about him, but he was able to get to them safely. Kim asks what's wrong with Tansi's face, to which he nervously smiles and says that he's just glad to see everyone. 11th chapter. Kim is thinking about Hyunjun. He remembers what a wonderful, always brightly smiling child, like a sunflower. He mentally returns to the past, to a sunny summer day when they were outside. He asked her to be careful that she didn't fall, but it still happens. After the fall, Hyunjun was not upset at all, and when Kim treated her wound, she laughed because the medicine stung her skin. If it was sewn, there would be a lot of tears, but Hyunjun always smiles and doesn't cry when faced with trouble. But the brave girl who will never cry has one secret that only teacher Kim and the principal know. Panda interrupted Kim's thoughts by informing him that Cha-min had woken up. When he was in an ice trap made by a panda, she knocked him out with several blows to the head. Panda asks Cha-min to pretend that he has not seen them here at all, but he does not agree. He explains that he can't do that, because the whole country is holding on to the pipes, and how he can close his eyes to the fact that they are going to attack the Blue Bloods. If this becomes known, then the whole city will be on its ears. Kim tells the guy that this is not a request, but a chance, and that he is still alive only because the panda wants it. Cha-min agrees, in return for the safety of the employees. Shortly before that, Panda told Kim that she knows Cha-min and his kind heart well, so if he is spared his life, he can take their side. And in order not to arouse suspicion by the failure of the delivery, it is better to pretend that nothing happened. After that, everything went like clockwork. The team made their way deeper into the city through the pipe, and the bingo delivery workers, on the orders of Cha-min, pretended that they were not there at all. But despite this, Kim is distrustful of Cha-min's words. Before they went on, they told him this story about child abductions. He said that such a thing defames the city of Blue Moon. He can't help personally, but he's willing to share information. It is due to the fact that the giant food where they are going is not real, it is just a cover for doing business. But unfortunately the location of the real headquarters is unknown to him. Kim wonders if the guy he was fighting with could have known about the location of the real headquarters. Panda jokes that he can unfreeze it and ask himself. He asks again if this is possible, but Panda only laughs in response. Tansy says that the location of the real apartment can be found out with the help of someone who works in the shadows. He goes through the entries in his notebook and finds a cash register plus marked villains who need to be eliminated. He says any bad guys you need to get rid of will do, and that's why the guys are heading there. The bad guys there are now bullying Huron. He is a young head of a medium-sized business. The person standing in front of the Huron explains that they are doing this because they can afford it. After all, the police will not care if a medium-sized enterprise that has just appeared suddenly disappears. Huron's name was blacklisted because the existence of his business hinders someone from above. Unexpectedly, a bad situation is interrupted by the appearance of a stranger in the room. The leader asks Kim if he is this guy's bodyguard, to which he honestly replies that he has nothing to do with him and only came in to ask something. The leader orders to capture Kim, because no one should see this place from outsiders. The gang tries to catch the stranger, but one of them immediately flies out the window. Kim remembers that the panda asked to be quieter, and tries to deal with the rest in the walls of the building, without throwing anyone else out of the window. He easily copes with bandits, of which there are more than a dozen. The gang leader is amazed, while Kuren thinks that a mysterious stranger has saved him. The excited leader asks the guy in the mask what he wanted to ask, but he gives him a noble slap in the face for an inhospitable reception. 12th chapter. Tinted foreign cars drive up to the building. One of the guys who drove up in a car looks like Kuren. It turns out to be his brother Hawk, who came with his men to rescue Kuren. He bursts into the room and sees Kuren with a round face. He does not want to let it get away with those who dared to touch his brother, but immediately sees that the guys who did it look even more deplorable than one would imagine. Kuren introduces Hawk to Kim and says that it was he who saved his life. Both brothers are grateful to Kim, and Kuren promises to repay Kim for his salvation at all costs. He asks for silence and says that he is busy. Meanwhile, the beaten bandits are trying to find out at least something about the headquarters of the giant food. Hawk asks Kuren what Kim is doing now, and he tells him what information the man in the red mask is trying to find out. Hawk tells Kim that finding out something through these bandits is a bad idea, and suggests that he check out the place he will name. The guy explains that most likely this is a high-rise building, since the pride of the old Blue Bloods would not allow them to place their headquarters in some small building. And since he and his brother are in the R-Structures business, it's easier for them to find any suspicious building if they know the size. Tim thanks for the help offered, but Hawk is not doing this out of good intentions. He just wants to pay off the strange guy in the mask as soon as possible, so as not to be due for saving his brother. His brother is quite emotional and can give anything at all, so Hawk intends to prevent this. Kuren thanks his brother for his help and happily imagines how much he will help Kim by finding out everything down to the smallest details. His brother is trying to bring him to his senses, because Kuren is almost on the verge of death, being on the blacklist, to which Kuren tells his brother that his life does not matter if he wants to repay his savior. Kim also asks the guy to come to his senses and save his life, Kim visited several underground gangs. Mega Hammer, providing illegal services, Chicken House, which is engaged in illegal arms trade, and also a cleaner of corpses and killers. Of course, no one wanted to help him in the search and study of the building. After Kim used force, bandits from different groups agreed to his terms. Kim often thinks about Hyunjun. He mentally asks to wait for her a little longer, and he will definitely find her. At this time, Hyunjun and Ramon are playing cards in their room with a man who should take care of them. Hyunjin asks when they will be able to get home, to which the blonde guy replies that he unfortunately does not know. She misses her family, although playing cards with Uncle and Ramon is fun, but being in this room all the time is overwhelming. The guy looking after the girls tells them that a terrible killer in a red mask walks on people's faces and kills people, so it would be good for them to stay here for now. The guy continues to talk about what he also heard about his partner, a girl in sunglasses. Ramon notices to himself that it looks like her teacher, but the guy adds that the woman died. Ramon gets nervous and says that he is lying, and he admits that he was just joking. But at the same time, Ramon asks why she reacted like that. Is it because someone is familiar to her? But immediately the guy changes the subject and tells the girl that he is also from the streets. Mr. Bari enters the room and tells the guy to finish. Walking down the corridor, Bari asks if the guy managed to gain the girl's trust, to which he replies that he came to them only because he was bored. Bari says that these children are just ingredients and therefore it is not worth bothering with them. The guy says that he has something else, some information, for which he demands 1,000,000 Yulv. Bari pays, and the guy tells him that the people who attacked the association are people from the streets looking for these children. But he also adds that the girls are not familiar with the man in the red mask. Perhaps he is a mercenary from the red light street. Bari gives the guy more money, quite a large sum, and says that getting rid of these people is now his job, and if he does it, he will get even more money. This blonde guy with purple eyes is one of the best killers, and he goes hunting. 13th chapter. Kim and his friends are checking out one of the high-rise buildings, in which, according to the information they have, there may be a giant food headquarters. But they make mistakes and only end up in the lair of some criminals. Meanwhile, in the present headquarters, the chairman of the OG is having lunch. The chairman of the OG is quite huge and therefore eats the appropriate food of large sizes. That's why their company is called Giant Food. Bari comes to him and is interested in his well-being, to which he says that his health has returned to normal, which means you can arrange a bloody feast. Bari reminds that you need to choose only one ingredient, because the chairman's body can't stand two people, and the chairman chooses a girl. At this time, Kim and his friends realize that they have only 2 untested places left where the headquarters may be located. The Everypad company, which produces displays, and a company selling mineral water called Mineral Mountain. Mineral Mountain seems suspicious to Kim. Kim asks why they sell water at all. The policeman explains that during the war, the rebels poisoned the water near the city, so residents are forced to buy water. The policeman also says that both organizations are located next to each other, and they are also located close to the center, so if he makes a mess there, he will certainly attract attention. Someone's voice came from the roof, who assured that the guys could not worry, because both of these buildings are the headquarters of Giant Food. Since the owner loves rhinos, he ordered to build buildings in the shape of horns. The stranger introduced himself as Rogel, but noticed that many people call him Pearl. The policeman noticed a purple choker on the stranger's neck. Panda also realized that they all need to get out of here as soon as possible. Jumping off the roof, Perple declared that he knew absolutely everything about the headquarters, because it was the chairman of the OG who sent him to kill all of them. Perple uses magic and a card deck. He is one of the best in this business, agile, strong and fast. He is practically invulnerable. Tangsi can't believe that he really sees Perple. There are various rumors about this man. In general, residents of the city of Blue Moon hate absolutely all people from the streets. However, there is a system of granting citizenship to distinguished persons. However, there is a condition: they must wear a collar. It is said that Perple, who was chosen on the battlefield, was also nicknamed the Reaper. He had already used his cards to cut Kim in half and immobilize the panda. Now he got to the policeman. He immobilized him with magic, because if he had killed him, he could have had problems. Ray, gritting his teeth, calls Perple pathetic. He talks to her, saying that she looks like Ramon and that she and Ramon are friends, then gives her a rose. After a short chat, he says that he does not know what to do, because he does not want Ramon to hate him. But this is just a game, and he adds that there is no difference in this, because he is her, soon he will be sent there. So after playing a little with his victim, he is now ready to deal with her. 14th chapter. Kim does not allow Perple to fulfill his plans. Having closed the paradise from the magic card with his body, he loses his head. But this does not prevent him from saying that this is why he did not want to take her with him, because she only gets in the way. Kim puts her head back in place. Preplay is impressed that the guy in the red mask survived the beheading. He tells him that for the first time he meets such a person who is downright invulnerable. From behind, the awakened panda again tries to deliver a crushing blow to the enemy, but he even pushes her back with one swipe of the card without turning in her direction. Kim decides to attack the guy with the collar, but he uses the card again and cuts Kim's body into pieces with it. He wonders if he will do this again and again, at what point the guy in the red mask will not recover. Pearl says that he was really looking forward to meeting them, but is completely upset that they were so weak. Ray sees that it is difficult for Kim to recover from so many wounds. She decides to buy time for him and asks the guy with the collar what he meant when he said that Ramon would send there too. Pearl decides to tell them all why the giant food needs Ramon. He says that she is an ingredient, because the chairman of the regional state administration has cancer, and he is also more than 100 years old. And although the medical technologies of the city of Blue Moon make it possible to quickly treat cancer, in this case it cannot be cured by conventional methods, since cancer is associated with the abilities of the RSA. He was one of the heroes in the past who participated in the suppression of the uprising, and now it's getting bigger and bigger in order to resist the growing cancer. He was looking for more and more unusual tastes in order to forget about the pain at least for a short time. His life only got worse, until one day a brilliant scientist appeared who offered a sensible medicine. This scientist is the same vile bastard who participated in the abduction of children. He said to find a girl who would match the presented sample by more than 90%. Then he would make the medicine. The chairman of the OG used power and money, but he could not find a suitable child in Blue Moon City. Pearl went on talking, twirling the cards in his hands. And so, he said, the chairman won the lottery, because among the children from the streets there were 2 suitable children at once. One of the 2 children will be bled alive, he said. Ray is terrified. She can't imagine that her little sister could die such a terrible death. Preplay says that this story was just a gift before he dealt with Ray. Jumping to her feet, she shouts that it's impossible and they won't let anyone touch Ramon and Hyunjin with a finger. He turns to Kim and he, having recovered, agrees, promising that if there is at least one scratch on the girls, he will tear all those involved into pieces. Kim attacks Preplay again. He again wants to chop the guy in the red mask into pieces with a card, but the card gets stuck in Kim's new special clothes, which were provided to him in a fashionable finger chain store. Kim says that the card game is over and is preparing to strike. Pearl puts a block, but Kim punches it, and Preplay does not understand where so much power suddenly comes from in one blow. He tells Kim that his strength has increased significantly as soon as the mask has broken a little. Pearl moves to the wall of the house and offers a timeout, because what's the point of fighting if Kim is so strong, and even immortal? His hand falls into the wall of the house like jelly. This is a panda with its ability to control the density of objects. She says that he has only one way out, it's defeat. But Preplay does not agree. He cuts off the hand stuck in the wall of the house with a card and ends up on the roof, where he declares that he is not going to die, and the card in his hands is a real gift from God. He raises it high and asks everyone to pay attention to him. 15th chapter. Pearl, standing on the roof, throws the map down where Kim and Panda are standing. The card with the image of the Joker crashes into the asphalt. Panda notices that nothing happened, but after looking at the roof, he realizes that Pearl just fooled them. Preplay really ran away, and returning to the headquarters, he is resting from a hard night. In the company of pretty nurses, he feels pretty good. Mr. Bari breaks his privacy and asks what it all means. He asks about Rogel's hand. He says that she was swallowed up by the wall. He also says that this man in the red mask is the guardian of one of the girls, and not an assassin. Rogel failed the task for the first time, also lost his arm. He does not understand why it was necessary to contact such people. Or precisely, he does not consider this guy in the mask a man. In his opinion, he is a real immortal monster. Bari listens to the speech and leaves the room, saying that he has urgent business. The nurses offer Rogel a cake. He takes the cake and goes to the girl's room. Going inside, he sees several people putting a bag on Hyunjin, trying to take her out of the room. She resists and asks Ramon to help. Ramon tries to help his girlfriend, but she is powerless against adult men. When she sees Rogel at the door, she begs him to help. Hugging him, she cries because she is sure that something bad will be done to Hyunjin. People are taking her away in an unknown direction. Meanwhile, Kim feels that Hyunjin is in danger. He ran with all his might somewhere along the road. His friends stop the car on the road and take it from the owner to catch up with Kim. Panda understands why he rushed somewhere so quickly. Kim runs along the road and thinks only about Hyunjin. He remembers how she ended up at school and her secret. Memories came flooding back to the teacher. Pictures come back to him. When he first saw her on the street, torn, thin, beaten, begging, she sank into his heart. She and the director returned to her house at night, when her father beat her for not doing her job well by begging. He cruelly bullied the girl and got what he deserved from the director for it. After that, she ended up in a shelter. She has a secret. She's always smiling. When she is happy, she smiles. But when she is hurt, scared, and lonely, she also smiles. 16th chapter. Dr. Noggle came to the chairman of the ASU. Hyunjin is also already in the room. She smiles. The doctor tells her that, judging by her smile, she feels well. A wonderful medicine will turn out, he says with all the villainy inherent in him. Bari demands the doctor to start creating a cure as soon as possible. Dr. Noggle is getting started. He opens his briefcase with medical devices and takes out a syringe. He tells Hyunjin that it will hurt a little and gives her an injection with some kind of drug in her arm. He says that everything is ready. Bari does not understand what this means, how it is possible so quickly. The doctor explains that everything is ready and now this child is the medicine. He explains that you need to take it within half an hour after eating in the morning and in the evening, and that for this you can roughly divide it into upper and lower parts. Noggle says that it would be possible to drain all the blood and make medicine, but it would take some time. So since the chairman of the ASU has recently liked the taste of human flesh, he decided to do it this way. The chairman wants to eat the girl right now, but Noggle stops him, explaining that he has just had an injection and needs to wait about 10 minutes. Noggle marks the time on his stopwatch. Suddenly they hear a loud voice that demands to leave immediately. Bari asks the guards on the radio about what is happening. He is informed that an unidentified citizen has made a commotion in the lobby. A voice from the walkie-talkie calls Hyunjong. She recognizes her teacher and is very happy about it. She also shouts back to him that she is upstairs. Kim promises that he will get to them soon. Bari tells Kim into the walkie-talkie to make an appointment, but he just laughs about it, saying that one jerk with a monocle said the same thing. The chairman of the AUG is furious, because we are talking about Hyolo, and he was like a brother to him. AUG demands that Bari tell Kim to come up here immediately. Bari doesn't want to do this, but AUG is determined. He wants to personally avenge him. Bari talks into Kim's walkie-talkie to go upstairs. On each floor they will try to stop him, and if he survives, he will be able to see both the chairman of the regional state administration and the girl. 17th chapter. Bari doesn't understand why the elevator keeps going. No one can stop the guy in the red mask. He's already on the 52nd floor, and the top one is the 60th. Soon he will reach his goal. The chairman's personal security is located on the 59th floor. They claim that they can stop an uninvited guest. They intend to show all their might. However, the desire lasted exactly until the elevator doors opened. Something that is the embodiment of hell appeared from the view. It seemed to them that they would be able to finish him here thanks to their superpowers and loyalty. However, the enemy exceeded all their expectations. The lamps in the elevator were drenched in the blood of their colleagues and therefore emitted a red glow. And from Kim himself came an aura of readiness to do the same with others as with those who had already fallen in battle at his hands. The team of elite guards of the giant food instinctively felt that even united they could not win. The chairman hears from the radio that they could not stop him. He is looking forward to the legendary battle and the sweet aftertaste of revenge. Kim reached the top floor. At this time, the Panda group was looking for Ramon at another part of the building. There they meet Tongs. If Mr. Bari is the chairman's right hand, then Tongs is his left hand. Tangsi tells him that Panda and Ray are criminals who have dealt with the chairman of gourmet food. Panda is surprised, but Ray expected this. Tongs activates an ability called a dinner party in the mouth. He uses his teeth as a weapon. He uses new attacks every time. Tongs says that he has the advantage in this fight, but Panda replies that he is just as unreasonable as Kim. Meanwhile, Kim looks around on the top floor. He sees the already familiar face of Noggle, a frightened Hyunjong, as well as Bari and the chairman himself. 18th chapter. The chairman makes an impassioned speech about revenge and how exactly he will deal with Kim, who killed his close friend. Having not listened, Kim strikes a blow, from which the huge chairman is torn into two halves, like a pudding. Kim thinks it was too easy, but Bari assures that their fight with the chairman is just beginning. Og also has a superpower. From his huge body, blood begins to accumulate into a strange substance. It takes this form again for the first time after the war. Kim tries to crush the creature that appeared, but the substance grabs him. This modified form of the RSA says that the body consists entirely of blood and it is permeated with soul and will. Therefore, he can grab Kim by controlling the density of the body, and he can't do anything to him. Bari watches the fight and is sure that Og will win. But caution will not hurt, and he orders Rogel to bring the second girl. Rogel is sitting with her in the room. He asks Ramon if she knows where Hyunjun was taken. The girl replies that she guesses about it. Then Rogel declares that he can no longer pretend to be a friend. Ramon asks him to answer the question one last time. She says that at first this place scared her. She did not like the suspiciously good attitude towards them. But then everything began to seem not so bad. She says she even had fun spending time with him and Hyunjun like that. Ramon says that she would like to meet him under other, better circumstances. Rogel does not understand what the girl is driving at. She asks him if he thought of her and Hyunjun as friends. Of course not, Rogel replied. He tries to explain that he is a mercenary and looked after the girls only because he was paid. He says he was really kind to them, but he didn't feel anything. After these words, he falls to the floor. Rogel asks Ramon what she did to him. She says that in fact she is quite a cunning and calculating child. Ramon also has a superpower. It is called the Morning of Repentance. If someone lies to her, the bell of the soul rings. If the bell rings 100 times, then she will be able to completely control the person. The ability is not easy, but it worked perfectly on Rogel, because he does not trust anyone and often deceives. Ramon turns to him and thanks him with tears in his eyes for lying. 19th chapter. The fight between Kim and the chairman of the regional state administration continues. The chairman in his new guise looks like a blood clot with a pig's head that has huge fangs. This is a rather strange sight. Shortly before that, Og had pierced Kim and injected his blood into his bodies. His blood for some reason looks like digestive juice, and now Kim's body seems to be gradually dissolving. With the help of regeneration, he gets rid of blood. Dr. Noggle reminds the chairman to take the medicine. He pulls his limb towards the girl, but Kim, like lightning, snatches the girl. He realizes that it is not revenge that is more important, but the salvation of Hyunjun. Kim sees the door and tries to quickly leave through it, but Og definitely does not intend to miss his medicine. Kim realizes that he needs to be distracted and give the girl time to escape. The teacher tells her that she is strong and will definitely cope on her own, and he needs to stay here. Kim disorients the RSA by destroying the building a little, but this effect does not help for long. Og calls Bari and asks him to start a bloody ritual. Bari's ability is a bottomless pocket in which he can store things, and besides, he stores so huge reserves of blood, at the request of the regional state administration, so large volumes that you can arrange a whole waterfall. Og, having absorbed a large amount of blood, reaches its peak. 20th chapter. Og becomes incredibly strong. Kim can't handle the sea of blood. It seems to dissolve his body and does not allow him to regenerate. But from the use of so many abilities, the tumor of the RSA begins to progress. He realizes that he needs to take medicine sooner, and therefore the process of his body goes along the stairwell to look for the escaped girl. He catches up with her. At this second, Kim feels that Hyunjun is in danger. He must save her, but how to do it when his body has practically dissolved? You have to come back, the boy in the red mask tells him. You made a promise. Kim asks who this boy is in his mind. The boy appears to be the creator of these masks. The mask serves as a limiter. It suppresses some emotions and heats up others. The strength of the abilities is proportional to the strength of the feelings experienced by the one who wears the mask. The boy says that Kim can't take off his mask because he's not completely honest with himself. A mysterious spirit makes a guy throw all his emotions out. This helps Kim recover and become even stronger. Kim pushes Og out of the building through the roof. He also notices that something has appeared in the chairman's body. He decides that this is his weak spot. 21st chapter. Bari was also pushed out of the building along with the chairman. He found himself in another wing of the building. Suddenly one of the guards falls dead in front of him. He realizes that there are enemy forces here too. But Rogel looks out of the door and tries to calm Bari down, saying that he has figured out a traitor from the streets disguised as a guard. Rogel is now under Ramon's control. He tries to use his cards to destroy Bari, but he notices this attempt and deftly catches the cards with his hands. Bari says that he will pay Rogel much more than people from the streets, because there can be no other reason for betrayal for a person who loves only money. Bari is disappointed by the betrayal, and although he respects Rogel anyway, he frankly admits that, having lost his hand, he is not his rival. 22nd chapter. Kim decides to strike at the tumor, but he doesn't know what kind of strange clot it is. The chairman admits that he has lost and asks to be kept alive. He offers power, money, and security to Kim and his children. But Kim does not intend to listen. He is cracking down on Chairman Ogum. At this time, in the fight between Rogel and Bari, the advantage is on the side of the second. And when Bari already gives Rogel the opportunity to say the last word, he says that his cards can do anything. Bari does not understand at first what this means, but it turns out that he incorrectly studied the scheme of fighting with Rogel. There is a paralyzing card under his foot, and those cards from which he fought off earlier rise from the floor and fly straight at him. He cannot use the ability with pockets, as he is paralyzed and loses in battle. Rogel finds Ramon. They are talking, when suddenly Ray comes into the room. She is very happy to see her sister, but the first thing Rogel gets from her is a kick in the face. Ramon reassures her, saying that everything is fine and thanks to her ability, Rogel is now their ally. Panda looks out of the broken window and sees a lot of police officers below. The team hears the police talking. One of them asks if the criminal has been caught, to which he receives the answer that the criminal has been caught. He had just turned himself in, another policeman said. Panda and the others are watching what is happening, not understanding how Kim could have given up. Maybe it's a mistake at all. But unfortunately, they see him being handcuffed and led by several policemen to the car. None of the friends understand why Kim did this. That's what they have to find out now.